I don't like cricket. I love it.
Roll the bumper.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Good morning, everybody. Double Rano. Welcome back to Vinage. This is day 2 of the Women's Central Europe Cup. I'm Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and that was Danny Hudacek a few moments ago giving a wonderful introduction there. It is a fantastic morning here. The sun is shining. It's probably already about 18 degrees. It's going to warm up to about 24 degrees. The cricket's going to warm up as well, because the first game we've got for you this morning is going to be the Gibraltar women taking on the Austria women. The replay of last night's game, which, well, we'll talk about a little bit more in just a moment, but what a game that was. So without any further ado, let's get across to see what happened at that all-important coin toss. Take it away.
So good morning, welcome to the match 3 of the CA Cup. We are here at the Vinor Cricket Ground in Prague. We have the home team Gibraltar, and we have the team from Austria. So Gibraltar will actually flip the coin. Here is the tails and here is the heads, and it's Austria's call. So good luck. And yeah, it's heads.
So we're going to bat first.
So Austria won the toss and they choose to bat first. So good luck to both of you and see you in.
So there you have it. Austria win the toss and they're going to have a bat first, similar to last night. They had batted first and a wobbly start, to say the least, losing 4 wickets in the first couple of overs in the last night's match. But they recovered to put a big score on the board. Gibraltar just didn't have the firepower to chase that down, and they had, I think it was 4 or 5 run-outs in the end in that total. They only amassed less than 100, chasing 140 odd. Let's see what happens in this match. This should be a really good rematch. You'll see a different Gibraltar side, I'm sure of it. But Austria will be looking to press home the advantage here now. And if they can pick up another win here over a team that's ranked higher than them on the ICC rankings, how cool would that be for them? Gibraltar, they want to make sure that doesn't happen. So let's get straight into it. I'm going to throw to my good mate and co-colleague Danny Hudacek, who's in the commentary bin. Danny, it's over to you, and Austria win the toss. Get have a bat first.
Well, thanks, Phil, and welcome to everyone here to lovely Prague and the Vinors Cricket Ground for this European international match between Gibraltar and Austria for the Central Europe Cup 2025. We saw the men's a couple of days ago. It is the women's here. Here's what's happened yesterday. So Gibraltar women, 161, no loss of wicket. Czech women batted pretty well, actually, considering they're down on a couple of their bats, 110 for 9. And at the top you can see Amy Valverde Benatar with a 70 and Nikki Carano with 54. But a good effort, good fighting effort from the Czech women. But Gibraltar women are just a little bit too strong. Then in the second game, we had what we thought would be a very good matchup between Gibraltar and Austria. We'll see what happened in that game in just a moment. But it's a rematch this morning. See here, 147 for 5. The Austrian woman, Joan Stieglitz and Shreya Reddy, just missing out on 50s. I don't think they'll mind too much. And Amy Valverde with 3 wickets in her first over. They were 4 for 6 at one stage. Or 6 for 4, I guess. Austria, and they came back and they did wonderfully well. Great partnership between Stieglitz and Reddy. And Gibraltar just couldn't match it with the bowling attack of Austria. Let's see if it's different this morning. Let's see here the standings. The Czechs only playing 1 game. Gibraltar, the team that's played 2. They won 1, lost 1, and Austria undefeated so far. They'll be playing 2 games today. The first one against Gibraltar, the second one against Czechia. That'll be later on in the day. So looking forward to a start here, and some of the main players here. Got Yanira Blagg coming back in for Gibraltar. That should be very, very interesting. Very good bowler as Yanira Blagg. And actually had exams yesterday and flew in last night to join the team. Unchanged for Austria. So again, it should be a very interesting game. Gibraltar 30%. Austria with that win yesterday. I think justifiably 70% favourites. But Gibraltar a very good side. I wouldn't count them out. They're ranked higher than Austria. But at this stage, well, in this tournament so far, it's been Austria that's been very impressive. So the openers are out, players are out. Just about get ready for a start. Interesting one to win this toss, and going to set them a target as well. Austria going to set Gibraltar a target, just like they did yesterday. They put a lot of pressure on the batting of Gibraltar. Emma Kirkman is on non-striker's end, and it will be Joanne Stiglitz. They'll be facing the first delivery. They'll need to see the back of her pretty quickly, I think, because she batted very, very well yesterday, as did Shreya Reddy, who's well noted as a bowler. It came in after that disastrous start, losing 4 at the top order. So we see here, first ball of the morning, left alone by the batter. So, it's a beautiful day for cricket. It's getting a little bit warmer. Not really any cloud in the sky, as this one's left alone as well. Very watchful start there. In fact, it's my correction. It's Andrea Zapita who's opening with Kirkman, who missed out a bit yesterday. This is hit over the top. Has it? Chopped. Well, tried to lift it over the infield. Hit it straight to the fielder who put it down. Pretty regulation catch. And that should be an out. Phil, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much, Danny. And I've joined just at a time to see that one go down. That was close. That was hearts in the mouths if you're in the Austrian dugout there.
Would have been a big wicket, Phil.
Oh, massive wicket. That would have been huge. Unfortunately for Gibraltar, they couldn't hang on to that. And they did a good start here after yesterday's result. They just couldn't get Austria away.
They had a brilliant start. Nice shot by Kirkman.
That's a
it's
great
going
shot
towards the boundary. That'll be 4.
That is indeed gone for 4. Yeah, yesterday's match. Now, how amazing was that? It was, I think I was listening to you and Vinny calling the game. I was watching it very intently. And with the exception of the first 2 overs, all Austria.
Yeah.
But those first 2 overs, I thought, oh, we're going to see a ball over here. Vinny and Danny are coming home early. That's what I thought.
There was an absolute perler to get Priya Sabu, which sort of drifted in and then cut away.
Yep.
That took the off stump. That was a beautiful delivery there from Ferrari.
Incredible.
But and then from the other end, there were 3 wickets that went down in the next over.
That was incredible. The 3 wickets that fell in was it Amy's over?
Yeah,
in Benatar. Just incredible. Just turned the game on its head. Honestly, I think everyone in the chat and everyone probably hit the ground just thought, well,
game over.
This is it. We're done.
You lost 4 of your top order in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, fantastic. And here we go with Gibraltar looking to, well, erase it from their memories and get a good win here over Austria. I did have a look this morning. I was telling you on the way to the ground, Dan, I was having a look this morning to see if the rankings had changed. They haven't changed overnight, so they're still as they are, but looking forward to seeing what impact that game, that result has on both teams in the ICC rankings. And obviously it depends what happens this game as well. First over done, 5 on the board.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start from both sides. Don't think it was, well, it could have been a wicket. Zapita, who she was fantastic in the field yesterday with those run-outs. That was another thing as well. I think that is underestimated is the amount of pressure that Austria put on Gibraltar in the field.
Yeah.
There were 2 direct hit run-outs or 4 run-outs altogether, and it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily bad running, just really, really sharp fielding.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
when that happens to a team, it throws you because you have that hesitation. You don't want to take the quick single because you know there's a chance for a run out.
Yep, it's so true. Yeah, you're right. 4 runouts as that's tucked around the corner. There's going to be a couple here. Not sure it's going to run all the way. Does indeed actually run all the way. Well, I wasn't sure it was going to, but it's going downhill to that fastest part of the ground.
It is.
Just got a slight tickle on that, but it was the pace of the bowl that did it, and it went all the way for another boundary. Good start here for Austria. Nice steady start for them.
Tina Goff joining us from a parallel universe in London. Hi, Tina. How you doing?
Good morning, Tina. And good morning to everyone else in the chat. I can see Rob Thompson giving us a shout-out from New Zealand. Dave B, of course. Paul Kempen. Good morning to everybody. Richie Cunningham's back in the chat.
The fictional character.
Another one? Yes, indeed. I want to see the Fonz pop up today sometime. That would be fair enough.
That would be awesome.
And Pucker Button is also in the chat.
Pucker Button?
Good to see Pucker Button. Good to see you all there. Welcome to Vinage. Big shouts.
Gone.
Given. Indeed, given. Oh, that was... let's have a look one more time. I thought that looked pretty stump to stump here. Going to see it again, looking straight down the pitch, but that is a big, big blow. So Amy Valverde Benatar gets a breakthrough in the second over, and this is a really good wicket here. Watch this one more time. Yeah, it swung straight, and that's hitting middle.
Oh,
That's pretty straightforward. What do you reckon?
Oh, unless you've got a little edge, but the umpire definitely said that she hadn't.
Yeah,
that was absolutely plumb. Great piece of bowling.
Terrific bowling. You can see that a little bit of movement through the air, but it just straightened in the air as soon as she released it, and it was a really good delivery. It didn't do anything after it just straightened. It just kept going straight. So she's just missed a straight one.
I didn't. Well, sort of. Have a look at it. I think it swung a little bit. So there you
it
go.
Swings there.
There. That's it.
But it's all straight after it pitches.
And if you see the batter walking off, she did look at her batting partner and did this. That the universal. You can't see it because I'm doing like miming. But
Danny's doing almost like a "you can't see me" John Cena. But no, you're trying to show the shape of the swing.
The shape of the swing. Yes, you showed the shape of the swing to the other batter.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right.
And that's actually got wickets yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. So that is the first blow there for dealt by Gibraltar against Austria. That's a big wicket for them as well. So one down. And they're going to feel good about that. After the boundary was hit off the first ball of that over, they have got a very, very talented Andrea May Zapida back in the pavilion.
Well, she did have a chance given, so it didn't cost them that much. It only cost them 4 runs.
True.
5 runs, actually. So just a quick comment here from Richie Cunningham saying that Austria's ranking is false, so should be much higher. I agree with you, but they've played a lot of games, Austria.
They have.
And I know there's it's not quite as settled as what you think with the Austrian Federation.
Yep.
There are issues around. So they do have a very strong side with some very good players.
If I remember correctly, I think the Austrian women have played 30-something T20Is, but they've only won, I think, about 12. Their win-loss ratio is very heavily in the loss column more than the win column. But from what we've seen, obviously, yesterday, and we're still going to see it today, let's see how they go in this tournament. I think they're going to make a good account for themselves, just as the men did as well.
That's a beautiful delivery.
That's a peach.
So they strengthening the bowling with Yanira Blagg coming in. So when you look at the bowling, for Gibraltar, there's Dickie Caruana as well.
Yep.
Valverde, Lizzie Ferrari.
Lizzie Ferrari, of course.
So
yes.
There's a lot of strength. There's no cheap overs at all.
No.
I think from Gibraltar, just strengthening that bowling attack. End of a very good over. At the end of 2, Austria are 9 for 1.
Indeed, yes, and I agree. That's there is it's all thriller, no filler for the bowling attack for Gibraltar. I think they're looking so strong now today, and I think we're going to see something a little bit different from them. Yesterday they took those four early wickets. Couldn't remove the next 2. Couldn't remove Stiglitz or Sriya for love of money until Sriya came, unfortunately came undone with a skied catch to the infield, just looking to move things on. But they both made really good scores at a time they were needed and put a great score on the board.
It was a fantastic partnership.
Was.
Kirkman hits that one through the field. That'll be 4. No, it won't.
No, there's protection out there.
I couldn't see past the door frame.
Danny was blindsided by the door frame. On the angle I'm in, I could see that boundary rider comfortably. So I was thinking, what do you know that I don't know? Because I'm pretty sure it's that deep mid-wicket. Yeah, we're in the commentary bin here, as I affectionately call it. It's a term of endearment. It's not having a go at it. It's a lovely little structure we've got here to keep us out of the elements.
Phil is looking through a window, so he's got a a bit of a limited view as well. Now I'm standing right at the doorway, so I can see that.
Danny's on shot. You can see Danny standing in the doorway in the middle of your shot there. There you go. There you go. I'd give a wave, but you wouldn't be able to see me. We continue.
Is it because you're short?
That's true, actually. I'm so short. I'm not the shortest man at the field, though.
No. Shobbit.
Good morning to Shobbit, who's probably listening and sort of fuming right now.
Hi to Shobbit's parents.
Yes. Hello to Shobbit's parents who are probably watching. You should be very proud of your son. Oh, it's a good delivery as well. That's missed everyone. That's a bit of an awkward one for the keeper. It's going to roll down.
There's a fielder down there, Phil. You can see. I can see this one.
Yes, you can see that one. Yes, that's there's someone down there at third. So have a look there. Well, actually, I can see the fielder on the replay from the reverse angle coming into view just there.
This is a very nice little bin we're sitting in there.
It is very good.
Vinny didn't quite understand why you started calling it a bin.
It just fit.
I agree. And then I thought, it is about the shape of a dumpster.
It pretty much is.
Size of a dumpster.
But when I said to you the other day, I said, "Oh, all right, Danny, let's get in the bin." It was just like a turn of a phrase.
Yeah,
it was not It wasn't me trying to say, "Oh, look at this." This is a lovely, clean, very nicely appointed room. It's got power and everything, so it's all good.
Stroke of genius, I think, Phil.
I think so.
That was no interest from the bowler with that one, with the appeal. It was a big appeal from elsewhere.
Watch this one again.
I think.
Fair enough.
Missing leg.
That's missing everything. Even the wicketkeeper had the best view of that, and even she was taking 3 or 4 steps to the leg side to take the ball. That's a good indicator that's going down leg side.
She did still put her hands up for an appeal.
I know. Save those appeals for the Red Cross. They need them more. Swing and a miss. Oh, goes for the big shot. Does Sabu outside the off stump and does not connect. That's the end of the third after that big swipe. I think he did nothing. 12 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, good start. I think a better start for Gibraltar with that wicket. And only 4 and over. It's was better than what they had yesterday, put it that way.
Yes.
And we know that they bat pretty deep to Austria, even though they did lose that early wicket of Zepeda.
Yeah, Joanne Stiglitz looks like she'll be coming in next. Then it's Malika Mahadawa. There she'll come in. And then you got Bardwaj, Shreya Reddy. Shreya, I wonder if she'll come in a bit early after her...
well, she's listed coming in number 7. She did hit 47 yesterday. It looked fantastic.
You think she might come in a bit earlier than 7?
I don't know. Maybe it depends on the situation.
Yeah, fair call.
But at the moment, it's Emma Kirkman doing pretty well. Hits the ball nicely. That one just on the leg side, down towards square leg.
Yeah, Benatar doing quite well here, and keeping it nice and contained. I'm really impressed with her bowling, and she's a wicket taker as well. Only gone for 4 for first over, but also got a very vital wicket. Like the way she gets about her business. Bit of a mainstay here in the Gibraltar team as well. Star with a bat and ball. Short run up she has. Oh, straightens, gets the flat bat on that one. Keeps that one out. Almost a similar delivery that got the LB, except for the LB was tossed up a bit higher. Look at that. Lovely bit of in-swing.
Yeah. Look, one of the features of the Austrian bowling yesterday, and I think Gibraltar taking a page out of that as well.
Just chops down on that one. Can't do a lot with that one. It's good bowling. Very economic.
They had a short cover and a short mid-wicket in, and they bowled straight. And Gibraltar just weren't taking any risks, and they couldn't hit it past the infield.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to run on the arm, so it was like what are those Chinese thumb torture things where you can't get your thumbs out?
The finger trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It was kind of like that. They just couldn't get out of that trap.
Well, this over so far has been the Chinese finger trap because it's a single start, and we've had nothing but dots since. And this is turning into be a very good over. And Austria women are getting a little bit bogged down here early on in their innings. Just going at 3.5 and over. Oh, now that one's also straightened, but this time it's still probably missing leg. There was no appeal from anyone at the ground.
Because he hit the bat, Phil.
That's also true. Have a look at this. Gets it down. Oh, just gets a feather edge. It cannons onto the legs. and goes away. Could have easily gotten past the pad and gone onto the stumps. Doesn't though. It's another single. So a couple of singles and 3 dots. Let's see how she finishes the over.
Yeah, it's been good bowling so far. Nice and tight. Oh,
It's the stumps. Well, she finishes in style with a wicket. How about that? Just a bit too good there. There was no extra pace on it, but Kirkman just completely bamboozled with the full delivery and doesn't get the bat down.
yeah, really good delivery and just full and straight. And Kirkman just tried to play it across the line. She's strong through the leg side and just missed that one completely. And another wicket goes down. And see a dangerous Emma Kirkman will have to go.
She's got a great movement through the air, hasn't she, on that delivery? It's similar in a way to the LB that she had in the previous over. Just that outswing that just pins right on middle stump. This one was fuller though. That's a cracking delivery.
It's nothing complicated.
No.
It's just good straight bowling.
Yep.
It is Shreya Reddy who will come in. So she
Interesting.
batted very well in front of Stiglitz as well.
Now that is interesting. So, okay, so the Austrian staff, the Brains Trust, have said, look, we love what you did yesterday with that 47 that you made. So why don't you go out there and dig us out of a hole one more time, please? That would be handy. 47 or 51, Shreya yesterday. A great partnership with Joanne Stiglitz, who got 49 from 56. She got stranded in the 19th and the 20th over, didn't she? She couldn't get on strike to get that one run.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
But she played for the team and got a few runs at the end there. So it was the end of the over, by the way. So it's hit very nicely towards the offside.
It was a little bit short. I'll come back for 2. So just dropping it short a little bit. It's Ferrari, and you can't really get away with that. I think definitely pitching it up in these conditions, and with the field they're set is exactly what they need. They have dropped the cover and mid wicket back a little bit for the batter.
Yeah, just having a look for the deep fielders. We've got it looks like deep or mid wicket's just coming in, or is she square? She's more square than mid wicket. Sorry. So square's now coming inside the circle. So from your angle, they're dropping cover back. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a cover boundary.
Or lofted down the ground. There's no one down there though. That's a lovely shot, straight shot down the ground. Bounces a couple of times, 4 runs. Nice hit.
Yeah, very good batter is Priya Sabu. Again, she missed out yesterday. That was the one that Lizzie Ferrari got. Got through her. That was a beautiful delivery. But Sabu, I think, has remembered it and wants a bit of payback.
Exactly. This is important partnership, this one. Priya and Surya looking to put together a big partnership, get things back on order for Austria after losing a couple of wickets in the first 4 overs, with a score on the board of only about 16 at the end of the... it was actually 14 at the end of the 4th. Now it's up to 20. Just a dot ball into the covers.
Yeah, again, pretty tight bowling. But Priya will want to get some runs and prove herself, because she's one of the top batters in this Austrian lineup. I think she played Melville Shield as well last year.
Yeah, exactly. And Priya's played that one nicely into the covers. They're going to take a single this time yet. Fielder's just a bit hesitant there on how to get down to that ball, and in the end gives up another run on the arm. Probably, even the keeper's sort of asking what happened there. It didn't go past the fielder. The fielder was so close, could have almost got a foot on that, ends up getting 2 runs. That's good running, though, by the Austrian women.
It's a good fielder in Nikki Caruana as well. Maybe just not had a coffee this morning.
She looked a little bit out, just a bit undecided, didn't she? Decaf, or do I get the caffeinated? And I've got to field this at the same time. That's through the gap, though. That's a good shot. That is going to be a tantalising chase for the fielder, who cannot overhaul it. That's another boundary in this over. That's 2 boundaries in the over. And Priya Sabu looking pretty good.
Tell you what, this ground just feels a little bit quicker than what it has over the last couple of days. It hasn't rained for a few days.
True.
And it was baked a little bit yesterday with the sun, and that one, especially going downhill, it's not really being helped by the wind either. So that's a nice shot, but good value for shots, I think, on this ground today.
Sabu's putting together a good little innings here so far. She needs to hold it together for Austria. Doing well, though. Tries to get one around the corner. Wide's been indicated. Big chase on here. Managed to drag it in, and the throwback, a relayed throw. And a get for a couple.
That's a good over this from Austria, or for Austria, I should say.
Yeah.
They've moved up. Now 1 ball left of the fifth. 29 for 2.
12 off the over already. Sorry, no, it's going to be more than that. We're still waiting for those that wide plus a couple to get added. So that's 15 off the over. Last ball, the over coming up.
Intriguing. Let's change things around. There's just this 1 over.
Oh, leg side again. It was nicely played, but this time the fielder is up in the circle, and well, I'm not sure what the keeper was doing about that one, because she put the glove out almost half-heartedly, stopped the ball in the stumps. Danny, what was that?
Not sure. Sally Barton is a pretty good keeper. She
Yeah.
is the oldest international player ever. She's 67 years young.
Incredible.
So we see here, this is what's happening here. We've seen already the Central Europe Cup for men. We're midway through this ECN Central Europe Cup for women. Then we have ECIWs at the weekend. Croatia are coming down. Gibraltar are staying as well.
That's right.
Then we have the ECS. We have the Challenger and then Premier Division. 9 teams competing for 2 different trophies, and that'll be good fun.
It will be good fun. I was telling you on the way in, though, that I'm unfortunately not going to be here for the Challenger Division. I didn't get scheduled for a game, but I'm probably going to pop down on the Tuesday just because you can't keep me out of the game.
Yeah.
Why not? I'll come down and visit. I'll keep you and Rico company.
Okay.
But I won't crash the party. Full delivery, that one. And well, Priya goes to put that one out of the park with a leg side sweep. Doesn't really connect with that one. Yeah, well, the umpire says she did connect ever so slightly on that one.
Pretty high, but she did duck down.
Yeah, she's down on one knee there, so the square leg umpire has a good look at that one. Have a look from front on.
Of course, there are no replays here. It's an ICC-sanctioned tournament.
That's right.
Or official ICC tournament. Goes towards ranking points and such. And where we can't use the technology as we could in some other tournaments. We will see it at the weekend.
Yep.
Things like run-outs and no balls like that. It just what the umpires give. So
Yeah.
if there's a mistake, it happens in real time. But the umpiring in general has been very, very good here.
I've been impressed. Really impressed too. Yeah, this is the men in, well, can't call them the men in black, can we? Because they got the blue,
The Blues Brothers.
the CSKF, which is the Czech officials gear. So yeah, it's the Blues Brothers. That's a good call, Danny. It is indeed.
Yeah, they're doing a good job.
Great job. Oh, swing and a miss. Good delivery. Amy's bowling out of her skin here. I'm really impressed with her. She's got 2 for 7 from her 2.5 overs. And every time she bowls, I'm thinking, is this another one? Is this another one? She's looking really dangerous. The Austrians have to see her off here when they get the chance and just, get stuck into maybe the other bowlers because she's not giving much width.
I'd continue to bowl her. She's got another over after this.
Yeah, I would too.
I would just continue to bowl her.
Bowl her out.
But
Yep.
it's not what's been happening. I think generally they've held an over back for quite a few bowlers. But they've got a bit of depth now, I think, with Blagg coming in.
Again, just being watchful there is Sriya Reddy. Just pushes that one down and no result there. Another dot ball. Amy's really racking up those dot balls now. Have a bit of a look and see how she's doing there, but I reckon she's bowled probably 3/4 of deliveries have all been dots.
Yeah, look, she's been bowling very, very well so far in this tournament. Not just this morning, but yesterday with that first over, she took 3 wickets.
No idea about that one, did she? It's squirted off, though, towards going backward a point. Going to come back for 2. And a safe 2 on the arm as that throw comes in.
Yeah, they've got in each other's way a little bit running back.
Yeah, watch out for that. Have a look at this. Gets a leading edge going in the wrong way. It was lucky she got it too. Just hear the ooh from Danny next to me here as he sees it hitting the top edge of the bat. Oh, thank goodness there's a thick edge on those bats.
Yeah, there've been a couple of thick edges that have just missed out on wickets, but it's that you miss, I hit type mentality, I think, from Valverde. It's good in this format because it's difficult to get away, to be honest.
Yeah. Last ball, the over coming up. Oh, hit nicely, actually, but it goes straight to the player who's inside the circle in that final leg position, exactly there for that shot. Just, 1 metre either side, could have been a runaway, but doesn't, just gets the single. 34 for 2 after 6.
It's been a feature, I think, in this in this tournament so far is the running between wickets. The Czechs did it really well yesterday. Gibraltar did it really well until they got bogged down by some fantastic fielding from Austria. Is the communication and running between wickets. They'll hit it to a fielder, and especially honestly, especially the Czechs were hitting to fielders. And running, and it just put pressure on the Gibraltar fielders. And if they hit the stumps, it would have been out. There was one run out where Mimi ran herself out, but apart from that, they got away with it and probably added another 20 or 30 runs, and also put a lot of pressure on the fielding team. So I think that's one of the things they did very well yesterday, the Czechs, but also both these other teams are running singles really, really well as well. It was just with those two runners, especially the first direct hit, it was a Zapita that picked one up and underarmed it, diving full length, that hit the stumps directly for a wicket yesterday.
I remember that one.
That was amazing fielding.
Channeling her inner Jonty Rhodes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
And it just puts pressure on a fielding team, on a batting team, sorry. As the disco wave comes from the umpire to signal the end of the power play. We have a new bowler. It is Helen Mumford. So Megan Mumford played yesterday. Got her first couple of wickets.
Oh, did she?
It was good. She got the 10th over of the game against the Czechs, and picked up her first 2 international wickets.
First one's played down the ground towards regulation mid-wicket. They do get through for a quickly run single there. A nice early call. Something I'm looking for in this game is, in comparison to what we saw in the game last night, is the number of wides and no balls that got bowled. 25 wides and 8 no balls when Gibraltar bowled. And 20 wides and a couple of no balls in Austria. I don't have the number in front of me for the number of no balls, but just those extra deliveries, chances to score, that sort of stuff. So I'm hoping both teams will tighten that up with the bowling.
Yeah, they need to. I think the Czechs were similar as well. And I know Vinny says allowed 2 per over at this level, but I think
2 wides?
2 wides or 2 extra deliveries per over allow it, right? And it was below that, but I kind of agree with him and I kind of disagree. I kind of agree with the Czechs, considering they had a game earlier on about a month ago where they had 70 extras.
I remember that one too.
So, I mean, they've got a stronger bowling lineup now, but at the same time, it's too many. And even 30 odd is 25 odd is still too many, especially for teams like Austria and Gibraltar, where I think they're a higher level than the Czechs. I think they should be keeping down to even 15. Less than 1 per over.
Less than 1 per over. I was thinking, you know what, 2 every 3 overs, something like that. When you're bowling 25 wides and 8 no balls in one innings, it's 33 deliveries you have to re-bowl. That's a lot of deliveries to re-bowl in T20. That's 25% almost. Well, it actually is. It's 25% of what you've just bowled, additional. So it's a bit crazy there. Good running there for a quick single.
And Sally's on my bowling team.
She's hit the stumps.
She's hit the stumps.
Danny's very impressed when people can hit the stumps, immediately gets onto his bowling team. There you go. That's fantastic.
So Dave Marshall talking about how much it cost to get to Czechia. The Austrians drove here, so it's not too bad for them, but Gibraltar obviously cashed up. And
Indeed. Now the drive from up from Vienna to Prague is pretty straightforward. We've taken the train. Well, both Danny and I have taken the train a few times. It's pretty straightforward. 4 hours, 4.5 hours or something like that by train, probably a bit less by car. Straight down the ground, that is going to just be overhauled. Good work there. Oh, no, it's not. Sadly, I've got a hand down to it, but unfortunately, the momentum has taken it to the boundary line for a boundary. Well, that's a much-needed boundary. We haven't seen a hit down the ground for a boundary for a couple of overs now. We haven't seen a boundary for a couple of overs, so that's a bit of a welcome relief for Austria.
That's a good little partnership mounting up here. Priya Sabu's on 23, looking pretty good. Hope that's not a commentator's curse. At least you didn't say it.
I was going to say, if I said it, you know what's going to happen. Yeah, I'm going to keep stum on those sorts of things now. I'm not going to say anything like that. This partnership, though, is worth 30. And let's go along nicely. 30 in just less than 3 overs, so they're doing all right.
It's one of those things with the T20. I mean, it's still a very short format compared to well, I guess it's regular cricket now. It's That's the most dominant
Yeah.
form.
Hits that pretty hard. And there you go. Does that go down as commentator's curse,
Yep,
Danny?
I think it does.
There we go. It's 1-0 in the commentary bin as Sabu hits it straight down the throat of the fielder there in the infield at the mid-on position. Couldn't believe her luck. And Mumford has a breakthrough at the start of the 8th. That is a really good take, really good catch. Didn't think she was going to get to it in time. Have a look at this replay. And camera pan up, and
That's
nicely
a great
taken.
catch.
Isn't it?
Right down low there, very hard to because you kind of everything was going in a certain direction. She put her hands down, and normally because you got your hands pointing down, they often pop out. That was a really, really nice catch there.
Prabha Raghunath there with a ripper catch. I agree with you, Danny. That's not easy, and she had to move quite a way too. I wasn't sure she was going to get to it, but taking it down low like that early in the morning, she got the shades on as well, so she could follow the ball into her hands. Prabha, that's a very good catch, and that is a good breakthrough. Just as we mentioned that partnership was up to 30 runs, they've broken it 44 for 3 inside the 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. So
well done.
That's a big wicket. Another big wicket. Another big batter coming out in Joanne Stiglitz. She hit 49 not out yesterday. Had no real answers to her. And this was the partnership yesterday between Shia Reddy and also Joanne Stiglitz that got Austria out of a huge hole.
Yeah, true.
So they'll like to see the end of these two. And it's a very good bowler coming in from the top end in Yanira Blagg. So
yeah, that partnership between these two yesterday, 110-run partnership at a time when, six runs on the board, 4 wickets down. You're in a world of trouble.
Well, the pressure was on them definitely, and they. I know that Shreya got the player of the match because of her bowling as well.
Okay.
I would have awarded. I mean, if it was up to me, I would have awarded to Joanne Stiglitz mainly on her the fact that as a captain she stood up. And also just the field placements, the bowling changes, everything. It's something that's underrated when you're looking at a player of the match is the captaincy, and I think definitely. There's not much between them, but
agreed. Surya hits this one. She wants a single, but Joanne doesn't, and Surya comes a few steps out of her ground, just watching to see maybe if the fielder there in the covers was going to spill it. And a dot resulting from that.
She batted throughout the innings, Joanne, yesterday. And I don't know if you felt it a little bit. She, it's only 20 overs, but still, it's pretty intense when you're out there. It's short.
Wow, that's an interesting one. And that's the short one for the over. The umpires are just watching have a little bit of a conference there. The umpires.
I'm not sure if it was over the head. Let's have a look. And no, I think it was just about the shoulder. Good bouncer.
Well, luckily for the bowler, 3 is quite tall.
Yeah.
So that's gone shoulder height, I reckon. There you go. And keeper puts the 2 leg pads together and stops it getting through. So good short ball there. Just testing Shreya. Another short ball. This time it gets up on her, and she's a bit lucky there, but it has going to get past the infield and races way for it to get to the boundaries. That's a nice shot for 4.
Yeah, she did that quite a bit yesterday, hitting over the top. Very strong through that offside, and just got to free her arms. And nice shot there from Shreya. She's continuing with the good form she showed yesterday.
Yeah, that's good. I heard you and Vinny talking about her previous high score was 11 before yesterday, so she's added 47 to that, which is, that's it's quite an improvement. Fuller down leg side and wide indicated there. Pretty straightforward there. Umpire Joe Foster with the duties in currently at the standing position there. Square leg umpire is Wahid Rahman, doing a great job, those two.
Great tash.
As
great
you said,
tash from Wahid.
He does have a great tash. I'm glad you told me about that. He's got a fantastic tash going on.
And you see quite a bit of that in world sport now. I don't know what's going on with AFL and rugby league.
You're going to go with the haircuts?
The haircuts and the dodgy moustache, yeah.
The mullet and the sad
There's
mo.
so much of it.
Yeah.
And it translates onto the streets of Australia as well. The number of times you walk past. And look, even in Prague, you see someone with a dodgy moustache.
Yeah.
You think, Australian tourist. It's something about it. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's a fashion in Australia that's gone back to the 70s.
Well, you and I hang out at the Down Under,
Yeah.
and we see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Dodgy moustache and a few mullets.
Yeah.
Is it Clinton at the at the Down Under? Colton, sorry, not Clinton. He's someone else. Colton, yeah, he's been sporting a mullet and a mo for a while.
And he's not even Australian.
Yeah, no, he's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good mate of mine also, Owen.
Owen, yes,
Yeah.
of course, Owen.
Who he works for the Prague Lions, doing stuff. He does
I didn't know
drone.
that.
He's a drone operator and does sort of analysis and things like that. During the game, he does other stuff. Last year, during one of the trainings, which we'll come back to.
This is Blag with the ball. Up in the air, and it's going to get over the infield, and it's vacant out there at the backward point area. So another boundary there. A couple of boundaries there. So Yanira Blag, who we talked about earlier, it's good to see her back into the squad. They flew her back in. I think she had some studies that she was getting through, and she's now raced up to... Well, who's raced? I'll tell you who's raced up, and that's Priya. She is, Surya. Priya, get it right, Phil. 9 from 11 now with those couple of boundaries.
Yeah, looking handy. So Owen last year at one of the trainings was doing drone stuff and managed to fly the drone into his face.
No way.
Yeah, he didn't do too much damage, luckily. Could have been a bit of a disaster.
That could have been absolutely awful.
I don't think that was part of his job description. But he was okay.
I've never owned a drone. I've never.
No,
just one of those things which I've looked at and thought, should I get one?
Yeah, it's one of those things that I'd probably buy from Temu.
Yeah.
I mentioned them.
Don't mention Temu.
I love them. I think that's great. Some of the stuff I bought is completely pointless, but fun.
I bought all my my Halloween gear last year from Temu. Remember,
I'm doing that.
Remember, I did the Halloween quiz at the Down Under.
Yep.
I had the big black cloak. I had the mask and a few other bits and pieces. Also, the prizes I bought from Temu. So there was like the bottle opener, which was shaped like a claw, like a skeletal hand. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. I actually went and bought one of those for myself. That's now sitting proudly at home. Because I went through this phase where I was buying movie-themed stuff as prizes for my quizzes, and I had a Texas Chainsaw Massacre bottle opener. Yep. Only one I've ever found, and I gave it away as a prize. And I could never find it again. I was absolutely filthy about that.
The best prize I ever gave away at a quiz, this is called a White Again, Monty Python, of course. There was the character Biggest Dickus.
Yes.
I found a Biggest Dickus corkscrew. And it was fantastic. It was awesome. Absolute, but I gave it away.
Oh, no. Yeah, those moments where you think, this is going to be such a great prize, but then after you give it away, you think, I should have kept that for myself.
Yep, I need to find
That's
another
so
one.
good.
I'm sure they're around. Buying stuff on that the website, some of the stuff I've bought has been like, why did I get this? But it's fun, and it's stuff that I think, I've always wanted one of these. I'll fill you in a minute.
Okay. Sit down in towards the meat wicket. Shot, stump, saw, could have been trouble. I reckon there could have been trouble. Plenty of that had been a direct hit there.
It was a good effort.
It was good effort, that one.
But again, it's one of those things that you take on the fielder. If they hit, you're out. But otherwise, it's a single. And it was just a calculated risk there from Stiglitz.
Yeah, just took on the fielder and won. Oh, just pushed away there onto the leg side. A little bit uppish in the air, but there was really no power behind that one. So Helen Mumford, she's had a couple of wides in this over. Started with a leg by, and then she's had 3 wides in a row. But settling down now after picking up a wicket just earlier on. She's got 1 for 15 halfway through her over.
That was intelligent cricket there from Shreya. Just dabbed it to the leg side. There's no one close, so it was an easy single. With those boundaries, and with the reputation they gained yesterday, with hitting boundaries, the field is more relaxed. I think it could be close. So they've really spread the field out.
Yeah.
I don't know if they really necessarily should. So so I bought an electronic microscope. It's got a little camera in it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so you can put things underneath it, and it's got a screen. You can put a little SD card in as well, so you can record it. It's actually pretty good, and again, pretty cheap.
Full delivery. Another shot for how's that? The says no.
The microphones we use.
Microphones,
I use it, for quizzes. They're cordless microphones. Even one of them's died, but the other ones are working fine. You get 4 plus the module and everything, and pretty cheap. But a couple of really pointless things that I got.
Pointless. It's,
Well,
that's Temu.
It's not. It is pointless, but it's fun, and I've always wanted some. I bought some dowsing rods.
Some what?
Dowsing rods.
Dowsing rods.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're the ones that they're kind of L-shaped, and and they've got a little shaft, so you put them in your hands and they move.
Yeah.
And you go and locate water.
And have you tried them?
Sort of. Yeah, I will.
When you go for a walk with the dogs, you take them out and just
get them to
see
dig.
where it takes you?
Get them to dig. They might dig up some gold. I know they're used for various. Some people swear by them.
Yeah.
People think it's pseudoscience.
Yeah.
I just think it's fun.
It is a bit of fun, yeah. 9 overs gone, 60 for 3 on the board. 11 extras, just noting that too. And we're talking about dowsing rods here in the commentary bin. I've never actually used them myself. But I've always wanted to just get them, have a go and just try to figure out.
I'll bring them.
Is it a bit of, or is it actually something to it? I don't know. Surely there can't be something to it.
I mean, there are some people that make a living from them. That could be a no ball,
Yeah, there could be a no ball. But that is going to go for a boundary. That's definitely what it does do, though. And that is a nicely struck delivery. Gets it very high. Not sure they've indicated no ball there.
No, not
okay.
called.
So we'll have a look at the replay. Obviously, this one will not be overturned because we're not using technology, as Danny's already explained.
3 is pretty high. Remember, it's the waist. And
Ooh, I reckon that would have been called.
Yeah.
She hits it above the waist. That would have been called in a T10. Not here, though. Will not be overturned. But she gets 4 runs for it, though. Good strike.
Yeah, nice shot.
Reddy goes to 14 off 14. She's looking to continue her merry way from yesterday's innings. Shot down the ground. Although I'm worried about my commentator's curse because I've had a couple of absolute pearlers this year already.
Yeah, I have to apologise to
Bilal.
Yeah.
I have to apologise to Bilal.
Yeah.
Next time I see him, Bilal Zalmai for that. We're on Century Watch. Next ball out. Yeah, that was a shocker. Probably the gold star of commentary curses I've ever done.
That was a beauty.
And the chat and everybody lit up, and I get phone messages. Do it again. Terry O'Connor Ufus was in the chat saying, "Do it again, Phil. Just keep doing it. The checks will win if you keep doing that." Like, thanks very much, Terry.
Well,
thanks for believing in me. Oh dear. Ravi, one of our team, just walks past and gives us a smile and a thumbs up. Good to see him here. I haven't seen Ravi for a year. I worked with him in Coimbra in the night series in Portugal a year ago. It's the first time I've seen him since then.
Well, that's my first time working with Ravi. Good guy.
He's a good guy.
Oh, it's gone through the fielder.
No. Sydney Harbour Bridge situation there. There is backup. Fielder runs around. Oh, they're going to go on the arm. Risky.
It's close,
Given. Oh, boy, given. It was very risky. And Danny, you're right. It wasn't just close, was it? It was bingo.
I think she's impaled herself on the bat as well. She's not looking very healthy there.
Yeah, she's gone down pretty hard.
So I hope she's okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. I reckon that bat might have plugged. And I think she's fallen on her sword effectively as the drinks have been run out.
I hope she hasn't done any lasting damage. Very important player. It's Joanne Stiglitz.
Yeah, big time. I think just umpires I think she's okay. The umpires have sort of left her to collect herself.
She's finding it difficult to stand. I think she might. I don't know if it's an ankle or something. I'm not sure. It's hopefully going to be fine. But big wicket there for Gibraltar, and they break that partnership. She's being carried off.
She's being carried off. Oh, she's in a bit of trouble here. Let's hope she's okay. We'll find out what's exactly happened, but let's hope she's okay. She's heading straight over towards the umpires in the medical area. So we'll keep an eye on that. We hope that there's nothing lasting there, but she did go down pretty hard. It didn't look good. That's good. Obviously for Gibraltar, they're taking a bit of a drink. You can see there on the screens. It's getting quite warm out there this morning. But we're keeping a close eye on Joanne as she's been carried off the ground. And you're right, yesterday when she finished her innings yesterday, she looked absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
As an individual, as a sportswoman, she had to be helped off as well yesterday. I just wonder if maybe this is something maybe reoccurring from yesterday as well.
Possibly.
Because she's looking absolutely fatigued.
I think she might have. I'm not sure what it is. Well, we won't dwell on it. She's right in front of us here.
Yep.
So hopefully she's going to be okay.
Yeah, we'll get a report from the officials in a moment, and we'll let you know what's happened there. So 65 for 4. There's still 2 balls to come in this 10th over. The players are having a drinks break, a well-earned drinks break. Despite the fact that in the shade out there, there's a nice breeze at the ground. It's probably not even 20 degrees, maybe 20 now. When we first got in the taxi on the way here, it probably wasn't even 14 degrees. But in the sun, that sun's got a real kick to it. So out in the middle, the players are feeling it.
With that direct sun, yes, but there's a nice little breeze that you can't feel because you're heavily in the bin. I'm half in and half out of the bin.
Yeah, Danny's patrolling that doorway, making sure that no one's getting in here. I can tell you now, I'm just looking at my very trusty weather app. It's telling me that in Vinoj, where we are, it's 19 degrees.
Yeah.
But the feels like, it feels like
17?
No, 25.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So out there in the open, and it's going to get to 23. So expected in the centre there to feel a bit more like high 20s. And the temperature's been rising all week, and I think it's looking like it's going to rise all the way through to Sunday. So the second day of the ECIs, we're looking at temperatures in the 30s. It's going to be quite warm indeed, just in time for myself and Rico to take care of that.
I'm very surprised how cool it is in this bin.
It's really cool, right?
Yeah, it is. There must be. It's not just aluminium, because it is just aluminium. There must be insulation.
There's got to be something, yeah. Because how was it in the afternoon yesterday?
Fine. It was fantastic.
Must be some insulation then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
because I imagined it, because it is just an aluminium bin, that it would be pretty steamy.
It'd be stifling. You'd think it'd be absolutely awful in here.
Yeah.
But I'm feeling a light breeze coming through. We've got the window open, got the door open, and it's actually quite pleasant in here. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Well, good. So thank you to Czech Cricket, CMKS, who have invested here at the ground with these facilities.
Well, they blew their budget for years with tents that exploded.
Yeah. Yes.
They were good in theory until the wind picked up, and it does pick up here.
Yeah.
We saw that on day one, where we just had the apocalypse, and where it happened. It came and went in about 3 minutes, but it blew a tent over. It blew everything over, and a couple of the porta potties as well. Luckily, there was someone in one of them, but not in one of those two. There were 4 porta potties, and 2 of them went down.
I heard someone from 2 Circles was in the one that didn't fall down.
Yes.
And, I believe that would have shocked them to hear the 2 next to them falling to the ground. So maybe a bit of movement there.
Good news. Joanne Stiglitz is on her feet, and she's being assisted off the ground. Not sure exactly what the issue is. She's got 2 players with umbrellas.
Do you think maybe the heat's gotten to her or something?
No, I don't think so. I think she might have. It looks like she might be holding her ribs.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
She's not limping. So there's nothing wrong with the legs, but it's looking like it's something maybe.
It might be when the bat plugged that she sort of semi-impaled herself on it.
Yeah.
And that's painful.
Yeah.
Especially if it's ribs, because that.
Oh yeah. We continue. So this over still to be finished. Blag looking to finish with a couple more deliveries here. There's the first one of the 2. Just been blocked out there. Sriya Reddy still out there. Just been joined by Bardwaj. Seeing off the final ball now is Sriya Reddy of the 10th.
You ever cracked a rib?
I, touch wood, have never cracked a rib. I've never had that kind of internal injury. No. Have you?
Sort of. I got just a few little incidents, but so see Blags and more we won't, because she'll be a dead ball. We were doing karaoke one night, and I do hate karaoke. It was down under. Vinny was there, actually.
Yeah.
Kyle Gillum.
Kyle Gillum was there. Okay.
Yeah. And he likes giving bear hugs. So basically, he picked me up, and I'm not light.
Ooh, that's full, and that's been swatted out towards the boundary for 4 runs. Spanked, square. No ball indicated by the square leg umpire as well. We'll have that one more time.
She's very good at picking that full ball, as Sriya Reddy. And there's been quite a few already.
Yeah.
So very strong through the offside. Nice shot.
Well, because she stands tall as well, because she's a tall person. So if someone's going to bowl something short or full like that, she has got. I mean, if I try to play that, I'd be playing an uppercut because I'm short. But for her, it's actually right in a nice spot to just lay into that.
Yep.
So tell me about this bear hug.
So basically, he's picked me up from behind in a bear hug, lifted me up, and squeezed me. All right.
Yeah.
As you do.
Of course
and I could feel my ribs sort of. I don't think they broke, but they sort of popped.
Oh, did you actually feel something go?
Yeah, I felt it. And I was travelling to Australia a couple of weeks later, and so the flight wasn't real comfortable. I was still feeling it when I by the time I got back from Australia.
Wow.
It's uncomfortable, and you don't want to laugh.
Oh, there you go. Hits the timber. Well, we had a couple of false starts in the end of this over,
Phil.
losing her range.
No ball.
No, the previous was a no ball.
What?
The previous one was a no ball.
Isn't it a free hit? I'm sure it's free hit.
I'm sure it should be a free hit. Yeah, it should be. Should be.
So not out.
Well, I was getting into the cheering. I was trying to support the ladies.
It was a fantastic ball.
It was.
Let's have a look at it again.
As I say, she finally hit the stumps after all these fits and starts here in this over, but unfortunately it happens on a free hit.
So it did come in quite a bit.
There's a nice cheer. There was a nice cheer around the ground though. That was good to hear.
Yeah.
And yeah, they failed to notice that it was indeed a free hit. I was building up the finally she's hit the stumps comment there.
So that's what's happening in Hornchurch.
Hornchurch, yes. So it's Nish and the return of Charlie Hunt over there. Hello to you guys, doing a fantastic job. And it's going to be the finals day. So quarterfinals day, sorry. So quarterfinal 1, East London has taken on the Sharks Cricket Academy. Then the second quarterfinal, Old Brentwoods versus Raynham. Third quarterfinal, Mighty Tigers, CFS Pinnacle go head-to-head. And Hornchurch take on Gagan in the last match, last quarterfinal. That's quarterfinals day in Hornchurch. Stick with us here in Prague, but obviously keep that maybe on 2 screens if you got them, or maybe split your screen and keep an eye on that. And as I said, the return of Charlie Hunt and Nish taking care of business over there, and I think Tina's over there as well.
Yeah, Tina caught up with her brother apparently.
Cool.
But I'm not Charlie's going to be there today. I'm not sure who's going to be on.
He was there yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think it was a one-off.
Okay.
Guest spot. It was good to hear his voice.
He came off the interchange bench. Fair enough. Maybe he's back on the bench then, and Tina's back on. Yeah. Anyway, it was good to hear Charlie yesterday. That's for sure. Yep. So we're now over halfway now through the innings. 70 for 4 on the board. A couple of dots in Helen Mumford's over.
They did take their drinks break due to the injury to Stiglitz.
Yes.
So it's hit to the fielder. Bit of a knee stop.
She's worn that one on the leg, I reckon.
Commitment.
Oh, you know, I instantly put my hand down just below my knee area because I felt that. Watch this. Oh, just between the shin and the knee.
She's not rubbing it either. I think it's a brave effort.
She's
never going to catch it, I don't think.
Nah.
But really good effort just to get smashed in the shins.
She's got shin pads on, maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't know, but all I know is I'd still be on the ground. But then again, for me, I didn't have to travel too far to fall to the ground.
They're built from tough stuff, these women.
They are indeed. That's a full delivery. So Sriya, she's on 19 from 21 balls faced. Bardwaj hasn't really sort of got going yet. Only faced 3 deliveries for 1. And Austria 71 for 4. That run rate just under 7, 6.7. Looking to push that up to maybe towards 8s and 9s if they can.
Yeah, look, if they double the score, they'll be 140, and it's a good target. We saw it yesterday. They got up to about that after that bad start. They got up to around about that 140 mark.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what sort of Gibraltar women's team comes out to bat when it's their opportunity to do so later on, because they looked a little bit shaky yesterday, but that was down to just some really good fielding and some good field placements
and
by the skipper.
Good bowling as well.
Really good tight bowling. Was indeed.
Comes Mumford again.
It's that around the corner. That's going to go backward a square. Chase is on. Good slide there. Oh, just a slight fumble. Going to take a extra on the slide and the fumble. Good running. Sriya was onto that one pretty quick. Called through. Bardwaj said, yep, definitely a second there. So these two doing well.
Yeah, they're again, they need another little partnership after the dismissal of Stiglitz. But Reddy's doing well. Sriya, she's part of our blue crew as well. I worked with her in Jersey, last time, and which was a very interesting tour.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to work with Sriya in her first tournament in the night series in Portugal last year.
Yep.
Same, I was mentioning Ravi before. That was the first time I worked with Ravi as well. Actually, let me backtrack. It was my first ECN gig, so you know, so proper. So it was the first time for everybody. But yeah, Sriya came along, did a bit of work there, and funny enough, you guys talked about this yesterday. Anytime chance she got, she grabbed the ball straight to the nets.
Yep.
Constantly in the nets, and her bowling when she was in the nets. She's changed her style just a little bit to what I saw about a year ago.
Okay.
And watching her bowl those overs yesterday, I was really impressed.
Yeah.
The fluidity of her action and her line was really, really good.
Well, she's got good natural height and a very good action, and she's still quite young, so it's really good to see she's developing into a good opening bowler for Austria. But, I worked with her in Corfu, and saw her bowling in the nets there as well. You're right. Any opportunity, and she'll go a ball and start throwing it around.
Yeah. So she'll get her chance, maybe open the bowling again. She's had a good run against the Czechs. Obviously, this is against Gibraltar, but she had a really good tournament last year against the Czechs. Took a bundle of wickets. I think just after we'd worked together in Portugal, I was watching some of the Czech. I think it was ECIs going on down there in Vienna.
Yep.
And she absolutely demolished. Sorry, it wasn't ECIs. No, it was actually T20Is. It was a series of 3 T20Is.
Yep.
And really on form.
Well, the Czechs were pretty impressive yesterday. This is new bowler.
Raghunath gets a chance to roll the arm over after taking a very good catch a few overs ago in the outfield.
Well, first ball's been called a no ball off the pitch.
There you go, another one off the pitch. So rewarded for maybe the catch she took, but she needs to get it nice and tight.
Free hit, Phil.
I'm aware.
Coming around the wicket.
I'm aware of that. Here we go. Yeah, changing her approach here. Let's have a look. Tosses it up. Well, hits the body. Not afraid to toss that with a bit of extra flight there, and yeah, okay, there you go. Dot ball into the body.
What it does, it means that the batters have to put the pace on the ball. It's quite difficult. I know a lot of players that pull the pin and throw the grenade that get a bunch of wickets.
She plays a wide one. Tries to affect a run out. They're going to go.
Good awareness.
That's clever from Bhardwaj. Called through Shreya. Shreya wanted the run, but then sort of was looking at the ball, looking at her batter. But yeah, Bhardwaj very quickly said, yeah, let's go. Very, very good. Look at that. Immediately turned around and said, yep, we're on here. Yep. That was good. Not so good for the ball. Interesting what Raghunath's doing there, keeping the ball behind her back as she's coming in. The old, I'm not going to show you where I'm holding the seam sort of trick.
Yeah.
Which is good. Nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong with that, though, as that is going to be off the pitch. It's another no ball.
Yep. Another free hit. Yeah. So, again, it's been a really nice little innings here from Shreya.
See what she can do with the free hit. Watch it go past. Well left, because that is continuation. What's another no ball? So the extras are starting to add up a bit now. We've, what have we ticked up to now? Is that 14, 15 extras? 9 wides, and now the no balls are ticking up here.
Lauren Pias, who's a good bowler, to come in. Nikki Caruana. We haven't seen Nikki bowl yet, have we?
That's true. I don't think we have, no.
That's surprising.
Oh, it's been pulled away nicely. That's going to go for 4. And, oh, no, it's not. Just, I was blindsided there. I couldn't see the fielder running in there. But she does indeed run in and saves a certain boundary. That's good work.
It's part of the disadvantage of the bin was that we can't see.
Amy Valvada Benatar, who's patrolling the boundary out there.
Hold on. I'm going to go nearer the door. Then I can't see. Oh, I've got it. I can't see the monitor, but that's okay. I'm seeing it live.
Now, Danny, don't you fall out of the bin. Danny's right in the doorway. And so if you shuffle that chair any further forward, you may fall out of the bin.
I know that Rico prefers this spot. He'll be walking around as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And I reckon during the ECS, there's going to be a couple that will come into the bin, and he'll have to duck for cover.
Oh, nice delivery, that one.
We are a fair way away from the boundary, though, to be fair.
It is a long way, isn't it? Yeah. But then again, I mean, strikes during the ECS could easily end up here.
Oh,
Not a problem at all.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we had one that hit a while ago. Just they were practicing. It hit the outside and it makes a noise.
Oh, yeah, I bet it does. Yep, leather on metal. That is a wide delivery. So this over is this is definitely the 12-inch extended version of the over coming up here. This is over number 12. It's gone for 6 runs. We've had no ball dot 1, no ball 2 dot dot, and that's a wide. So it's racking up. We've been here for quite a while. This isn't deja vu. This is still trying to complete this over. There we go, just tucked away for a dot ball, and that should complete the over. And it does. Generous round of applause there for the over finishing there. All up there, 7 from the over. There was 3 no balls and 1 wide. Took a little while to get through it, but we got through it eventually. And Danny's sitting in the doorway about to fall out. And if we can get a shot of him falling out, that'd be amazing. Please don't fall out of the cabin, Danny.
My feet are sticking out. It's quite fresh. It's nice. I can see the entire field, which is also very nice. And it is a beautiful sight here in Viennoge. Lovely day. There's the Zamek in the background, which is now a 4-star. Have you been down to the Zamek?
I haven't been to the Zamek yet. No, that's a smack on the hand for me. I need to visit that place.
It's now a 4-star hotel.
Is it?
It used to be just a restaurant, I think, and some sort of conference centre. But I think it's a conference centre / hotel 4-star. But there is a as you do with everywhere in the Czech Republic, there's a pub. There's a chapel. You walk in and there's a little square in the middle with some trees you can sit under on the grass, and there's a pub.
Is there a pub behind it? Like you go for a walk behind, not too far.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it is the
Okay.
Czech Republic, so likely.
Any walking track, you'll come across an establishment that will serve you a pivo.
It's amazing. You climb mountains here. You go to the tallest mountain, Sněžka, in the Czech Republic, and there are pubs.
Yep.
I went to, I think it's Lisa Hora in Beskide, which is the highest mountain in Beskide.
Yeah.
There's 3 pubs. So there's probably more than one pub at Sněžka. This is a chance for a run out, and almost took the batter's head off.
Very close to hitting the helmet there. It's another reason why they wear helmets here. Have a look at this, where the ball comes in and the batter comes into view. That is not missed by quite a lot at all. So that's Bardwaj survives. Reddy's on 23 from 29, equal high scorer in this innings.
It was Lizzie Ferrari with the throw. So this has been tucked around the corner. Sally's after it, picks it up, and she's not on my bowling team anymore.
Oh no!
It was Lizzie Ferrari, who's super competitive, who threw that one, the one before.
Yeah.
Good scramble there for a single.
Those 3 Reddy's now top scorer in this innings, just passing. It was Priya Sabu who got 23 from 22. Sri has now got 24 from 30, and just putting a bit of stability into the innings here. 82 for 4 it is, and we're halfway through the 13th. That run rate's still under 7. It's currently at 6.6. But as we were saying, Danny, they get into the 130s, 140s. They would be pretty happy with that, I would say.
Yeah,
Still got to get there.
It just depends on. I mean, this is a pretty good partnership between these two. This is in the air.
Ooh.
Just short of the fielder.
No man's land, wasn't it? A bit of luck there. Could have easily gone hand, but it was probably luckily she hit it straight, because it's landed just slightly towards our leg. And a couple of fielders converge on that one.
It's been a good performance so far from Gibraltar. Not quite as dynamic as the first 2 overs yesterday, but there's not really been that huge partnership. There's, again, it was Stiglitz and also Shreya who started off with a bit of a partnership. It was like Priya Babu, but they never really went on with it. Not like yesterday, where there was a 100-run partnership.
Should be Mumford's still got a couple to come. No, this is the last ball of her over, sorry. Last ball of her spell.
Nice.
Good delivery.
Nice take by Sally as well.
It was a good take indeed. So Helen Mumford, she finishes with 1 for 22 from her 4 overs, picked up a very vital wicket, and she has done a good job for her team there. She got the wicket of Priya Sabu, caught by Prahab Raghunath, which was that very good catch. So where was that? That was at mid-off. Sorry, mid-on. Mid-on, sorry. So good return from Mumford there, but that's her done and dusted. Austrian women, they are 84 for 4 after 13.
And not surprising, even though it was only 7. Oh, no, actually, it is Raghunath will continue. It was only 7 off the over. And but it was a bit loose with no balls and wides.
Yep.
Let's see if she can correct that a little bit.
Yeah, she actually bowled, let me just add that up, she actually bowled 10 deliveries because of the 3 no balls and the 2 wides. So it was a bit of a lengthy 12th over that one.
Still, 7 off the over is about the run rate. So it wasn't, in hindsight, it's not a terrible over, even though it was a bit scrappy.
We've got Lorraine Blagg in the chat saying, well done, Yanira, especially considering you arrived late after travelling this morning. 100% agree with that. That is a good shout out.
She's improved a lot as well as Yanira. I know Vinny mentioned a while ago. This has been hit nicely. Just, got through the fielder.
No.
They'll look for two. They'll probably get it comfortably. They will. I mean, I'm going on last year because Yanira, he said that he'd first seen her, I think, in Gibraltar as a real young. She's still very young. And the improvement he saw in that 1 year, or even less, was quite remarkable. And seeing her today, she's put on a bit of pace as well. So I'm very impressed with Yanira Blagg's bowling and her progression as well.
Yeah. Raghunath continues. It's clipped up. Keeper lost sight of that, thought it went straight up in the air. It didn't. It actually went towards fine leg. Chases on. He'll get it back for a couple. So it's good scoring here. It's a couple of twos at the start of the over. So it's good running here from these two.
Yeah, look, any run they can get. They've tightened the field up again. As I mentioned before, I thought it was a little bit loose. Not loose, but just a bit spread. And I think they've tightened it up a little bit. They do have that fielder at short mid-wicket. There's only one cover, but there is plenty of coverage on the boundary. There's a cover fielder's coming in a bit shorter as well. Here comes a bowler.
Oh, wow, that's an interesting shot. Tries to sort of bash it around a little bit backward of square. Ends up getting it incredibly fine. So fine, it goes behind.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from Sally Barton's gloves either. She stretched up and it just looped about a couple of centimetres above.
That could have almost stuck, you know. Look at this. That really wasn't that far away. That could have accidentally just gone straight into the keeper's glove there. So Bardwash riding a luck there. Gets ready on the strike. And she's hit that nicely down to the ground. It's going to run pretty fast. The race is on. Oh, a bit of footwork down there at the backward square leg stops that from getting to the boundary. They get a couple, though, for their efforts.
Yeah, good effort. It's pretty quick down there.
It is very quick down there.
But, no, what I like about Raghunath's bowling, she gives it plenty of flight. She's just not quite getting her direction right, but if she can do her length isn't too bad. It's just the direction, I think, a little bit wayward at the moment. She can get that right. She's going to be a difficult one to get away. Just like that.
That's a good delivery. That's exactly what you said, Danny. Exactly right. She's gone for 7, but that dot ball, that was a good one. That was right where it needed to be in that sort of like 4th, 5th wicket channel, just outside of off. And Sriya couldn't make contact with that one, and it was a good length. So last ball the over coming up. No wides and no balls yet. Hit uppishly, and that's going to be a lovely strike straight towards the comms bin. And that is a couple of bounces and dribbles across the line. And the Austrian staff have to field that one and throw it back to the field and throw it back. Nice shot for 4.
Yeah, very nice shot. And just lifted it over the top, as he said. So,
scores up to 95 for 4 after 14. 6 overs to come. So maybe not 140 on the cards, but these two would have to really get tucked into the bowling in the next few overs to achieve that.
Expected score 140 on the dot, Phil. That's a supercomputer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with the computers these days. That's why one of mine drank a cup of coffee in Portugal and never came back.
Okay.
So, yep, we'll see. So 95 for 4 after 14. Let's see how we go here.
Seeing Joan Stiglitz just walking back to the dugout pretty gingerly, but she's up and about, which is good to see.
That is good to see.
Gave her the little nod after she was okay.
Good.
So that's really good.
Excellent. Yeah, she's walking very slowly, but yeah, I saw that she sort of gave you a little sort of nod. So yeah, good on you for just giving a shout out to her, make sure she's all good there.
I do have another game this afternoon against the Czechs. It'll be a big loss if she didn't play. I mean, not only with the batting, but also just a captaincy and a general demeanour around the team.
Yeah.
She's a very settling influence of this on this Austrian side.
She's been exceptionally good leader of this team. Really, really good. Pius comes on to bowl. Lauren, interesting, saving her for the last few overs, assuming that she'll probably, well, depending how she goes here, she might even bowl herself out all the way to the end of the innings. It's a good delivery, that one. Good, really good length delivery. Just that sort of delivery that makes you as a batter sort of think a couple of times before you play that shot. And Bardwaj not good enough to get bat on ball.
Yeah, it's a really good piece of bowling. We still haven't seen Nikki Caruana, have we?
In the bowling?
Yeah, I don't remember her bowling.
I don't think we've seen a bowl yet, no. We have not.
Bit of a shout there. Umpire is already on his way to Albuquerque.
He's turned tail in his run. He's gone, hang on a minute, I need to go over here and see something. But no, turn down there. Yeah, so a few overs left, though, for Yanira. She's got a couple of overs. Raghunath's got a couple of overs as well. Bringing on Lauren Pius to bowl now. Yeah, bowling the 15th is interesting. So she might bowl 15th, 17th and 19th overs.
I'd say so, yeah.
And then it'd be interesting to see who they get to bowl. Obviously, Ferrari's still got one, and Amy Valvarda's got one as well.
It's a little bit short. Chance for a run out. Whoa, again, would have been out if it hit.
Yeah,
I thought she was going to the keeper's end, but then turned around and launched it towards the bowler.
She would have been absolutely cooked. Watch this one again. Yeah, she's looking at the keeper, and then she turns and fires. The lucky part of having the dark glasses on is she can make the batters wonder where she's going to. She was gone by. She wasn't even shot on that sidearm replay. Goes leg side, connects with that one with a bit of power. Good work though there on the field though. Fielder there, placed there on that 45. That's who is that? That's Helen Mumford out there, who's done well to get down to stop there getting past. Gets past her, it's going to go all the way for 4. Good work.
I'd say keep up the positivity in the chat. It's fantastic. So mention about Sally Barton, that she really deserves praise. She does. She's the oldest international cricketer in the world.
Yep.
And also Pius is bowling well. So that's thank you for you guys.
Yep. Appreciate that
in the
comment.
chat.
Agreed. Yeah, it's really good to see that. And I remember, was it last year? I think there was I can't remember who it was, and I apologise to the Croatian women's team for this, but there was a lady who played in Croatia, and I think she was 50s or even early 60s, and yeah, that was amazing, and she was good, really, really competitive player. It might have been. That's ringing bells now.
I think so.
Apology to the Croatian team. I'll apologise in person when you're here on the weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him again. And the word is that their superstar Ellen Vukovic is going to be here as well. And she's a very, very good player. Yep. So that's it'll be good to see her and the Croatians. Of course, Gibraltar will hang around.
They will.
And also the Czechs. Czech women with a couple of ins. I know Farah Baba is listed to play. Also, Desi is the spiritual leader of the Czech women's team, who's the manager.
That's right.
Is listed. It's called Wide. And if she survives her scan today, apparently Terka Kotsunova also will. I'm sure she'll be in the chat this afternoon. She'll be cheering on the Czechs and also her sister Shaka, and we'll find out how she's doing and whether she's available for the weekend. But
do we know what actually happened to Turkey?
No
Do you know
idea.
I heard, yeah, I saw her in the chat the other day talking about how she had a scan or something like that, but never sort of got the information about what actually injury she had. So
we'll find out either from her sister. Actually, I don't think Shaka knew.
No, because I think Shaka even I think she was one. If she said, "Oh, she's had a scan," and we'll see what happens or something like that. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Last ball of the 15th. That's hit up in the air. It's going to land safe. A couple of bounces, and the boundary rider square. The wicket comes around. They're going to take one on the arm, and they get home safe for a couple.
Pretty good throw from the boundary there. That was Rosie Riley.
She really launched it on quite well. So Lauren Pius, she goes for, 6 runs off the over. A couple of wides before those two. So that's not a bad return for her. Coming in to bowl her first. Yep. That is the end of the over.
It's Helen Lecco.
Helen Lecco.
Yep, Helen Lecco.
Thank you. Yes. Hey, up and coming events. You've got England Hornchurch quarterfinals day today. And obviously here in Czechia, we are in day 2 of the women's T20I. Day 3, of course, tomorrow, the final day of the T20I Central Europe Cup. And it looks like, is there another player coming off, being helped?
I think maybe.
Okay. Just, yeah, it looks like another player sort of just been helped off here. It's one of the Gibraltar ladies now, sort of just being helped off. Looks like she may have done something this time to her leg. She's looking a bit, looking like she's walking a bit gingerly.
I think it's a hip.
Yeah, she's got a hand on her hip. She's not looking comfortable at all. Anyway, upcoming events. We'll come back to that in a second. Just finish that while the graphics up. So Finland, Bulgaria, Belgium in the second weekend of July, and Germany, Krefeld the Saturday following. So plenty of cricket here as the summer of the European Cricket Network starts to really unfold. And I hope you're going to be with us for all of that in the chat wherever you're watching from around the world. It's wonderful to have your company.
Yeah, we'll find out who that is. But there's a 12th on there now. And I think it might be Lauren Shepherd.
I think it is Lauren. Yep. Oh dear. Yeah, she was. Looks like she was Yeah, it looks like it was a hip. She was definitely walking gingerly, favouring sort of her left side. It looks like she's done something on her right side there. But yeah, Danny's right. 12 is on. Looks like it's Ariana Gianni is on.
Mm-hmm. They do have. Well, they've got an extra player came in with Yanira. There's also Megan Mumford, who we saw yesterday, who's I could see before that she was just around.
Well,
so they've got a few extra players here.
Well, Danny, if you speak her name 3 times, she will appear. It is going to indeed be Karuna. It's going to come to roll. Nikki's on.
Oh,
tosses that one up. And unfortunately for Sriya, she can't get her footwork moving and get to the pitch of that one, and it's just a dot.
Yeah, good bowler. There's Nikki Caruana. Good athlete all up. And very, very handy for this Gibraltar side. So lots of characters. That's part of the fun of European cricket, but also just away from the fielder. It's picked up on the boundary. Good arm there.
Yeah, that was a lot closer to the fielder there at mid-wicket than originally thought. Watching the replay, that is just coming to a shot now. Yeah, probably about a metre and a half away, but it was nicely struck. And Sriya gets off strike. Bhardwaj continues. She's on 12 from 17.
It's part of the fun, I think, of European cricket. As this has just got through the field, good effort, just to block it off, and it's just a single in the end. It's just the characters you meet.
Yeah.
In the men's and women's games. With the women, it's because it's still fairly new as a sport in Europe. Compared to the men's game.
Yeah.
There are just a lot of up-and-coming talent. There's a mixture of ages, and it's just a delight to see. And you can see the improvement year by year.
Yep.
We've seen how Gibraltar have improved, also with Austria, the Czechs as well. But it's just pleasant to see, and it's all played in the right spirit with the women's game.
Yep.
The men get pretty competitive, and they've been around for a while as well on the network. It's only been a couple of years since we've been covering women's cricket.
Yeah.
But it's just a pleasure to see, and especially they're competitive, they're international cricketers, but at the same time it's just played in a very good spirit.
Yeah, it's interesting the difference between watching the men's and the women's is, and I was trying to put my finger on it yesterday while I was watching the conversation, the chat about exactly that. Oh, that's been swatted very nicely. It goes down to the fastest part of the ground, chases on, and the ball will win that race. That's another shot there from Bhardwaj. Gets everything behind that one and pushes that one nicely down backward of square. 108 for 4 is on the board after 16.
Yeah, just Richard Cunningham talking about characters. So Sally Barton still plays in the Women's Domestic League. And she's a machine.
A machine. That's a great way to describe somewhere. Thank you for that, Richie. Yeah, watching the women play I keep thinking, it becomes infectious when you watch them celebrating every little win, whether it be a wicket or a 4 or a 50 or a milestone achievement, things like that. And it's a genuine enjoyment that they see. Is it because they're maybe a bit more fresher to the game than maybe the men, who almost expect to get that every game? But for the women, it's a joy. It's something to celebrate, really properly celebrate. And they really get behind each other as well.
I think they don't take anything for granted. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is.
you know, it's definitely something which is it's in its infancy, really. It's been, well, I know the Czechs have only been around for 2 years as far as the team goes, and I'll use them as an example.
Sure.
And that they've, I mean, you saw it last year. They were competitive against Spain when it wasn't. It was the T10 games, and we had Fawa Baba, who we'll see at the weekend, and the team sort of clumped around her, and her performances really helped the side play, and took Spain to a golden ball, which is something.
Yeah.
She's eligible for the national team and playing T20Is at the end of the year, which would be great.
That's right.
And again, it's just a focus, a bit like with Croatia with Erin. You'll see her at the weekend,
Yep.
and how. I mean, I think you might have seen her last year.
Yeah,
maybe
I
a
remember
little
last year. Yep.
And how much that. It's not that they rely on her; it's just that they feed off her energy and her quality.
Yeah.
So, and it's you can just see the improvement throughout. You get maybe a star player or two, but it's the rest of the players that really just come up and raise their game and improve and want to improve. But it's noticeable because of it started at. It didn't start at zero, but it started at somewhere which is not quite as well as established as the men's game.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. So we start the 17th over with a nice clip around the corner there. So Shreya happy to turn the strike over, just getting in singles at the moment. She goes to 34 from 40, and maybe Bardwaj is setting herself up here to try to accelerate here. That expected score, just 138, but that 138, 140, it's been about there for the last like 5 or 6 overs. So it's a good constant scoring here.
Yeah, but it's been pretty disciplined from Gibraltar as well.
Yep, totally agree. Just a... There's going to be a dot there, agonising over that one, just dot ball down the ground. Yeah, it'd be interesting where the score ends up. I think what's a score that Gibraltar might feel comfortable chasing? At the moment, 109 for 4, still, just less than 4 overs to come. They'd be looking to try to lock this in around about 130, 135 maybe?
They would. They struggled yesterday, though.
They did indeed, didn't they?
That's close. It's
That's
gone.
Given. Indeed. So that is a big breakthrough there. And Bardwaj, who looks like maybe she was winding up there to try to get after Lauren. She's come undone here, and that's a great delivery. Have a look at this one again in the replay. You can see exactly how she's come undone here from obviously the reverse and from our scaffolding shot here. Well, that's going to go crashing into the stumps. And that's hit pretty full, down low. Umpire was convinced there was nothing else on that apart from pad. So it is going to be Shital. Bardwaj goes for a good 17 from 22. Took a little while to settle down, but she's been picking up sort of twos in in her last couple of deliveries faced. So looking to accelerate, but she's come undone there with just a ball that was going to go on to smash into the stumps.
Another good batter coming in Malika Mahadewa. And I think probably the last of the recognised batters for Austria.
Yep.
And I think it's because of Shreya Reddy's form that she's been pumped up the order a little bit, that they can bat a little bit deeper, which has really strengthened Austria. Here comes Payas.
Hits this one hard.
Oh, right in the face.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Hope she's okay. Yep, just waves it off.
That's they're made of tough stuff here. I tell you what. Well, she's giving her forearm a bit of a rub. Did she cop that maybe?
Oh, that's right in the mush, I reckon.
That's hit her in the mush. But fun enough, she nodded and just rubbed her forearms. So to say that hurt the forearm more. That's been clipped nicely. There is a boundary rider out there, so just going to be the one. Or they're not going to chance one on the throw there. Shreya was backing up probably a little bit too far. Never going to be 2 there for that one.
She's she's fine, no problem, no claret, which is good.
Even better.
Yeah, she's still holding her forearm though.
Yeah, well, because it bounced, hit the forearm, and ricocheted up to the face, so
Yeah.
she's taken the brunt of it in the forearm. That's hit nicely out there, but again, it's going to be the boundary rider on the leg side, deep mid wicket, comes in off the rope, and fires in a good throw, keeps it just down to 1. Good work again.
You knew what would happen if it was a men's game. He would have gone down.
Oh, yeah.
And then the magic spray would have come out.
We still wouldn't have restarted.
No.
No, exactly.
No.
The men aren't made of tougher stuff. That's what I've got to say about that. Yeah, no, you're right. There would have been all sorts of trouble. Yep, it is Lord Nelson, 111 for 5 after 17.
You going to be on 1 foot, Phil?
I used to think the Lord Nelson, and I think a lot of people think this too, it's the whole one leg, one eye, and one arm, but it had nothing to do with the eye, was it? It was the, oh no, nothing to do with the leg. It was, he lost an eye and a leg, but it wasn't, what was it? I'm trying to remember what it is now. No.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sure someone out there will let us know.
Yeah, no.
With Nelson.
Yeah, the myth of the 1-1-1 swings of that one can't connect. Yeah, the myth is that it's about, the court Lord Nelson is saying that, well, Lord Nelson, he lost an eye, a leg, and an arm, but he didn't lose an eye, a leg, and an arm. He lost, I think it was just the arm and the eye. He didn't lose a leg.
One thing he didn't lose, Phil, was the Battle of Trafalgar.
That's exactly right. So I think what they say is the one is about the ambition or something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, these naval battles going back. The only one I know is Captain Horatio Hornblower.
That's a great name.
It was fictional. Still better than everyone else. 113 the score goes up to as Shree hits a lovely shot out towards the extra cover boundary and gets a couple there, gets a deuce. So she's looking to power on here.
As captains go, is he better than Oars? Is in the air, just over the fielder.
Fielder's run in and just completely misjudged that. It was given so much air from Caruana. She's put that so high up in the air, it went completely out of shot, I think. Goes off there. From this angle, the ball goes completely outside of the camera view. But Sri has picked that one up and just clipped over the top of the fielder who was running in.
Yeah, just misjudged it slightly the fielder. Just kept on going over her head. And, as captain goes, how does the captain and Tennille rate?
I'm not sure how many naval battles the captain and Tennille might have gone after, but they were quite a popular duo in the mid to late 70s, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. I do know someone called, you know Tennille as well, I think.
I know Tennille, yep.
Yeah. She runs quizzes in Prague.
She does indeed. This is hit up in the air and... Oh, now I'm sure that the plead from the fielder will be sun in the eyes and things like that, but unfortunately for Rosie Riley, she has put down a bit of a sitter.
She is wearing shades as well, Rosie.
She has got the shades on. That's what she's getting on the replay.
Never really set.
Yeah, got the shades on, staring straight up at that big shining orb in the sky that appears every day, usually every day, and puts that one down. 115 for 5. Last ball of the 18th. Connected nicely, although one bounce, and Banjarita picks that one up. That's Yenira Blagg who fields that one. She threatens to shy the stumps. And one run off that last ball, the over, 116 for 5. And that is after adding 2 overs to come. That expected score just ticking down ever so slightly, just with the loss of the wicket in that previous over. And just singles and twos coming off the bat now.
Look, it's really ready. She's got 2 overs to get that 50. We haven't seen a 50 yet in this tournament. We saw a couple of close ones though yesterday.
The 49 yesterday and a 47.
Joanne, who's just she's around, and I'll have a bit of a chat. Oh, she's walking away.
I was going to say that would be a great opportunity. They're sort of buzzing. The Austrian players are sort of buzzing around in front of the bin here. Just be a good chance for Danny to pop out and see firsthand what injury she's done and how she's feeling. So Danny's just going to put the headphones down and gone out and have a bit of a chat, a bit of an interview there with Joanne Stiglitz. Find out how she's doing in a second. That's clubbed down the ground nicely. So Sri trying to get the runs going on here. It's in the 19th over now. There's still 11 regulation deliveries to come. It's 117 on the board. That expected score of 133 is still there. So yeah, still a bit to do. And we see the next ball. Picks it up on the 4, hits that really hard. The chase is on. I don't think anyone's going to get that except for the boundary rider. That's a nice strike from Mahadoewa, and that is going to go for 4.
Just had a chat to Joanne, and she's fine. So when she fell, she sort of landed awkwardly on her shoulder and her hip.
Okay.
And she said that there's no damage, no real damage. You know, shoulder maybe a little bit hurt, but she said a lot of it was emotional as well.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So I think it shows you what kind of person she is. I think. Oh, fancy foot fielding.
Oh, now that is fancy.
That's a run out.
Oh, she'd affected the run out. That would have been incredible. That was the definition of fancy footwork there. Watch the foot here. Watch what she does. There you go. A little bit of the old back heel. A back heel back towards play. That's clever.
If you're going to field with your feet, make it look like that.
Yeah, exactly. Don't stand on the ball and try and roll an ankle. That was clever. Mahadewa just struggling to find bat on ball. She's got 7 from 4. Sorry, 7 from 5 now. So she's trying to accelerate. There's still a few balls left in this over. And 123 for 5 on the board. Austria have put a good score together here. Albeit, not too sure it's going to be enough. But we'll see. We'll see shortly in the run chase. Hit the wickets. Stumps Akimbo. And Ferrari picks up her first wicket. And Ferrari just saying, yep, all right. Yep, thanks everybody. Let's get on with it. We still got to finish this off. No, wicketkeeper wants to have a high five at the side of the field. She was trying to shoo them away. Like, come on, let's finish the game. Let's finish the innings. And they couldn't resist.
Akimbo?
Stumps Akimbo. I mean, stumps everywhere. You not heard of that one?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, that is something popular in the chat for many years.
Really?
We always say, yep, stumps. Chris Smith loves the Stumps Akimbo. He was one of the first ones I heard him say. I don't know where it comes from. I'll have to Google it.
Yeah, please do.
Maybe it sounds like almost like a Japanese word, doesn't it?
Or, to me, it sounds more sort of Zulu. It sounds South African. Akimbo. Yeah, maybe I might be completely wrong, but that's probably more a cricket reference than Japanese.
Well, there's an Akimbo club. Oh.
I remember Kimbo Slice.
Okay. It's interesting because...
It doesn't appear anywhere. You made it up.
No. I've actually got a really interesting definition here of akimbo. Adjective or adverb. 1, having the hand on the hip and the elbow turned outward. Or 2, set in a bent position.
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Stumps askew.
I like it. Askew is good. Askew. And that is going to finish the 19th over. 124 for 6 after 19. Last over coming up. Sriya Reddy. She's on 41 from 48. And Ganasant has just recently joined after that wicket that fell.
Thanks, Wayne. Another person who can't spell my name.
Oh, I shudder to ask what's he said. Wayne's been writing that for a few weeks now.
Yeah,
he's a cheeky individual, is Wayne, tuning in from Mackay. Good to see you there, Wayne.
You spelled your name wrong as well. I thought it was G.
Who's Gowers? It's not. It's G, pronounced G. Just G. I just find G easy. I tell you what, you're trying to say my surname here in the Czech Republic to people to Czechs for whatever, and they just stare back at you. It's the same way like if a Czech with like a difficult surname would be in Western Europe, in an English-speaking country. Or do you get that if like back in Australia or in England? Or
no
something
one
like
spells
that?
my name right here.
But
if there's a Huda Czech in Australia, I'm related.
No, but what I'm saying though is in another country, say an English-speaking country like the UK or Australia, like did they struggle with Huda Czech? Did they struggle with that?
Yeah.
If you said it and they just go, huh?
Yeah.
And you go, all right.
To a point. Here though.
Yeah.
I just say Huda Czech.
But they'd be fine here.
And they straight away. There's no problem. So it's fantastic.
So I'm saying I get the reverse because I've got Gowers.
Yeah. I know.
So here.
Govers.
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 And as soon as I say W, they just they give me a pen and a piece of paper.
W is V.
V. Yeah. Exactly.
Whereas, I don't know what V. I don't know. It's weird.
It's just two things clashing and
But that's again that's probably the reason I stayed is that people can actually know what my name is here. There was a mayor of Prague called Huda Czech.
Oh, really?
Oh, bit of a mix-up there. No, they got away with it. The throw there from Lizzie Ferrari was a bit askew.
It was slightly askew.
Well, they went back for the second, and it was Sriya that just took off without looking at a batting partner.
Sriya's just she's run backwards halfway down the pitch to go for that second run.
I think she wants a 50.
I think she's eyeing it off. She's got 4 balls to get 7 runs to pick up a 50, and it'd be a well-deserved 50 as well. I wonder if she's told her batting partner that's what she's after. Just to bring her up to speed on what the battle plan is. Let's have a look. It's straight. It's hit down the ground. They're just going to get one here. No chance for a second. I say no chance. Sriya was keen. She did the backing back yet again. Now she's thinking, going to be stuck now on 44.
Yeah, she will be.
Yeah.
Maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, going back to that, it's interesting seeing your own name.
Yeah.
Because in Australia, no, you don't. And
Yeah.
in other countries, you don't. So seeing my name, there's a famous violin player, Václav Hudacek, who is well known here.
That's wide delivery. They're going to go for a +1. Just the +1. So good work. Sriya very aware for there. She knew what was on, and she said, yep, come on, come through. So that's good running.
3 balls left.
3 balls left. She's on 44. The score is 129. 6 wickets down.
We'd like to see 50, and she's batted well throughout these the 2 days as Sriya. Really deserves a 50.
Yeah, I agree. Let's have a look. How does she do here? Struck down the ground as well. It's pretty well struck.
Well, look
She
at
gonna
2.
she turns immediately, goes for 2.
Trouble. Oh, gone.
Yep, gone for all money. Yep, Sriya turned and went, and I think, Ganasan looked a little bit slow out of the blocks, turning. I'm sure, like I said, just before the ball was bowled, I thought, well, she's got the memo that Sriya's going to look for 2. Look at this. Hits it nicely, hits it hard, but it's good fielding there. Gets down and takes the pace off. And then it's the backup fielder who comes in and picks that one up and fires in a quick one. Elizabeth Ferrari there with a good throw of the stumps, and the run out affected.
Yeah, I think she didn't realise how much time she actually had. She's on my bowling team, though. She hit the stumps there. Dave's going to call us Hugo.
Well, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
I come first.
the
Go Who.
Well,
Go Who doesn't sound quite as...
Go Who doesn't sound classy at all.
Hugo.
No, I'm fine with that one. Thanks for that, Dave.
It's the team.
How's Dave's ranking going in the
Number 1.
chat? Is he number 1?
Number 1.
I'm not surprised.
I can't even see who number 2 or 3 are.
Daylight
Between
Dave
Dave and
everyone else. Yeah, Dave does that sometimes in the chat. See, it's just Dave, nothing but Dave. Hit in the air, uppishly. Going to look for 2 here. Could even, well, the 2's going to be quite comfortable in the end. Not going to take one on the arm.
Paul in the chat, how can people represent their country at this standard? It's because Europe and people in Europe don't really know what cricket is, and it's an emerging sport. And there are people out here, players out here, representing their country very proudly. That's basically how it is. And it's if you look at, I don't know where you're from, Paul, but I can imagine some sports which are not familiar in certain countries. It's played at a similar standard to this.
That's right.
But the standard is pretty good.
Standard's good. I mean, we're watching cricket developing before our eyes here, Paul, and I think that's the thing that, the people who watch the European Cricket Network and watch this kind of sport and this kind of match appreciate. And it's the end of the innings. So, Paul, you can put a pin in that for now. We'll come back to you on that one. 134 for 7 after 20 overs from the Austrian women. They went along at 6.7 per over, and that's not a bad effort there. Sriya, she gets another 57 to her name, this time from 54 deliveries, misses out on a half century. She'll think it was close, but maybe wanted one more over to try to get it, but doesn't get it. It's still pretty good indeed. So there we go. It's a good score on the board, though, nonetheless. As the Austrian players walk off, a little bit of damage to a couple of players. We saw one of the Gibraltar ladies walk off, need a bit of help, and then we saw Joanne Stiglitz also being helped off after she lost her wicket. And as Danny described, sort of just a little bit of awkwardness there, but we'll hope she's okay when she takes to the field later on. We'll just go through the highlights here now. We're going to see a few good wickets at the top there. There's a very happy bowler there. That is, of course, Amy Valverde Benatar. There's Danny there in the commentary bin, giving us away from the doorway. Good to see. I'm hidden somewhere deep inside that bin, just looking through the window. Straight drive down the ground. That was a lover shot. Saw a few shots down the ground, which yielded a couple of boundaries there. And that was the one that just got a little bit of a touch, but still went there anyway. Some really good strikes there in the middle overs. And you can see that was that very, very good catch. That was Raghunath, who got down to take that catch. Dismissed Sabu there, who was looking dangerous. 23 from 22 she was before she got caught out. And then Sriya got together with a couple of, with Joanne Stiglitz first up to put on a good partnership there between the two. And this one, coming back for this other run, this was the part where a little bit of a problem here. Here's Ferrari with the the throw up the stumps. And that's where, unfortunately, Joanne went down. And it just seemed that, it was just Yeah, we're hoping she's all right, but as Danny described, she was just struggling a little bit. Maybe, it took a bit of an injury, but also, as you said, a little bit emotionally as well. I think it's been a little bit draining. It can be tough on the players on more ways than one, and I think that maybe that's what she felt there. Bit of joy there for the bowler there, picking up a very good wicket. That's Lauren there. Catch put down, unfortunately, and it was Surya continuing on her merry way, though.
Yeah, look, pretty even contest for me here. It's a couple of really nice little partnerships, the Austrians, but it was on the back of good bowling that Gibraltar just remained in this game constantly, and as they had the run out right towards the end. Shreya remains not out, and unfortunately not reaching her 50. And we'll see the scorecard in just a minute. We'll see the beautiful overhead view of Vinor's cricket ground here in Prague. This Central Europe Cup for women. And let's see, Priya Sabu batting very well with 23. Sri Reddy 47 not out. Repeats the score she had yesterday. And right at the end it was very actually. No one came in because of the run out the last delivery. 134 for 7, and a pretty decent score. Not quite as many as they put on yesterday, but again an improvement from Gibraltar with the ball. All pretty good economy rates here. Nira Blag, most expensive, going for 20 or for 2. But wickets for Ferrari, Amy Valverde Benatar as well with 2. Helen Mumford with 1, and also Lauren Pius with a wicket. 7 down, 134. And a pretty good effort. There were 24 extras, 16 wides, a little bit less than yesterday, which is good from Gibraltar. Just tighten things up a bit. Phil, as you can see here, the match summary. What are your favourite bits from that?
Well, look, I think Surya played a really good innings. That 47 not out was another great innings to go with, exactly the similar effort she put on yesterday. I thought the bowling was really good. Amy Valverde Benatar, I thought she bowled terrific. 2 for 18 from her 4. The first couple of overs she bowled, absolutely unplayable. Really, everybody struggled against her. She probably unlucky not to pick up a couple more wickets, to be honest. Just really impressed. Priya Sabu, also just in the batting, quick shout out to her. That 23 from 22, she was looking really on form.
Yeah.
Hitting the ball really well, scoring quickly, and that shows her quality. Unfortunately for her, she got out to a very good catch down the ground. Prabha Raghunath took that very good catch nice and low down, and it took a good catch to dismiss a player who was playing well, and I thought that was worth a shout out. I thought Helen Mumford bowled really well as well. That 1 for 22 from her 4 overs. So they're my highlights, and pretty much almost the same highlights there in the match summary as well. 134 for 7 after 20. This is Phil G alongside Danny Hudacek. We're going to be back with a run chase here in match 3 as the Gibraltar women need 135 off their 20 overs to snatch the win here. Can they do it? Join us in about 10 minutes time and find out. And we'll see you back here shortly. Cheerio till then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good evening. Good evening. Where's good evening from? Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground for the continuation of this match. It is match number 3 up for grabs. It is the Austrian women versus Gibraltar here in this Central Europe Cup third match here. T20IW action coming your way. The run chase will be on soon. Austrian women 134 for 7 after their 20 overs. Anchored there by terrific innings from Sriya Reddy there, 47 not out of 54. Priya Sabu with 23 from 22. The two batters who did the job there for Austria. And in the bowling department, I'll give a shout out to Amy Velvada Benatar, who was absolutely unplayable in the first couple of overs. Got a little bit away from her in those last 2 overs that she bowled, 2 for 18 of her 4. Lauren Pius jumped in there with 1 for 9, and Helen Mumford a 1 for as well. And we're almost set to go. The fielders are back out there, the umpires are back out there, and I can see the Gibraltar women have striding out to the crease. That is going to be Elizabeth Ferrari opening there with the lady in question I was just talking about, Amy Velvada Benatar, walking out there to assume their duties to open the batting as the Gibraltar women looking to get a reversal of fortune from last night's game where they went down to Austria in a pretty one-sided game after the second over of the first innings. It was all Austria, and you can see here that Sriya Reddy, she's living up to her namesake. She's ready. Tell you someone else is ready. That's my co-commentator, good mate Danny Hudacek, sitting next to me here, ready to get going with this run chase.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And I think Gibraltar have got something to prove. And Sriya Reddy, she's coming on from the opposite end of what she did yesterday. She came out on the Zamek end, coming up at the top end now for the first ball of the Gibraltar innings.
Here we go, run chase starts. Ooh, nice down leg side, shown wide there. Did miss the leg stump by a lot, and she got a little bit of in swing. Well, technically that's outswing to her right hand, but it swings in just late, just straightened a bit more. Didn't miss the stumps by much. Interesting. She gets that one on line. She get a nice little bit of a way swing from the right hander. She can get that one maybe on off stump or just outside. Oh, that's the one I was looking for, Danny. That's exactly the one I was thinking about. Good ball.
Yeah, very good ball. And again, uses a height well. This pitch is if you bend your back a bit, does bounce. Not quite like a concrete pitch. It is a very different type of surface to a lot of the ones in Europe, but plays a bit more like a turf pitch. And I'll explain that in a little bit.
Or a bit shorter. This time it's clipped uppishly and safely. It's going to run all the way for 4 runs away towards backward point. Yeah, just too short and just too wide. Just sat up and said, well, have a split second to think where you want to hit me. And Amy obliges with a nice shot for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. And again, with the power play, it just lifted it over that 30-metre circle and 4 quite comfortable runs there for Valverde. So this pitch is it's a clay. It's a carpet, but there's clay underneath, and then sand and stones of various grades. Come back to that in a moment.
That's full. Hits it around the corner, gets it on the full as well. It's going to go backward a square, all the way for a back-to-back 4s. So good start here. Amy Velvada Benatar, she's got her second boundary off the over. And Sriya there just a bit too full and just going down leg side. Bit of an easy gimme that one.
Yeah, good positive start here from Gibraltar and from the skipper, Amy Valverde. That's very, very handy to get a few runs off Sriya. It was bowled very tightly yesterday. Didn't pick up a wicket though, which is unfortunate, but normally keeps it very tight.
Short run up here. Again, it's just short, middle, and that is going to run away. Yep, Danny signalled 4 almost straight off the bat there from his vantage point, the doorway. I could see it as well through the window, and I thought, well, that's 3 in a row, but that was off the short run up. It was too short, middle stump, and that's easily pulled around the corner. Just keeps it nice and low, easy shot for 4.
Yeah, got to plug that hole, I think, because Sriya is struggling a little bit with the length. As a tractor comes in.
Oh, there is 2. Oh, look out, folks. We're being invaded by a tractor down at backward point. No, he's turned around and gone the other way now.
That's good to see because this ground's pretty been mown quite quite low already. Don't need a massive tractor coming on.
I did see a couple of a bit of a conversation last night in the CMKS, which is the Czech Cricket Federation, the chat in the operations chat about getting the grass cut, and I believe there was a grass cut last night late.
Okay.
I think Milan Rak, our very good friend of ours to Czech cricket, Milan Rak, who is the head groundsman at the golf course, neighbouring golf course. He and his son have alternating duties of helping us getting the grass cut here. And I know they're probably not listening, but I want to give them a shout out because they do a fantastic job for us, helping us out here with these sorts of things. That's short, just played uppishly in the covers. Call for one immediately. Oh, no, there's trouble.
Wrong end.
Oh, no, goes to the wrong end. Can you believe it, Danny?
It was, I don't know, there were calls coming from everywhere, and it was definitely to the keeper's end. That should have gone.
Oh, look at that. She was cooked. She was absolutely cooked. Well, luck runs your way sometimes. That's 14 off the first over. That's a great start for Gibraltar. Almost could have been a wicket, though. And as, Amy Valverde Benatar almost cooked herself at the wrong end. But a good start for Gibraltar women nonetheless.
Yeah, very good start for Gibraltar. It'll bring Nikki Caruana to face her first delivery. And just checking on the bowler.
It's Mahadewa.
Looks like Mahadewa.
Yeah, just watching that tractor. I was hoping the tractor was going to take out some of the pea patch.
The pea patch.
Yeah, maybe.
You mentioned the pea patch in the last couple of days too much.
Did we have any shots yesterday into the pea patch?
No shots in the pea patch.
Okay, well that's probably why you haven't been able to call the pea patch out.
Yeah.
And viewers around the world are asking, why is Daniel Field talking about a pea patch? Let's get to that, just so we're clear. In the background, not in that shot there, but the background behind the sight screen, looking down the ground, there is a very large field where it's always a different crop. Do they rotate the crops every year?
They do.
Or every 2 years?
Yeah, the canola looked really nice with the yellow. I think it's every year.
Every year. So this year it's peas. They're growing peas in the crop field behind the umpire or behind the sight screen. That's a great delivery. Just looks to play a nothing shot there. Does Caruana? Just doesn't get anything on that one.
All sorts of reasons why you rotate crops, and it's to do with nutrients in the soil and what adds and what takes from it. And I know that my mum, when she moved into a new place up in Sydney quite a few years ago, so then punched down the ground for a single. First thing she did is she planted, I think it was sweet potatoes or pumpkins, because the ground was really hard.
Yeah.
All right. And so she planted them, and what it did is it disturbed the soil enough to make it easier to this has gone past the keeper, and I think it's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, I think I saw the umpire get his arms up. There it is. Thank you very much, umpire Joe Foster.
So basically, what it did is it softened the soil, so it broke up the soil instead of had a lot of hard digging. She just I think it might have been a pumpkins and sweet potatoes, but they were all over, and then she could work it much easier the next year, and she was giving away pumpkins and sweet potatoes to everyone in the neighbourhood. So
very popular.
Yeah.
But the pumpkin, you can imagine. That's going to break the ground up. The sheer size of the pumpkin. Yeah, that's really good thinking. What did she plant after that?
No idea. So she had a bit of a philosophy. Let's go back. This nice cut shot towards the boundary. It won't get there. They'll come back for 2. That'll be it. Good throw in. Basically, she concentrated on native plants to attract bees. She had some little blue bees in the back garden.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Had some brush turkeys as well, which were not very pleasant.
No.
They'd dig up her garden.
Yep.
But possums and things as well. So it was either something native or something edible.
Was this when your mum lived in Sydney or
in
Mansfield?
Up in Barara. She's moved to Mansfield, and she's continued a little bit with her gardening, not as much as what she had in the past, but she's down in Mansfield in Victoria now.
That's right.
So with the rest of the family's moving down. My niece has just moved down there, and my nephew's around the corner in a place called Tolmi.
I know Tolmi.
Yeah.
Nice part of the world, Mansfield, and that sort of area. I grew up in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and my getaway was I'd go to Healesville, Marysville, and continue up towards Buxton.
Bonnie Doon.
And Bonnie Doon eventually, yes. Used to go jet skiing on Bonnie Doon.
Yeah.
Yep, enjoyed that. As we have a look there at the standings, the Austrian women sitting top of the table there, Gibraltar women in second place. That's going to change, you'd think, maybe after this in some way, shape or form. The Czech women just sitting at the bottom there. The Czech women are in action in the game after this, don't forget. And then they've got the double-header tomorrow, and that is your Central Europe Cup, your 6 games right there. This game, though, currently hanging in the balance. 2 overs gone, 20 for no loss on the board. Gibraltar women with a good, steady start.
Yeah, good contest this. And 3 all coming again from around the wicket.
It's clipped nicely. Just going to be the one. Good running between the wickets so far between these two, albeit maybe in the first over there was almost a chance on that last ball when Amy Valverde Benatar went to the end that Nikki was not moving from. And interesting Shreya off the short run-up at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if it's to do with confidence. I know she went for a few of her first over. She's bowling around the wicket just to change the angle a bit. It's been hitting the covers, just a single.
Yeah, interesting that. It's would you do that with confidence? I mean, I've known you as a bowler pretty much, ever since you started playing here in Czech Republic. Same with me as well. If you're losing confidence, I've never changed sides in terms of my bowling attack. If I've been hit around a little bit, I always just maintained what I did, but I just try to change it up, but rather than change the angles.
I think it depends on how comfortable you are coming around the wicket.
Right.
And to be honest, it's been a very good over so far. It's been very tight. Hasn't dropped any short, touch wood. But no, she started it in the last over coming around the wicket, and I think she's just continuing because she feels comfortable with it. Another good delivery. And if it's coming out all right, then that's fine. So
That's right.
I think it's just been just a bit more versatility.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes probably the LBW out of the equation to a point. But at the same time, dot balls build pressure, and that's what she's producing at the moment. And another one.
True. I like that they've got someone down at third who's quite fine, and that's playing into the angle that she's trying to get as well. So that's clever captaincy to make sure there's protection. And there is someone deep backward a point, I think there, Danny, you're pointing out to me?
Yeah, just not backward point, but just on the point boundary.
Just on the point boundary, square. Yep. Okay, there you go.
Oh, trouble again.
There's a slip. And, well, the fielder holds back on the throw, I think, because she saw the player slip over. That was my gut feeling. You probably can't see it's probably just out of shot here, but the slip to the ground, and the player just held back on releasing the throw. I think that's a fair bit of, well, it's very good sportswomanship for that.
Sportswomanship. Very sporting.
Very sporting. Thank you. Even better. Very sporting of her to do so. Yeah. Oh, I sound British when I say it like that, don't I? Very sporting of her to do that, indeed. Yes. So it's 3 overs, 22 on the board, no loss.
Have you been watching the World Test Championship?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was actually watching this yesterday on my day off. So the thing is, I actually forgot it was on until about lunch. Yeah. And then I saw some people in the chat saying something. They're mentioning the scores, and they're mentioning how Australia was collapsing, all this sort of thing, folding faster than Grammar on wash day, and all these sorts of things. But then I watched it towards the end, and I saw South Africa folding even faster.
Yeah. Look, I mean, again, it's one of those things. It's I've been sort of watched it from afar. I know that they're watching it. There's a feed going through somewhere with the Blue crew keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
So it's good to see. We have Paulo, who's sort of South African. He is South African. He's
South African.
Portuguese South African.
Yeah.
So he's definitely a Safa for the day. And anyone who's British or English is definitely a Safa at the moment. Yeah. Because they don't want to support Australia in anything.
Of course. That's fine.
But no, I hope Australia win. But also, I'm more interested in what's happening here as well. This is going to be called a wide.
I'm hoping in that World Test Championship that it doesn't finish in 3 days. That's the one thing I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
It's a test match.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see it go for at least 4 days.
Yeah.
That's what I love about that.
I know there was a period where test match pitches were definitely prepared for a batting team. I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe in some places.
Yeah. Well, gets it on the full and hammers that one. Doesn't get it all. Oh, it's been put down on the boundary line. That's disappointing.
I can't see because there are black umbrellas in the way.
She knows it as well. That's Bardwaj who puts it down. She knows as well. She's absolutely filthy with herself. Throws it back and a little bit disgusted. Now, hasn't had to contend with the sun that much. She's looking on a bit of an angle away from the sun, but still, that's a bad drop. Oh, dear. So we reset now. 24 for no loss, halfway through the fourth. It's a good delivery. That just gets the batter just fishing outside off stump there.
Yeah, good ball, nice and tight.
Mahadi was bowling pretty well. She's only gone for 7, been very, very miserly with the runs, not giving away too much here.
That's what you need. I mean, the pressure builds wickets, and what you need really is some good tight bowling like that. Nicely played down on the offside. There was probably a single in it, but I think they're still having flashbacks to the 4 run-outs they had yesterday against Austria.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. You mentioned before, we were talking about the run-outs earlier in the previous innings. I mean, yeah, once there's 1 or 2 run-outs, suddenly the 2 batters get hesitant. And hesitation is how another run-out happens.
Absolutely. There's some sort of statistic. If there were, I think, 2 run-outs in an innings, then the team that is less likely to win. I think it's 2 or 3 run-outs.
Okay.
So it's something to do with the psychology of it and not taking those runs.
Yeah.
So it does play a lot.
Yeah.
On the mind of the batters.
Well, especially if you're one of the players who's been there and you've been part of, say, those 2 previous run-outs, and you think, I don't want to be part of a 3rd run-out. And guarantee the new batter coming in will say, I don't want to be part of another run-out, you know, that sort of thing.
Look, it's a part of the game that's so undervalued. Not at higher levels, but at lower levels, and maybe with players that haven't really been coached. Because I know that around Europe, a lot of players have come from tape ball backgrounds and from other backgrounds, which is not formalised cricket, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. It's a nice shot there. It's nicely stopped there in the covers, and that's not just going to get through for a single. Just going to give a shout out to Rob Thompson in the chat. Hello there, Rob. Thanks for still sticking with us. I know it's getting late over there in New Zealand. Dave B giving us update scores from the parallel universe of the European Cricket Network. And Wayne as well in the chat. Richie Cunningham dropping in occasionally. So hope you're all enjoying the festive activities here going on. I call it a festival of cricket because it's so much fun. Enjoying this one. Really am enjoying this one. And I know some people are keeping their eye on what's going on in Hornchurch as well. So, yeah, thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah, look, I'm enjoying this game. This is very tight between 2 good sides. This one's just got past the fielder.
Yeah, she had backup. Luckily, though, goes for the dive. Dive probably knowing that she had a little bit of support there behind. Just the one. And that's up to 26 now. For the loss of no wickets. Still searching for that breakthrough. So Gibraltar have started really well here. They haven't lost their wickets and they're scoring, picking up the ones.
Cursed it again, Phil.
I know. Let's see. Oh, hang on. No. If that had to go on a hand, I probably would have to retire the headphones.
Come back for 2. Well run.
That is very well run. Nicely done.
I think they're being a bit more sensible. Well, not sensible with the running. I don't think the running was bad yesterday from Gibraltar. It was just excellent fielding from Austria that put them under pressure. Now they're kind of looking at where they can get more comfortable singles and also where they can double up rather than just automatically going for it.
Yeah. Next ball comes in. Just hit around the corner there. And straight to the fielder for a dot.
Good piece of fielding too.
Yeah, Sri Reddy bowling here. She's gone for 20 from her 2.5 overs. She'll probably feel a little bit disheartened she hasn't been able to get amongst the wickets so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's unusual.
Yeah, she is a wicket taker. We know that. And this is almost... Well, that was the reverse of the commentator's cursor. That has almost gone to hand. Well, it's gone to hand, but then come straight out again. Hope the fielder's okay. She's given that left hand a bit of a ring. Watch this one. Clipped uppishly and almost straight to extra cover. She's gone down hard. Hopefully she's okay. She's just holding her wrist a little bit there.
I think it's Zapata out there who affected those run-outs. Very good fielder.
Very good fielder.
So
yep.
That was low and to a left and really was very, very close. Good effort. Cut off some runs at least, but maybe maybe could have taken that catch.
Sharp chance indeed. We have a look here at the ECC for women, the European Cricket Championship for women that's coming up in December, starting on the 1st of December. We have the emerging division. That's Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia and Sweden. We then step up after that with the Challenger division, Italy, Germany, Spain, Austria, Cyprus. The Premier division is then England, Scotland, Ireland, Netherlands 11, and Jersey joining them. That is going to be a festive moment. That's, speaking of festive, that's festive because that's just for Christmas. That's a Merry Christmas present from ECN to all of you leading up to the 20th of December. And that's when ECN basically sort of pack it up and go away for a couple of weeks.
We do need a break occasionally.
Occasionally, yeah. Because we don't get a break any other time during the year.
No.
That's it. So keep an eye open for that one. Sabu now is going to get a chance to open up her account with the bowl.
Of course, there are a limited number of places we can play in at that time of year. It still gets pretty cold in Spain, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I heard they chipped some ice off the pitch a couple of years ago. So,
yeah, that's so true. Even at the start of this year when we played the first, I shot that one. That's going to get past the fielder. That's going to run all the way. That's a great shot for 4. When we started the first tournament started the year in Porto, apparently the mornings were quite frosty and cold.
Yep.
And this is in Porto in Portugal. And then I got to Coimbra a week after that to do the night series. Oh boy, that was really quite cold up in the countryside of middle of Portugal. Yeah, that was quite frosty.
Speaking of Joe Foster last night, actually, when we went to Beer Geek with Joe and Vinny. And the dogs were there as well, which was good to see.
Yep.
To have them out. You reckon that Estonia was the coldest tournament he'd ever been to?
Estonia?
It was between 1 and 5 degrees when they started play.
Yeah, that takes the cake. Absolutely.
He was bundled up, but he reckons his hands were pretty cold. I don't know if you can umpire in gloves.
How could you? Oh,
you could. I guess it depends. White gloves. You could do the
possibly, yeah,
the jazz hands.
Or maybe what about sort of fingerless gloves?
I don't see the point of fingerless gloves.
So you can still see the finger of death.
I know, but it's the fingers that get cold.
Well, some people enjoy them. I don't know.
I just no. I've never seen the point. It's like another thing I really don't see the point is those toe shoes. The ones where you tuck your toes in, they're supposed to be like a barefoot type shoe.
Oh, yes. Sorry, yes, I know what you're talking about now. Yep.
Nice bit of fielding out there.
What's the point of those?
What is the point?
Yeah.
So, they're supposed to be like barefoot, right? And you tuck your toes in. But if you have socks, you've got to have socks with toes as well. And they look ridiculous. I have a good friend, actually Colombo, who has a pair of those and says, they're the most comfortable things. Maybe they're the only shoe in the world that look more ridiculous than Crocs.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah. Funny thing is, though, I look at them, I don't think they'd be comfortable. I can't see that.
Apparently they are. Each toe has its own little home, but no. It just looks wrong.
Sorry, my toes like to group together, and they're comfortable grouping together.
Yeah.
Have a look at the skyscraper graphic here. You can see that the Austrian women had a bit of a rough start, albeit except for that 5th over where they got 16 off it. And so far the Gibraltar women with a great start with 14, but it's all gone a bit quiet since then. But again, no wickets fallen though. That run rate at 5.5, but it's key that there's no wicket yet has been taken by Austria.
It's been good type bowling, but it's been very watchful from the from Gibraltar.
Totally.
And not taking really any risks, especially with the running between wickets.
Yep.
So and they've seen off Shia Reddy as well. She's got one over to come.
That's right.
But did well against her in the first over, and then just laid back as we see the umpire with the disco wave signalling the end of the power play. 33 on the board. Pretty good power play. All up, I think, from Gibraltar.
I've heard you call that from the umpire about the disco wave. Do you do that at the disco?
Of course I do.
You do?
You don't?
No.
Is it whoop, whoop?
No. See, that's how I know if it's you at the disco when I look across the floor.
Yeah.
And I see a lone man doing
both arms.
Both arms. The double windmill.
Yeah.
Oh, connects with a wide delivery there, gets it through for just the single. Tight, but no, still takes it. There you go.
down at Lucerne Music Bar. So you've been there, haven't you?
Never been there in my
really?
life. Never.
There's at Saturday nights, I think, maybe Fridays and Saturdays. There's a retro night,
Oh, okay.
and we'll talk about it in a minute because it's worth it.
It's just hit around the corner. It's going to go all the way for 4. Yep, Danny gives me the signal. Heads out towards the very overgrown Scott Page bench, which needs a fair bit of TLC to bring it back to its former glory. That's something I'll bring up with the GMKS operations group maybe at the end of the day.
Yeah, good idea. I think it should be dealt with. So a nice shot. She got into position really early, and it's they've put 2 fielders back there now. I think it's worthwhile because anything drops short will go in that direction.
Yep. Shout out to Steve McVeigh who joins us in the chat. Hello, Steve. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Steve. That's a good comeback from the bowler. So
good
Lucerne
comeback.
Music Bar.
Yeah.
There's lots of live bands as well. Some really good, like international artists that go there. I've seen quite a few there over the years. But they have DJ Jirka Neumann. All right.
Okay.
And it's quite special. So I think it's the same playlist as Futurum, which is owned by the same people.
Yep.
Who also have a retro night, and so it's 80s and 90s retro. All right.
Okay.
Now, I remember going there when I first came to Prague. It's a really good night out for no apparent reason apart from it's fun. All right. It's really fun.
Yep.
And it ends off the like there's all these different songs from it goes into that 90s sort of Euro disco type stuff. Euro,
Okay.
House music.
Yeah.
And which is not pleasant. But at 1 o'clock they play "Take on Me" by Aha.
Oh,
Right,
and then the room goes off.
The song at the end where they turn the lights off and on, and everyone sees what you've been dancing, who you've been dancing with.
The reveal.
Yeah, the reveal is "Total Eclipse of the Heart."
Oh, okay.
You know, and that means thank you, goodbye.
Yes.
You know, go to your home.
Yeah, exactly.
I went there probably 10 years later with some friends
Okay.
who are nostalgic for it. And
Yeah.
she brought a couple of friends from Paris and she really wanted to go. Exactly the same playlist.
Oh, really?
As I remember it.
10 years later.
It's been the same for at least the last 15 years.
We got to admit, though, if it's an 80s and 90s retro, playlist should stay the same, no?
It's got videos as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's no way that the DJ Jirka Neumann is there.
Yeah, okay.
Right. He's made a playlist years ago and they're still feeding on it.
It's
So let us know if anyone from Prague has been to Lucerne on a Saturday night, if they're still playing about 1 o'clock, "Take on Me" by Aha. No Limit comes on as well,
No
just
Limit.
after. Yeah,
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah, okay.
And then Total Eclipse of the Heart for the See You Later.
Yeah, I love that, though, that they play that song and the lights up. That's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and in one moment when the lights are up, you just turn your back and walk away because you get this sort of moment.
It is really good fun. There are some characters there as well.
Yeah, I bet. Fantastic.
I remember, again, last time I was there, it was just quite a few years ago, there was a guy in a red Michael Jackson jacket with a headband, and he was on. He was dancing and dancing and dancing, and he was pumping fists. It was great to see.
Did the jacket have shoulder pads?
Maybe.
Because if it's 80s and 90s, it must have had shoulder pads.
Yeah, you're
Must
right.
have.
Especially the 80s.
I've got pictures of Don Johnson from Miami Vice in my head now as well.
Yeah.
That's always a good look.
I do have a beige Richie Benno jacket with shoulder pads that I might
Richie
bring.
Benno jacket?
Well, beige is a Richie Benno
Yeah,
jacket.
yeah,
right?
I know
So
what you mean.
I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
wanted it. I want to bring it, but we don't have Comcam at the moment. So
We'll bring it for one of our match intros.
yeah, I could do that.
We'll be on again in the Premier Division.
All right, I'll bring it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
Actually, we might be are we doing Peacock Friday
Right.
in the Premier?
Maybe.
Let me hold that thought.
I've got the day off tomorrow, so no peacocking for me.
Yeah, I'm peacocking tomorrow with Vinny. I'm going to try to out peacock him tomorrow. I've done that before. I took him on in Portugal and I won.
I've definitely got an outfit which I can out peacock him. Oh, look at again that Chinese website.
Yeah.
Have you seen some of the stuff you can get from there? Oh, I bought a couple of jackets there, actually.
Oh, from Temu?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to say the name, am I?
I don't care. But yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so the jackets I've bought have been a little bit tamer. One of them I've brought a couple of times and I've never been able to show it off. I was going to bring it today, but it was just not.
We are. We're doing it next Friday.
All right.
We're doing Premier Division next Friday.
So
let's
I need to
do that.
outdo you.
You need to out-peacock me next Friday.
All right.
All right, and I'll try to out-peacock you.
Okay.
Oh, challenge. Challenge in the comms bin. Here we go.
Yep.
Gonna fire it up.
It's going to be ugly.
Oh dear. No, in Portugal I had a yellow short sleeve shirt with pineapples all over it.
Oh yeah.
And Vinny rocked up in it's sort of like just a multicolored shirt, but it was like shades of like pastel shades, but little squares.
Oh yeah.
But he had the red suit on. So as soon as he took the red jacket off, it was just, oh, that's a nice shirt. And he looked at me and went, nah, I'm done. Nah, Phil, you got me this time around. So he conceded.
Vinny and I took a metro and a tram back home because we live very close to each other.
Yep.
And we were at Ipe Pavlova, right?
Yep.
And this guy just looked at Vinny in his orange suit with his shiny orange shoes and just gone, great outfit. Not sure if he was being a little sarcastic. So.
That's funny. That reminds me of that scene from Superman the movie. The first time Superman changes into his outfit in Metropolis, and there's this sort of like this very cliched guy, sort of sort of almost like in a pimpmobile on this pimp outfit, and he just goes, "That's a bad outfit." And Superman just goes, "Excuse me," and takes off. Just imagine Vinny doing that.
Let's get back to the game, Phil.
Let's do that. It is inside the 8th over. 2 balls to come inside the 8th, 46 on the board. Still no wicket fallen. Clipped uppishly over the infield. That's going to run away as well. This outfield is getting lightning quick. Full valley for shots along the ground. And this is starting to get a bit imposing as the 50's up.
Really nice looking shot there. Just, again, over the top of the infield. And, of course, it's no longer the power play. It's good, I think, from Austria to keep the infield in. They did that yesterday very well. But these two, it's a very good partnership between Valverde and also Nicky Caruana.
Nice shot again down the ground. This time they plugged that gap. And just the single. And that is going to end the 8th over, 51 after 8 overs. You've got to wonder where the wicket's going to come from. Is the infield staying in, looking maybe try to affect a run out as what happened yesterday? And that's what caused a bit of a knock-on effect of a couple of wickets falling. You know, where's this wicket going to come? That's what's got to be plaguing the Austrian women at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, everything went right for him yesterday in the field. It was brilliant fielding, to be honest. And they put so much pressure on the Gibraltar batting, just with they just couldn't hit it out of the square. It was very, very good. But Gibraltar are showing their class here, and especially the skipper, Amy. She did it with a ball as well.
Yes.
And but really standing up with the bat. So very, very good innings so far. She's on 33, and Caruana's 8 off 22, just playing a support role. But it's definitely Amy Valverde Benatar who's doing the business at the moment.
Yeah, required run rate is up to 7, but I don't think there's any reason for no panic at all. You know, just keep that scoreboard ticking, which is exactly what they've been doing. Doing quite well. The last over went for 11. The previous over went for 7. So they're doing the job, these two, and probably frustrating the Austrian outfielders quite a bit here, not finding that wicket.
Gibraltar still have some good batting to come as well, if they need it. I mean, at this stage, it is looking pretty good. I saw Lauren Shepherd did come off the field. She's listed to come into number 11, so they might be down a batter, but if they get to number 11, they're not going to win this game. It's got to do with the other batters, Lauren Pias as well, because Andy...
And dropped. Oh, it was elevated drop. That's disappointing. Disappointing for Austria, and not just the fielder who's put that down. Just trying to see who that is there in the covers. Look at this. Just tantalisingly put it up. Does not really get the proper elevation there. And that's really disappointing to see that one go to ground. It's Bardwaj who doesn't hold on to the chance. So I go back to, where's the wicket going to come from?
Yeah, where's the wicket going to come from? That should have been got.
Should have been it.
Yep. But, just looking down at the batting order for Gibraltar.
Yeah.
There's Lizzie Ferrari, who's a good batter. Also, there's Noah Legea. There's Ragganuth, Rosie Riley as well is a handy bat.
Yep.
So did very well in the tournament last year. So there is plenty of batting to come just after these two. But if these two can do the business, I'll be very happy.
Elevate in the air. It's going to land safe though, and it's going to fly away. Just a bit of coverage there for Austria. They get that's Mahadewa who gets around there to cut that one off. Just also to note that in match number 1, these two, they came out in the first innings of the first day of the C Cup. They put 161 without a loss of a wicket. So obviously they love batting together.
Yep.
And they did that against the Czechs on match number 1. So this is another good bit of a repeat of what we saw, albeit that they're scoring maybe not as freely as they did on day number 1. But still, that's still not a bad effort though from them. Match number 1.
They're hard to dismiss when they get in, and especially the skipper, Amy Valverde, is really taking it to the Austrian attack here. Not so much Nikki Caruana at the moment, but I'm sure she'll contribute, or she is contributing, but not quite in the same way as what Amy Valverde is.
Yeah, well, she's sticking around here. She's chewed up a few dot balls, but I don't think there's any reason for panic because, yeah, Amy Valverde, she's going along very nicely. And was she on 35 from 30? So she's pushed ahead of her strike rates are over 100. So that's good for them, but also good that they're holding their wickets together. This is now the start of the 10th. And they still need a few runs. 81 from 65. That run rate's jumped up to 7, almost call it 7.5 and over. So it has jumped up a little bit, but I don't think there's still no reason for any kind of panic. They're still in complete control of this run chase.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
That's a nice looking shot.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery. It was short and it was slow, and all she had to do was slog it around the corner. It was a bit of a gimme. And any batter anywhere in the world worth their salt would have put that one to the boundary line. And that's exactly what Amy's done. Look at that. Just in a position, steadied herself, and went crunch all the way along the ground. No danger. Had time to pick the gap as well. Good shot.
Lovely shot.
Hello to Helix, who joins us in the chat. Hello to Helix. Good to see you. Dave B and Steve McVeigh still in there. Good to see Steve McVeigh. Ran into him last year in Portugal. Didn't get a chance to see him this year. I went to Portugal twice this year for ECN and didn't see him either time. I think during the night series he was unavailable. Might have been in the UK, but then during the day series I think he might have turned up after I left for the ECIs and the internationals. So another strike around the corner, hit with a bit of strength. That is a lovely shot as well. So another boundary, another loose delivery, just shortened down leg side, and that's just a bit easy there.
Yeah, that's again a really nice looking shot, and 4 runs.
Amy Valverde, Benatar, she's up now into the 40s. 43 from 33, eyeing off a... well, actually, I'm not going to say it because I'm terrible when it comes to commentator curse. I'm just going to say that she's 43 from 33.
Yes.
I'm going to leave that just for now. Put a pin in that.
We haven't seen a landmark yet. Not that I'm going to mention. Oh, get good fielding, nice and quick. That's Sri Reddy who gets the ball back to the bowler pretty quickly.
Well, Amy and Nikki both picked themselves up half centuries in that match number 1. A 70 for Amy, and Nikki got a 54.
See, my short-term memory, Phil.
You've said that to me a few times, yeah. Yeah, well, there you go, the case in point. Oh, gets through the fielder, not good. There is backup, though. That looked like that was Shreya down there who took a while to get down to that one.
Come back for the second.
Run's starting to flow a bit now. There's, what's that, 10 off the over so far?
It's been a good one for Gibraltar.
Yeah, couple of boundaries, couple of singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Oh, big swing and a miss, and got away with it a little bit.
Yeah, you see the Amy Valverde Benatar just looked up to the sky after that and thought, why didn't I crash that one through the extra cover boundary? Have a look here at the calendar for 2025. This is what's coming up and what's going on right now. Obviously, England, Hornchurch and Czechia happening right before your eyes. And then a couple of weeks' time, Finland kicks off there, then Bulgaria at the end of the month. Then we turn the corner and we head deep into summer with the July action. Belgium, Germany, Sweden, Stockholm, and back to England for Wimbledon. And then August, Croatia, Germany, and the Romania Encore. And then already we're starting to talk about September. I can't believe how fast this year has gone, but we are so close to the halfway point. And we hope you're enjoying all the cricket. So much cricket still to come. And we've come through so many different events already. But we're almost there. What are you looking forward to out of that list, Danny? What's grabbed your attention?
Oh, look, there's Finland for the first time. I think is going to be really fun.
Yeah.
It's always great to go to a new place. I'm looking forward to catching up with you in Hungary.
Yes.
Which will be good from September the 1st.
That's right.
Look, back in Germany as well. So
back in Germany, yeah, that's going to be good. I agree.
I think there's good cricket all round, but definitely Finland for the first time will be a new adventure. So, and I'm also looking towards next week here in Prague. Always love the Prague series.
Yeah,
it's good to be on home turf.
Yeah, the ECS starting on Monday. The Challenger Division starting on next Monday. That's going to be a 5-team event over 3 days. And then the Premier Division, which is 6 teams over 4 days, starting on Thursday, culminating in the finals on on Sunday the 22nd.
It'll be good, 2 good competitive, mini tournaments really, because it's
pretty much. Yeah,
it's. I know the trophy budget's been blown.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's good to see that another initiative there with the Challenge Division and the Premier Division, and also with right at the end of the year the European Women Championship, Cricket Championship, the ECC for women with the 3 divisions, with the emerging coming in as well, which I think is very handy. So it'll just be more even games and competitive games.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of trophies, just to give a quick shout out to Local Lifestyles for providing the trophies too. They do a great job.
They do a fantastic job. The trophies are lovely.
Bespoke trophies, you can't buy them in stores. That's the one thing we love saying. Yeah, when they got the trophy for the Belgian Night Series, they put it on the table right in front of me. When no one was looking, I tried to run off with it, but unfortunately the camera and the scaffolding was looking right down on me at the time. So there's this shot of me walking out and going,
What would you have done with it, Phil?
I don't know. It's just a rush of blood.
The medals are really cool as well.
The medals are good. Yeah, I like that as well. We continue after the drinks break. That's 10 overs bowled. We start the 11th. Zepeda is on to bowl her 3rd. She's got none for 9, being very accurate. So Gibraltar women still needs 71 from 59. That run rate is still in the 7.22 now. Still a bit of work to do.
Yeah, that's last over did help them a lot.
Sure did. 10 off the last over. They've had a couple of good overs recently in the last 3 or 4 overs. A couple of double-digit overs, which really helps. Looks for that paddle around the corner. Doesn't quite get anything concrete on that one. And another dot ball, so not a bad start here.
Still a very evenly poised game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I do feel that I feel Gibraltar's got their nose in front though, because they haven't lost a wicket. Yeah. And these two are looking very settled.
True, but it's just well run.
Yeah, that's really good running.
But the thing is that all it takes is just some tight bowling, which is, the bowling has been relatively tight, just to keep the runs down, and it gets that scoreboard pressure, and it could. We've seen it. When did we see it? It was a while ago, where a team had not lost a wicket, but didn't get the required runs.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it was, but it was fairly recently. So and that would be a disaster for Gibraltar if they were to not lose a wicket and yet not get the runs. So they still need to make sure they get past the total. And not losing a wicket's great, but it's a moot point if you don't win the game.
Chase on here for the fielder. She's going to overhaul it before it gets to the line. Doesn't quite connect with a lot of that. Just uses the pace of the bowler to try to find the boundary. So Karana, she's taken her time, but she's holding down an end and she's not giving away her wicket. So this is not bad. But this is now the second half of the innings, and they just need to replicate what they did in the first half, and they should come away with a good win here if they can do that.
Should.
But should doesn't win a game.
Still halfway to go in this innings, pretty much.
Yep, pretty much. And that is the 11th over bowled. 69 for the loss of no wickets so far. Shout out to Jamie, who joins us in the chat. Hello to Jamie Bozio. And hello to everyone else out there in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the cricket from wherever you're watching from around the world. You're joining myself, Phil G, here alongside Danny Hudacek, calling the game here in this Central Europe Cup. The Central Europe Cup, Danny, I kind of feel like this is our tournament. Yeah, we've commentated the Central Europe Cup here for a few years in a row. I had the last year off because I was I was working for the Fed, being venue manager. So I missed it last year. But prior to that, we were sort of like the staples. You know, the conversation at Czech Cricket was, well, we're going to invite this team, this team, this team. Phil, Danny, you guys available to commentate?
Yep. I'm still. It was good fun. I don't think the production levels, with all due respect, were quite as good as what they are now. But they were covered. I'm sure you could find them somewhere.
Yeah.
But even before then, I mean, I was associated with the Czech team during quite a few of the ones pre-broadcast.
Yes.
And they were all very well run tournaments. Vojta Hasel was doing a lot of the catering as well.
That's right.
And you get teams that would come out just for the catering. Or it's a bit of a fumble with a pickup. It's
Good backup too.
it's Zepeda out there who is a very, very good fielder. Just couldn't quite pick that one up, and it was mainly on, I think, at the keeper's end as well. Unfortunately, not as sharp in the field today, Austria.
So this is the second time, for viewers who aren't sure about this, the second time we've had the Central Europe Cup for women, which I think is fantastic.
Yep.
It's always been Central Europe Cup for men. Continue that in a moment. Oh, nicely worked around the corner, this one. Bit of work here for the field. It does well to pick up and get rid of the ball quickly. Just the single there. So yeah, the Central Europe Cup, history goes back to 2014 when it was a 50-over ODI.
Yep.
Poland, I think, featured in that first couple of years. They won the first two, I think, back-to-back.
Yep.
Then Switzerland won, I think, in 2016. Hit around the corner again. Looking for maybe one on the throw. Nope. Just happy with the single. So at 2019, it became a T20 competition, still just being the men, and it's been T20I pretty much ever since.
Yep.
I'm not sure, was it T20I in 2019? Has it always been internationals? I'm trying to remember now.
No.
It's going back a ways.
Not really. So this is hit towards the boundary. Good work there by the fielder.
Oh, wow. She's done incredibly well there. I thought that was a 4 for all money. I thought that was going to go to the boundary all day.
She's pretty quick out there, Vera Poglic. It's
Good work.
very good work. So no, yes and no. So I know that the Czechs played in the qualifiers, the World Cup qualifiers in 2018, 2019. But it's changed a little bit. So it was official qualifiers, but it didn't go to ranking points.
Okay.
But that came in, I think in 2019 that came in. So it must have been 2018, something like that.
Okay.
But no. So they're not officially recognised as international games, even though they were not. They're international games, but they're not.
Yes.
Official ICC, even though they were ICC members or affiliates.
Yes.
But it was interesting. I went to a meeting in Bologna, and everyone was complaining about how the ICC tournament was like you would get a certain amount of funding from the ICC, which was great. But then there was a yearly tournament you had to go to, which cost you about the same amount as you were funded.
Yes.
And so it was a bit like you were just chasing your tail. You couldn't really do anything. And basically what ICC Europe came up with is they said you need to organise your own tournaments.
Right. Yeah, I remember this.
And what it did is it bred a few tournaments around Europe, which has been really good. And I don't know if they were active before, but they've definitely been highlighted. A bit of a mix-up. They've been highlighted. We cover them on the network as well. There's the Central Europe Cup. There's the Continental Cup in Romania.
Continental Cup, yep.
There's also the Valletta Cup in Malta, just to name a few. I'm not sure what else there is. But they're all organised by Interfederation.
Yep.
But they go towards ranking points, and they're approved by the ICC. They're regular tournaments. Everything's ICC regulated in the sense that the grounds have to have sight screens. They've got to be a certain dimension. They've got to be changing facilities for the players.
Yep, that's right.
Things like that. I think Luxembourg had a tournament as well. I'm not sure what it was called, but they're all organised into like international, from the national bodies of all these different countries. So it's got past the fielder, going towards the boundary. Won't reach. I'll come back for 2.
Amy Valverde brings up her 50. There you go, 50 or 41 deliveries. Just waited for that moment when she turned tail and went for the second run. And, well, her dugout were aware of it and they were out of their seats, giving her a very generous round of applause. That's a good 50 for her.
Very good 50, just off 41 balls. So anyway, going back to that, it's a very important step in hindsight, because what it did is, instead of having everyone complaining about the ICC not organising stuff, it just put the ball in the court of the individual federations from around Europe who organise these tournaments.
Yep.
And ICC have changed a lot. They've got more of a plan, I think, in Europe, where maybe they didn't quite know what it was an animal they didn't know how to deal with a few years ago. Where I think now definitely it's something which is important. So we see another injury.
Yeah, that's not good. This would be the third. I'm thinking, unless that's.
There was one from Gibraltar.
It's not Joanne again, is it? I hope it's not.
Not sure.
Player's just been helped off the field here, just on the side. We'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, sorry, Danny, didn't mean to cut you off there, but yeah, just a bit of a concern to see another fielder being helped off by her teammate. I don't know, it's maybe the bit of the weather getting to them, maybe, because it is quite warm out there.
It's Smriti Kohli who's coming out as the 12th. So yeah, anyway, but these are great tournaments, and I'm happy that they're being covered by ECN. It's just giving it a bit of a boost as well, and getting people outside of Europe as well as locals being able to support. And I know there's probably quite a few people watching, like Richie Cunningham from Gibraltar.
Yep,
I'm sure there's quite a few Austrians watching as well, supporting the players.
Jamie Bossio. Right on cue. Congratulations to my wife on another international 50. So, yes, congratulations to her and to you, Jamie. You must be very, very proud husband indeed. That was a good 50 for her. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Danny. I like the point you're making there.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's it's just a good initiative, I think, and it's everyone's pulling in the right direction, I think, in Europe. ECN has helped a lot as well. That can't be understated. The fact that the standards have raised. Due to the professional nature which they had to have taken to provide the coverage, everything's gone up. The standard of the grounds, the standard of the officiating, the umpiring's just at all levels. It's permeated through, I think, the local leagues as well, and it's just becoming a more professional. Even though it's amateur, it is throughout Europe. There are no real professional players apart from maybe the Netherlands. This is hit down the ground.
Oh, she takes a bit of a rough bounce. Good evasive work, though.
It's Joan Stiglitz.
Just for a second, I held my breath.
Well, it's good to see she's out there and captaining their side well.
Yep.
She did get carried off before with I think it was a shoulder and hip injury when she was run out. But she seems okay.
Yeah, she's moving all right now.
So anyway, that's just a little bit of explanation. I think there's just, as I said, everyone pulling in the right direction. There's still a long way to go in Europe. We're still playing on artificial pitches, which I don't think will change in a hurry. But there are big efforts in certain countries, Italy and Spain especially, Germany to a point.
Yeah.
Where that's could be gone, I think.
Oh, now.
Well, let's have a look. It was a stifled appeal.
I think the keeper only seemed a bit half-hearted, though, because there wasn't much support.
She seemed
the appeal.
Yeah, I'm surprised, because it did come off something. Must be off an arm or something.
Yeah.
Emma Kirkman, the keeper, seemed pretty convinced. And was wondering what's going on. Let's have another look at this.
Let's check this one out. See if you can see where this may have come off. I think it's missed the bat off the upper leg. Looks like the top of the left leg.
Yeah, maybe.
I reckon it's gotten past everything.
Did it hit the bat as well, though?
Well,
tough to tell. Not sure if it's taken the back of the bat. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, umpires are pretty quick to say no, not out. Keep going. So that's 13 overs done. We start the 14th now. Hit uppishly in the air. Trouble. Plenty. The throw is wide, but the run is very quickly run there. Got her skates on. Did Amy Valverde Benatar. Have a look at this one. Just stretches for that one. Sets off. And then Amy has to move. She might have actually been home in the end, but anyway, a very good, well-judged single.
Yeah, we're seeing countries on the continent like Italy who are really taking things seriously, and Portugal have recruited well as well.
Yep.
But a slightly different standard. This hit over the top towards the boundary and going to be cut off. They'll come back for 2. But Spain as well of really pushing to get in and play with the big boys.
Yep.
And know that I'm not sure what division it is. I think it's just slightly below the like it's a second tier for internationals.
Yeah.
Which is good to see, and it's being encouraged from all the countries around Europe as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Wishing them all the best to sort of wave the flag for continental Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, the Netherlands have been there for a long time.
Yep.
I know Denmark have had a long history of cricket, but apart from that, there's not been. Compared to other sports, there's not been a real organised. Oh, good fielding again there from Vera.
Oh, she gets her body right behind that one, doesn't she? And protects the boundary line. Doesn't try to come in for the catch. Went through pretty quick, but she's put her body on the line there and said, "No, not getting past me." Look at this. Sits up and smacks it really quite hard around the corner. Good work. One bounce, crunch almost into the knees there. Yeah, good fielding indeed.
The other thing is with European cricket, I mean, this is going off a tangent. We'll come back to this game in a minute because there's still a few overs to go.
Yeah.
And there's still plenty to do for Gibraltar.
Yeah.
This is again nicely hit, just be a single, and well fielded there by Shreya. Is the supporters, the people who are watching the games, all you watching on the live tube, all the spanners, but just everyone watching and supporting European cricket. It helps so much.
Yep.
And there are a lot of fans who, I don't really watch much cricket not as much as I used to. It's a little bit difficult in Prague.
Yeah.
There'd be the odd IPL game on the pub, the Down Under.
Sure.
And then I watch Australian games occasionally. When I'm back home, I'll watch Australian games because it's on live free TV, but it's a bit more difficult here in Central Europe.
It is, yeah.
But these games are always on, and it's you just can't underestimate. What's this hitting the air away from the fielder, going towards the boundary, 4 runs.
Nice strike, that one. Yeah, just watching the fielder there, watching her body language as she was running backwards. Thought she was in a chance there, following the flight of the ball, but Mahadewa there just has to escort over the boundary line, so that is a big hit down the ground. So it's looking pretty ominous here now. The Gibraltar women still haven't lost a wicket. Gibraltar women and the Austrians are starting to think, well, where's this wicket going to come from? It's 89 for the loss of no wickets after 14. They've got 36 balls to pick up 46 runs. That's 7.66 is the required run rate. And Danny, a couple of overs ago, you mentioned, wouldn't it be a shame if you don't lose a wicket, you get all the way to that last over and you bottle it. And Gibraltar women were probably looking in the next couple of overs just to get their noses in front of what would be a parity, get below 6 runs and over.
Yeah.
It's almost to the point where they could almost do it in singles.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're batting well at the moment, especially Amy Valverde. Again, not putting the mockers on her.
No.
But Nikki Caruana, she's doing her part. Going a little bit slowly when you look at it, but at the same time, you need that stability, and she's doing very well. So, you've got to say, it's still very even for me. I don't think...
Computer agrees with you?
Yeah, it does.
51 to 49?
Yeah.
There you go.
The Goldilocks zone, as Vinny calls it.
Yep.
So, all right, let's get back to this game.
Next 6 overs. Well, this could go right down to the wire, this one. It's looking like it's shaping up for an absolute belting finish. Sabu continuing.
Been a really good contest so far.
Starts us off with the dot in her 3rd over, this one. So Priya Sabu, she's bowled pretty well. She's gone for 15 from her 2 overs. And she's still got this one and maybe one afterwards. Now's the time where we start looking at the bowling attack and start saying, well, who's going to bowl these last 5 after this one? It's going to be a real interesting choice for the captain. Just played down just for a single there. So there's one, keeping that scoreboard ticking.
In the context of this tournament, there's each of these teams play each other twice.
Yep.
So this is the second game between Gibraltar and Austria, and it was a big win for Austria yesterday against Gibraltar.
Was.
So if Gibraltar win, the net run rate will still be very positive for Austria, I think. So it'll depend. It'll be a lot to do with how they perform against the Czech girls.
True. Hit straight to the player. They don't go for a single. That was hit nicely, but straight to the player fielding there.
Yeah, the Czechs played one game against Gibraltar yesterday, and it was a convincing win for Gibraltar. But the Czechs batted pretty well, and so the net run rate wasn't quite as much as what they lost to Austria, to Gibraltar. And we'll see the Czechs in action in the next game against Austria.
That's right.
And look, I think the tactics will be try to beat the Czechs as badly as possible. So that could backfire though, because if you overdo it, if you overdo it, then you can, and you lose a few early wickets, it could be a disaster. But and especially Gibraltar will be the ones tomorrow who'll try to accelerate.
Yeah, that's so true. I agree with that. Yeah, Czechs have got the double header tomorrow. That's full. Just a punch down the ground for just a single. It's been a pretty good over, this one so far. That would be just the third single from it. So very nice tight over so far from Priya Sabu. I thought they might actually keep her to bowl maybe the 18th and the 20th. Because she's quality as Priya. She's a really good bowler. She hasn't picked up a wicket. Well, no one's picked up a wicket in this innings.
Yeah.
But she's been pretty economic. Just gone for 18. Last ball of the third. See if she can finish with a dot. And it looks like she will finish with a dot. And that's a pretty good 3 overs from Priya Sabu. She has got 18. Hasn't picked up a wicket, though. 18 runs off her. And that is going to be the end of the 15th. 92 on the board. Still 43 runs from 30 required. And this is exactly what Danny was just talking about there in his summing up a few moments ago. Austria will take on Czechia in match number 4. That's coming your way in probably about an hour and 15 minutes. I think a bit of a lunch break after this game concludes. And the Czech women are going to be back in action for the afternoon match. Austria playing back-to-back games today. Be interested to see what team they put together. Just noticing a couple of players looking just a little bit worse for wear. A couple of players have come off. 12th player has been activated I think for both sides actually. And we'll see how that goes here in this second day of the Women's Central Europe Cup.
Hopefully, just little niggling things. It's good to see Joanne Stiglitz out on the field.
Yeah, very good.
I mean, it would be hard to keep her down. She's the captain and sort of an inspiration for this team. So I think she's the perfect one for a perfect player to be captaining the side. Hello to Finlay's Chickens.
Finlay's Chickens is back in the chat. Great to see you, Finlay's Chickens. We missed you, and he's back.
I did have a look at your channel this morning. And it's fun. I'm sorry to hear about Frio. I know I mentioned it the other day.
Oh yes, yes.
But yeah, very entertaining. It's good. I like chickens. Chickens are great.
Surya ready, coming on to bowl her final over.
Yeah, it's interesting. They are definitely looking for a wicket. Austria to break this partnership, bringing both Priya and Sriya back on.
Yeah, starts off with the single, just punched through the point area there. Yeah, Surya be very keen to try to get a wicket here. Again, not a for long run up. You can see her just standing there at the top of her mark, just behind the umpire. Usually she comes off a bit of a longer mark, a longer run up. But this time, maybe just conserving a bit of energy, possibly, or maybe just trying to work on her her line. She was a little bit wayward in the first over. Went for 16. Uppishly cut, and that's going to get away. That's going to run all the way for 4 runs. It's not a good delivery and not a good time to bowl something short and wide like that.
Yeah, just too short, and to a player of the caliber of Valverde, it's just a gimme. And 4 runs, and Gibraltar move on.
Yeah, watch this one. Just from this angle, you can see how it was really hung out there, and that cut shot, that uppercut shot. Happy to elevate it over the infield. And Surya needs to get this a lot tighter here. She's got 4 balls to try to, sort of redeem herself here. She's gone for 26 from her 3.2, 97 on the board. It's 38 from 28 needed. And while the run rate per over, 8.14. But I'm just keeping an eye on that the runs versus the balls required now at this point as we're getting into this final 5 overs.
Well, a boundary and over would just about get them over the line, because they're still going to get singles like this.
Yeah.
I don't remember too many wides being bowled in this innings, Phil. I mean, I know you've probably got the stats. I don't.
Yeah, let me have a look at that for you.
have them on hand.
Yeah, 10 wide so far and a couple of buys. That's all.
Pretty disciplined from Austria.
It's a good return from yesterday. Yeah, they bowled, I think, 20 wides in the match yesterday. And Gibraltar, well, they bowled 25 wides in yesterday's match. So both teams have tightened things up a bit with the bowling. Goes to hit that one down towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't get anything on it. Kept it a little bit low. Just hits over the top of it. As he doesn't find bat on ball. She's 22 from 42. But both these two are batted really well. 98 for no loss. And those two eyeing off a 100-run partnership here. If they can collect a couple more, Austria would love to see that not happen. Cuts nicely. Straight to the player, though, who stops it. Can't stop a single, though.
Good fielding play, Zepeda again. And she's very handy in the field. There's Andrea May Zepeda.
She's indeed. 36 and 25. It's getting very tight out there, and I'm sure the players are feeling it as well. Neither team wants to blink first. Good ball, good ball. Dot ball's a good ball at this point of the game. And that is going to end the over. So 16 overs gone, and the score is 99 for no loss. So Shreya is going to finish with 28, but no wicket off her 4 overs. And who they're going to turn to now for the next over. There's only 4 more overs to come. You have a look at the, well, that white line has been pretty much matching the pink line above it all the way from over 5 to right now. So it's been pretty level pegging all the way through. That is quite astonishing when you look at it like that. They're just below the yellow line, which is where they needed to be. So probably need a double-digit over sometime, either this over or the next one, just to ensure they're not chasing 15, 16 in the last over, for example.
Well, Shreya's bowled out now.
She is.
It's Priya Sabu who'll bowl from this this top end, and she still has just a 1 over left.
Yeah, just looking to see who they're going to bring on then. So after this, so nicely hit back. Well,
that's
now
out, I think.
that is out, I reckon, Danny.
Yep. That's unfortunate. It'll be unfortunately Valverde who'll have to go. That's
wow,
a terrible way to get out. That was hit straight back. In fact, I think it's Nikki Caruana. Just check when she takes her helmet off. But
looks like we've got on the scoreboard. I think it tells us that Caruana's on strike.
Maybe.
No, that is. I think that is Amy who's been run out.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well,
what a way to go.
What a way to go indeed. And so it was hit straight back. Got a hand to it or something on it at the bowler. And that's the end of a very good innings from the skipper.
Yeah, she's getting a generous round of applause from her teammates. We get a bit of a get around here just in front of us. And you can see that she's just looked a little bit deflated as she walked off. Yeah, I think that's just a bit of bad luck. I think that's ricocheted into the body of the bowler more than anything.
Yeah.
And just, well, when luck runs your way, you smile, I guess. Watch this. Yeah, almost got through her. Yeah, so maybe she's just dropped her hand. It's hit the leg on the way through, and that's a bit of luck running their way. So the first wicket falls on 99. And Gibraltar women, they have to sort of just steady things here. Don't get too carried away. Don't hit the panic button. Plenty of time. And still got a bit to do.
Yeah, still got a bit to do indeed. And they need to build on that run rate as well. Very good batter coming in, though, in Noel Legea.
Yeah.
Joining Nikki Caruana. So I think Nikki has to take a few more risks now. 23 or 14 being the senior partner. Legea is at the non-strikers end. And Priya Sabu, well, hasn't picked up a wicket, but has caused one there with good straight bowling.
Caruana facing now. Oh, clips that nicely through the gap. It's square driven. Chases on here. There's no protection on the boundaries, so the infielders have all the work to do. And it's a couple there to Nikki.
Nice.
And I agree with you. I think, yeah, Nikki needs to take the lead now. The 100 is up, by the way, 101 for 1. She needs to take the lead and make sure that the new batter coming in doesn't feel the pressure and feel that she needs to go over the top or take any risks.
Yeah,
Nikki's
absolutely.
been there for the whole time. It's, yeah, she can take the lead.
She's very capable as well. Very good player is Nikki Caruana.
Yeah.
So just been stemmed back a little bit by this Austrian bowling. And also just playing second fiddle, I think, to Valverde.
Played again. This time
Oh,
goes straight
trouble.
to point. Oh, there's trouble at the bowler's end. If she can pick it up.
Oh, I think she's gone.
Oh, yes. And given soft signal for the umpire is out. Well, it's the signal. It's not a soft signal. It is the signal. Doesn't put his hand right up in the air. Just holds it about chest height. Says, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's it for you.
Phil, you're not going to believe this.
What's that, mate?
So I think, is this the third time we've seen Gibraltar?
Yeah.
First time she didn't bat because there was a...
Laguerre.
yeah.
Yeah.
First time she didn't bat because there were no wickets.
Yep.
This is the second time she's been run out without facing a delivery.
Yep. That's got to hurt.
This really got to hurt.
That stings.
I mean, when your luck's
no.
out, she's
Dear.
she's been out twice in this tournament in 3 games and has not faced a delivery.
I hope she can take that well, because that's she's there for her. She's in the team for her batting, and unfortunately, it hasn't unfolded. When you get run out like that, that does sting.
Very frustrating.
Oh yeah, yeah. So Noelle has to leave the pitch. None from none for her. And well, this is the part where we said it all the way along about Gibraltar. Just they were the run chase. They kept the run chase where it needed to be. Look at this throw, nice throw. Fumbled here by the bowler, but she does collect in the end. In the end, that is correct call of yes, you are definitely gone. Umpire in good position to see that.
She's a good player. Priya's a very, very good cricketer.
Yeah, it's very competitive.
It was a nice throw in, just bounced in front of her and collected well, didn't panic. All right.
Just punched again towards point. They're going to go for a single this time, though.
Oh,
and that is
not out.
Not out. Well, lucky. Oh, boy. I thought that was going to be another run out. Watch this one. Ball comes in. Nah, home. Plenty home.
To be fair, it's same player, same play. If Nikki would have run, I think, in the one of them watching the ball, I think,
Yep.
definitely, I think that Noel would have made it her ground. Whether Nikki would have made hers, I'm not sure, depending on which way they went. But it was that hesitation.
True. Ferrari on strike, gets to face the first delivery as something very loud flies low across the ground. It's
A few airports around, normally not jet planes, so
I reckon that's
it's probably the president.
the this area in Vinohrad. This is on the flight path for planes landing at the Prague airport. When they're coming from, depending if they're landing from the north on the runway, they fly them straight overhead and they get them to bank and go around to the east, and they come right across here. So if you're flying into Prague, just look out your left window when it banks before landing, because you'll probably see the Vinohrad ground underneath you.
This one went straight over us, Phil. Like it's going straight away from us. Oh, sorry.
Trouble.
Should have
run out.
covered that one.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's another run out. Let's watch this one again. We're looking up in the sky at these loud things screaming overhead, and there's a lot of cheering going on the ground. Players are off too. Oh, one of the girls has got a bit of a leg injury. She's gone to ground to try to protect that one. Look at this. The pickup and the throw to the keeper's end, and you're out by about a metre there. That desperate to get that second run.
That's another good batter in Lizzie Ferrari as well.
And Danny, the run-outs are starting to mount now. That's not good.
Again, it's good pressure and good fielding from Austria, but a little unnecessary. And they know they need to get some quick runs, but they're not doing it by getting their better batters dismissed.
Yeah, Elizabeth Ferrari has to depart, and she'll be a bit gutted about that one. Look at this. Comes out, puts the head down, and the desperate dive. Yep, and it's a good throw. Just try to put pressure on the fielder to maybe throw it a bit wide, and it's come undone there. 103 for 3, 32 from 18. So how many runs are going to leave themselves in the next couple of overs? There's still very big opportunity here.
They've done pretty much everything right in this game, Gibraltar, and they're going to struggle to win this from here on. They need 10.5 and over. There's another one.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That is problematic now. This is real panic time now for Gibraltar women. And Austria are now, they're coming back with a punch. It's looking like Gibraltar are the first ones to blink when they've been eye to eye, eyeball to eyeball throughout this whole game until just the last couple of overs. And now suddenly Gibraltar are the ones who are blinking, and that is a massive wicket. Watch this one again. Stumps, rattled, knocked over.
That's Caruana as well. So there are 2 new batters out there who haven't faced a delivery. And, well, tall task now for these Gibraltarians.
Oh, yeah, Caruana has to walk off. 26 and 48. Accomplished a good innings, held things together, but they needed her to guide the team home because now it's fresh batters out there, middle order exposed. And this could be a real problem now. So it's going to be Yanira Blagg joining Lauren Pius. Neither of them faced the delivery, neither of them off the mark. They literally have to start again. Nice hit around the corner. Oh, gets through the fielder this time. She needs to back this one up. It's going to pull up just inside the line. And they're going to get through for a couple. So off the mark is Yanira. Nice shot around the corner. 105 for 4. 30 from 16. Hello to Viddy Sander, who's jumped into the chat. And he mentioned the double diamond Derek. Triple D. There you go. Nice one, Vinny.
Sort of. Not really.
Double diamond Derek?
Is it?
Yeah. Didn't you
Is
go
it
for
double diamend or triple diamond?
Didn't
Oh,
you?
he did the diamond.
Yeah, triple D.
God,
but
I was
double
wondering
diamond.
what. Yeah, double diamond Derek. Yeah.
Triple
It's
D.
unfortunate. We'd like to see a bat sometime in this tournament.
Well, hopefully she'll get a bat maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, won't be today.
Against the Czechs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's done for today. It's in the air. Oh, tantalising close. Straight to the fielder. Shy at the stumps. But run through for a quick single there. They're going to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Good quick run, that one. Getting pretty tense out there now for all teams. Gibraltar women, though, they still need 29 from 14. It's still open. It's still anybody's book, but they're going to need a couple of boundaries just to try to get their noses back into the game. Again, hit down the ground, just over the foot of the bowler. Just a single. This time throws to the keeper's end. That's good. Keeping the non-striker who takes off towards the keeper's end. Just trying to keep them honest as well. So singles won't do it. They're going to have to find the boundary and very, very shortly.
Yeah, look, they've been getting runs off every ball. They've got 2 off one of the ones before, but you're right, Phil. They need a couple of boundaries.
Just straight to the fielder. They don't chance that one. It's good work. Shreya didn't have to do too much. Just put the hand down to stop that one. That is the end of the 18th over. 107 for 4 after 18. Gibraltar, 28 runs still short of the target. Only 2 overs to get it. Is that a mountain too steep?
I tell you what, like, I mean, we're talking about Gibraltar losing a few wickets here, and they've done nothing wrong. But honestly, all credit to Austria as well, because they've hung in there, and it's frustrating when you can't get wickets, and you know that the score is mounting up. Right now, they're looking at 14 and over. It's looking like a little bit too much for Gibraltar to get.
Yeah.
But Austria they've just hung in there. They've hung in there. I'm not sure what the skipper Johan Stiglitz have been saying to them, but they knew that they had a score on the board.
Yeah.
That was defendable. But what they've done is they've just plugged away and just kept on doing what they do well, and now they're on top. So well done to Austria so far. Still not over.
Yep. Siddiqui is going to come on to bowl her 4th. She's gone for 26 of her 3 overs. She needs a nice tight over here for her team. Starts us off with, I was going to say wide, but a wide plus.
Yeah, it's 2 runs off the off no.
2
no
runs
balls.
off no ball,
Yeah.
effectively. Yep. You're exactly right, Danny. Yep.
So that's a good start for Gibraltar in this over. Just a little bit loose there from Siddiqui.
Get the feeling this is definitely, well, it's obviously going to go to the last over.
Short, hit well. Player out there, can't get there. 4 runs.
She doesn't protect the boundary line, Danny. Oh, I tell you what, if you're one of her fielding teammates, you would have wished she would have just protected the boundary line, not gone for the catch.
I don't think she could have got around to it anyway. She probably did the right thing trying to stop that boundary. Let's have a look at it. She's really...
Yeah, I don't think she went for the catch. I think she went to dive on top of the ball, so maybe that's what she's done. My first thought was she was trying to go for the catch, but on the replay, I think she's just tried to put in a bit of a dive.
That was pretty well hit. Just a bit short from Siddiqui. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, Yanira just failing to get bat on ball there. Yeah, Siddiqui here with a bit of a job here in her final over. She's gone for 32 off 3.2 overs. She's got 4 deliveries. Job for the team. Dot balls, please. See how she goes. Swing and a miss. Another dot ball. Doing the job. Oh, that's going to make it really tough now.
Yeah, the last 2 deliveries have been absolutely spot on from Siddiqui.
Yep.
The one they hit before was just a bit short, but that's spot on.
That's exactly where her team wanted to bowl that one again if she can. Well, it's been hit uppishly. A couple of bounces. It's going to head out towards deep mid-wicket. They're going to look for 2 no matter what. Throws coming in. Oh, now. What's happened there? Yep, the umpire's given out. Thought for a minute there maybe the bowler might have broken the stumps with her hand before the ball came in, but umpire says, I've seen enough, and that is yet another run out. Desperate to get that second run, and it just wasn't going to happen.
Now, let's have a look at this one. I think she there's a really good throw in there. And let's have a look. Bowler getting back to the stumps, which is good to see. And
hard to tell.
well,
Isn't
she
it?
did it. She had the ball. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Mahadewa there with the good throw.
I'm just wondering whether she took the. Not that it really matters.
Yeah.
No, that's really good fielding. I'm not sure if she took the stumps out before she had the ball.
It's a problem because she's clutching the ball in front of the stumps.
You can't as an umpire you can't see it.
Yeah.
And she did hold on to the ball, so I think good decision. This is called a no ball. A free hit.
Free hit coming. This is a really big free hit, this one. Watch this one again. Yeah, bounces twice before it gets to the other end. So free hit coming.
That's another good delivery.
Free miss.
I think when Siddiqui gets more consistent, because she does offer a shorter one or a no ball like that in each over. If she can get 5 or 6 deliveries, which are like that last one, and like we've seen quite a few in this over, and again this is a bit short and would have been a no ball.
Yeah, she gets an edge on that one, doesn't she? And well,
if she can get more consistent, and bowling leg spin is difficult. But she'll be a very, very handy bowler for Austria for many years.
She will indeed.
And so, yeah, should have been left.
Hey, Finlay's Chickens has finally got us right. So you are Danny and Phil Combs, right? Remember yesterday, I think he misplaced you, I think?
Yeah, I was Phil.
That's
You got
right.
Vinny right.
You got Vinny right, yeah. But yes, Finlay's Chickens, you're right. It is Danny and Phil here on comms duties today, all day. As we go to the final over. It's 19 required off the final over. And that is going to be tough going for Gibraltar trying to find those runs. It's going to be really tough to go against the trend of this match and try to pull out a big over. It can, of course, it can be done. Let's see if it can be done though. Who's going to bowl? It looks like it's going to be Mahadewa. Maybe he's going to come back and bowl her last. I believe it is.
You can see a couple of the check goals have turned up. So it's got Franovers there. And it's gone.
Bang, hits the stumps. And bang goes the chances of Gibraltar picking up a win here, I reckon. And Austria are on the cusp of picking up another victory against Gibraltar. And this is going to give them a real shot of adrenaline into the arm. They're going to feel so good if they can walk away with this. 5 balls away from a big win here.
Yeah, look, it's been a really good performance from Austria. As I said, they sort of hung in there with a very, very good innings from Valverde, the captain. And once she was dismissed, it's like they burst the bubble of Gibraltar, and it's been just a little bit too far for Gibraltar. That not many runs have come apart from the opening partnership between Valverde and Caruana.
You're right. Ever since those two, it's been pretty much carnage. They put a 99 the opening pair. Well, unlucky not to get a wicket there with that delivery. That's almost gotten through Mumford. This game has, unfortunately for Gibraltar, you're right, Danny, it's just, it's unfortunately just gotten away from them in those last sort of 4 overs when they just found themselves just wanting. Just needed someone to stay out there and keep that scoreboard ticking. They got that scoreboard ticking for 16.1 overs while the opening batting pair put on 99.
Yeah.
And I thought, when the graphic came up showing the run rate, I thought, oh, they've got this in hand. They have matched what they needed to do.
I mean, these games can turn so quickly.
Yeah.
and it was just not quite. It was again a good effort from Austria to get the score that they got to, because it was a good bowling performance from Gibraltar, but they've just hung in there, and it is frustrating when you have a big partnership that has been missed again by Helen Mumford. When you can't get wickets, and we've all been there. If we've played cricket at any level, we've all been there where you just can't dismiss batters.
Yep.
And they've just continued. They've had that belief, and I'm sure that Joanne Stiglitz is one of the influences that has mentioned us. Again, a chance for a run out. Can't quite pick the ball up.
Couldn't pick the ball. Oh dear. She had an eternity to pick the ball up and swing and smash the stumps and break them, and doesn't get it. Watch this from side on. Just her foot kicks the ball away from her fingertips, and then Shreya runs in to help out with the matters. Last ball then is coming up. 116 for 6. Big win here for Austria. Good win for them. It gets an edge, and it's going to be a single to finish with. The underarm goes to no one in particular, but Austria notch up a very important win here. And they have just realised that the game is done and dusted. 117. It is a 17-run victory to Austria over Gibraltar. And it was a good, close, well-fought match. It was only just towards the end when those run-outs happened. And that almost that freakish run-out that got the first wicket that dismissed Amy Valverde Benatar off Priya Sabu. That was it. That was the turning point.
I agree with you, Phil. That was just a bit of luck there for Austria. As I said, they plugged away, and it was very unlucky for Amy to be dismissed in that way. Caruana hitting one back to the bowler and then deflecting onto the stumps.
Yep.
So it was very good win though for Austria, and they show that they're a top side. Not much between Austria and Gibraltar, I think, but the 2 games they've played, it's been 2 wins for Austria. It'll pump up the rankings as well. They'll go much higher, because they're ranked quite a bit below what Gibraltar are.
I think they're ranked 60. Does that sound right? In Gibraltar are 33 from memory. That's the kind of rankings that they were prior to this tournament. So after these 2 results, you're right, Danny, it's going to be interesting to see how that affects things for both teams. Look, well done to both teams. Massive congratulations to Austria to picking up their 2nd win over Gibraltar in this competition. Look, congratulations as well to Gibraltar. I thought they fought really hard. Fits and starts in their bowling. A couple of sort of, at the start, a few sort of almost catches not being taken, things like that, a few opportunities they missed out on. But in the batting department, I really like Amy Valverde Benatar. Her innings was sensational. Nikki did a good support as well. Unfortunately, after that, the support kind of fell away. And maybe it was the pressure of knowing they were right at the end. The last couple of overs, just couldn't do enough.
I mean, the fact that Noel was run out again without facing a ball, it's affected things. I'd open with her next time, I think, just to give her a run. Hopefully she'll get a run.
Fair enough, yeah.
But it was the highlights, as we see the tractor there with sharp implements that I wouldn't want to get near on the back there. But look, it was very good from Gibraltar for the most part, and but also Austria just hung in there, and but it was the Valverde show for most of that innings, and so it was a drop catch, but generally it was pretty chanceless throughout.
Yeah,
it was just good batting. Caruana also with a good support role, but it was Vera out there with a nice piece of fielding. Yeah, but that was the 50 acknowledged, kept on going on. I'm sure we'll see the run out in just a few minutes time. This one's going out towards the boundary as well. Just consistent boundaries and good batting all up. This is it, where it's just hit the bowler Priya, and she knew as soon as the appeal went up that she was short. That's an unfortunate way to get out.
Yeah. And
talking about unfortunate, poor old Noel, she put her head up in the air and tried to get back, and he's been out twice in the tournament.
Sadly enough for that one, she kind of cooked herself.
Yeah.
You know, she backed up 3/4 of the way of the pitch. And just unfortunate.
Again, if they'd gone early,
if both gone straight away,
then maybe there's a chance. But it was Caruana who was a set batter.
Yeah, true.
So it was a bit of a shame there for Noel, but hopefully she'll get to bat tomorrow. They are they're just playing one game tomorrow against the Czechs.
That's right. Yeah, so we see the highlight reel sort of coming to a bit of a close here. A couple more run-outs, the wickets, and a good wicket there as well. That was Mahadewa jumping in with a chance there, getting a bowled. And in the end, it was Austria by 17 runs. Handshakes all around between the two teams. Played in very good spirits between the two teams. And we'll have a look at the final batting card here. It's going to tell the story of exactly what Danny's just described, which is two batters at the top there doing such a cracking good job, putting on 99 for the opening stand and really taking their team almost 95% of the way to a great victory. And unfortunately, it was a lack of support and just some good pressure with the run-outs, with the field placings from the Austrian fielders and their captain, who managed to pull that one back. It all started with the freakish run-out at the top there, Amy Valverde Benatar. That's where it all sort of started to come downhill. Unfortunately for Nikki Caruana, she couldn't stick around, and it ended up being a few runs shy. Let's have a look at the bowlers here. So 2 wickets to Mahadewa there, 2 for 12. Terrific bowling from her for her 4 overs. Everyone else, they did okay. I guess you could say that Siddiqui was a little bit expensive, but she bowled that very good last over where, you know, she only went for a handful of runs. And I agree with what you said about her as well. You know what, a bit more time out there, give her opportunities, she will be a really dangerous bowler.
Yeah, she will be. And look, a good set of all up, I think. The Austrian bowlers did very, very well. It's a good varied attack and very consistent. See here, only 15 extras, I think, as well.
Yeah,
which is very well done from Austria. See here, Shreya Reddy again with 47. She's averaging 47 for the tournament, Phil. It's a pretty easy one to work out. The second score of 47. And then also down there, Amy Valverde Benatar with the 50 and deserved 50. And unfortunate way to get out. And then it did sort of create a bit of chaos within Gibraltar, a couple of run-outs, and after that as well, and a good win in the end for Austria. In fact, look, there were 4 run-outs again, because there were only 2.
Interesting.
So the second time there have been 4 run-outs. It just shows how good the Austrian women have fielded in this tournament.
And probably also gives the Gibraltar women something to mull over before we see them come back again tomorrow against the Czech women. As you can see there, that is what's coming up next. It's Austria versus Czechia here in the Central Europe Cup, as we continue with match number 4 coming your way in about 38 minutes time. And myself, Phil G, alongside Danny Hudacek. We're looking forward to bring this game to you very shortly. We'll be back on the air in about half an hour, just over half an hour's time, to lead you into that match, talk you through the introduction and tell you a bit more about what's going on and what the teams are all about. So please go and enjoy your lunch break now, your tea break if you're on that part of the world, or maybe you're just going to go get yourself a good breakfast if maybe you're tuning in from maybe that part of the world as well. Anyway, wherever you're watching from, we welcome you to Vinoj, the cricket ground here. It's our home ground. Both Danny and I are Czech based and do a lot of work here with the Federation Local Fed, and we're absolutely thrilled to be able to bring you the Central Europe Cup here from our lovely little commentary bin here with a lovely view across the ground. Anyway, I'm rambling. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying I'll see you back here in about 32 minutes time, and please don't go too far. Enjoy what's going on over there in Hornchurch and join us back here. We'll see you shortly.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So good afternoon, cricket fans. Welcome back to the Vinhos Cricket Ground here. Phil G for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back to the live broadcast. It's match number 4 coming your way. This time it's going to be Austria taking on the Czech women. And Austria, they've just finished a game against Gibraltar. Exciting finish. Only just at the end there did Gibraltar manage to not take up enough runs there to get the win, and Austria get themselves a very good victory. Their second win over Gibraltar in this competition. That could be really telling. Looking forward to seeing what the ICC rankings do after that gets all tallied. Anyway, let's move our focus on to the Czech team taking on the Austrian team here. A big game for the Czechs, looking to build on the performance they did yesterday where, look, I think they batted really well as a team. They really held it together. They scored a good amount of runs, got over the 100 mark as well, chasing a very big total against Gibraltar. 161 was the target they were chasing, and they fell well short by 50 odd runs. But don't worry about that for the Czech supporters out there watching at the moment. You saw some very good signs from them, hoping to see good signs again. Why don't we get over to the coin toss and have a look and see what happened there. The Czech captain, along with the Austrian captain, with our umpire. Take it away.
Welcome to match 4 of the Central Europe Cup between Austria and Czechia.
Thank you.
Austria are the home team. They're going to flip the coin, and Czechia are going to call when it's in the air.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
You would like to betting?
Czechia have won the toss, and they're going to have a bet. Good luck.
So there you have it. The Czech captain wins and going to have a bat first. I think it's pretty good. Let's get the Czechs out there and see what score they can put on the board. Like I said before, positives to take from their innings yesterday. If they can bring that into this match now and try to get a score on the board over 100, get to that triple digit figures and set a target for Austria. Remember, Austria have just played a pretty tough game against Gibraltar this morning. Maybe that could be telling. I hope they're hydrated enough. They need to be careful for that. Make sure that they stay nice and fit and they can stay healthy on the field and chase this total down. We'll be keeping an eye on that, and I'm sure you will as well. And why don't we get stuck into it? So, Danny Hudacek, my good friend and co-commentator, he's in the commentator's bin, as I lovingly call it. And Danny, the news from the toss is the Czechs have won the toss. Going to have a bat first. Looking forward to this one. I bet you are as well. Over to you, Danny.
Well, thanks, Phil, and greetings from the bin. And welcome to Prague, to this lovely day here in Czechia. We're going to see an interesting game here. Austria, we'll see them. Saw them with a good win against Gibraltar in the previous game. The Czechs, first time we'll see them today. They have a doubleheader tomorrow, but they'll be nice and fresh against an Austrian team that's been in the field for quite a bit in the previous game. And it should be an interesting contest. This is the Central Europe Cup for women 2025. Saw the men's tournament a couple of days ago. Just to conclude, as we see here, the two different teams. Smrti Kohli is in for Austria, and it's Adela Pavlichkova. It's Raquel's mum who's come in. She plays for Kačer here in Prague. So apart from that, unchanged. But the Czechs have only played one game so far. And they were competitive, but Austria looking very, very strong. So 95% the win predictor for Austria. It's pretty accurate, I think, to a point. The Czechs have to play very well. They still have not won an international game. The Czechs only started playing internationally last year and have struggled. And they'll be reinforced by the end of the year. And you'll see a slightly different team, I think, on the weekend when they do they play the T20Is with a few players coming in. So it'll be three are ready. Tall quick bowler from Austria to start up again. She's wicketless so far in the series. It's bowled pretty well in parts. Dropped short a couple of times. And the two batters, it'll be Zuzka Franova, the keeper, and Mimi as well, Josephine Suchkova, who I'm told will have a bowl. She's just getting over an injury is Mimi, good young bowler from a bit of a cricketing pedigree here in the Czech Republic. Phil has joined us in the bin.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Danny.
So here we go. The first ball, a little late on that, was Franova. Good start here from Shreya Reddy.
You said at the start there that Shreya is searching for her first wicket in this tournament. And she'd be desperate to pick up pick up a wicket here for sure. And Susanna Franova, she started with the bat, 28 off 38 deliveries on, yesterday in the first game.
She had a bit of a chat to her. She's disappointed not to get in the 30s. She does have a high score in the 30s from last year. And, we know they're a little bit down in the batting strengths, the Czechs. They batted doggedly the other day, though, very well. And hit 110, which was a good score considering a few weeks ago against Cyprus they didn't manage to get anywhere near that. And, gone. Well, that's it for Franova. That's good bowling there from Shreya. And Franova will have to go for a duck. As I said, they're down a little bit on the batting. They've relied on Zuzka Franova to score some runs. Fortunately, it's not going to happen for her in this game. And an early breakthrough here for Austria.
Yeah, once, twice, and third time's a charm. You could see there she was just honing in on that exactly that kind of length, and the third one is right on middle. Just a little bit of flight through the air, straightens and crashes into the base of middle and off. Shreya gets her first wicket in the tournament. She'll be absolutely ecstatic about that, I'm sure. I'll tell you someone who won't be, and that's Susanna Franova, who has to say, that's it for me, a third ball duck.
Yeah, unfortunate, but, well, it's just good bowling. Sometimes you just can't keep it out.
Interesting note that Austria played the Czechs 3 times in T20Is last year, and Shreya picked up 3 wickets in the first game they played. It was a bit of a demolition job, that tour. Austria had it all over the Czech women when they played down there in Vienna. Shreya getting 3 wickets in the first game.
It's going to be called a wide, just ducked out of the way. Raquel Pavlichkova is the new batter. So, but one thing that's, I think, with the Austrian bowling, it's been very tight. It's been very much at the stumps, and what they've done well is just restricted batters. Gibraltar batting, because they haven't played the Czechs. It's the first time they've played in this tournament.
Yeah.
And bowling straight, and then they've got the short mid wicket and short cover in. Short mid wicket is not that close to the bat at this stage, but it's very hard to pierce that field, and because they're just bowling straight. And there's also quite a short mid on and mid off. It's nicely hit, and well, it was knocked down by the fielder there, Smriti Kohli, who's come into the side and the covers, and could have been a single on, but I think they've been watching the Austrians in the field and probably don't want to take them on early.
I think you're right there. Yeah, it's interesting just to rebound it off the inside of the leg, and yeah, didn't want to chance that one. Just want to see out the over, I think.
It's a nice looking shot again, straight to mid off though. I've been very impressed with Austria in this tournament. As I said, they've played Gibraltar twice, who are ranked quite a bit above them.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's too much between the sides. But it's just, they do everything pretty calmly. I think it's got a lot to do with Joanna Stiglitz, who we just had a bit of a chat to. She came and said hi.
Yep.
But she's a very calming influence, good experience in the team. She's also a top-level umpire. We saw her here for the, I think it was the same tournament last year. She came and umpired.
That's right.
So she's got a very calming influence, very good influence on this Austrian side, and they do just simple things very well.
Yep.
Yeah, the fielding. Against Gibraltar twice they've had 4 runouts in the in the game. So
that's right.
A couple of them absolutely spectacular direct hits yesterday. So,
You can see a couple of the Gibraltars going back in the background.
Gibraltarians, I think.
Gibraltarians. What do I call them? Gibraltars.
Gibraltans. Yeah, I got corrected when I was in Romania a while ago. I think it's Gibraltarians, which of course they've got to complicate the English language, don't they?
Of course they
Like
can.
Mancunians and all sorts of different things. We have Sydney Siders, Melburnians.
Melburnians, yes, yes.
Sydney
Melburnians.
Siders. I don't know why it's Sydney Siders, but that's what it is. All right. Well, it comes in again, and it's going to be a single, I think.
I think so. Nicely done. You know what Melburnians call Sydney Siders? No, okay, we're going to let that one go through the keeper. Oh, that's it. Sorry, just noticed there. Sorry to cut you off there, Danny. Just noticed there that Hadewa, she stepped on the stumps as she was backing back to take the ball.
Ah, so it's a no ball?
So,
no, it's not a no ball.
Just a no run at opportunity there, even if the throw had been better. But she trod back on the stumps in the replay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, gone. Well, that's another one. That's Pavlichkova.
Just watching the stumps taking forever to fall down there. It's like in slow motion. That is disastrous. That is another one straight. You miss, I hit delivery.
Yep, that's exactly how they've been bowling. And it's just too good for Pavlichkova. We'll have to go. This is Raquel Pavlichkova. Of course, a mum in the team. A couple of mums out there. Eva Konasova and also Yana Kominkova, who's coming in next.
Perfectly balanced. That's quite amazing. It took forever. I thought it was going to just hold its ground there on that 45-degree angle. Perfectly weighted. A juggler can do that job. But that is disastrous for the Czechs. They lose their second one. In the second over, 2 for 2 is the score on the board.
And it's two good batters as well. They've been relying on to get some runs. Another good batter also, Yana Kominkova. What a story she is. She came into the side. Actually, three mums in this side. Of course, it's still really in its infancy here. The in the Czech Republic, the national team. It's only their second year playing, so they've had to dig deep with getting qualified players. This is down leg side, called a wide, and so there were quite a few called up whose kids play in the juniors and were being coached at Culture and so.
Yeah.
But Yana Kominkova is now the captain of Czechia, and I think she's a good choice for it. Oh, it's going to be a little edge and go down for just a single. She's quite strong, actually, through the offside. Nicknamed the Terminator, or the Cominator, actually, by some. I think she prefers the Cominator.
Combinator.
Yeah, but it's the Terminator, according to Vinny.
I think I've seen her wearing like Terminator sunglasses, actually.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's where where it was born from.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I think she bowled with them last year.
It's well played there by Mimi. So it is Mimi. It's Josephine, but everyone calls her Mimi. And,
Do you know why they call her Mimi?
I think she was always, I don't know, actually. I don't know what the story was.
Interesting.
She's always been called Mimi. Of course, her dad played for the Czech Republic for quite a while.
Benji.
Bit of a wild man. He's a lovely guy, but
He's a top bloke.
when you see him bowl, he's just all over the shop.
Yeah, he was one of our nemesis back in the day when you and I used to play for the Barbarians, and he played for Vinarati.
Yeah.
I used to enjoy facing him because I used to love either blocking or leaving, and he'd get really quite frustrated and have a bit of a chat with me several times mid-pitch, and I would just lovingly just block the next delivery.
I'm sure he's very, very proud of both Mimi and also Alfie.
Yes.
Solcek, who's he played for Czechia last year, made his debut. He's a good young fast bowler.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what's going on here. Don't know. End of the over, is that it?
I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Miscounted, I think. Yes. Okay. There we go.
So Alfie plays for Vinarati, and he's a good young fast bowler. He's very tall, like his dad. I think he's going to be taller than his dad, actually.
He will be taller, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
So again, the hope is that he'll pop into the national team. Good young, locally bred talent.
I haven't seen him for a little while. I haven't even seen if he's actually named in the Vinarati squad for ECS.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I need to have a look at that because it'd be great to see him back in action again.
Him and Danny O'Connor. I mean, I'd love to see both of them back in the playing. I know that Danny is in Scarborough
That's right.
Playing at a cricket college there. Oh, it's a dodgy edge again. That's Kaminkova. He gets to the other end, another single. 5 for 2 now. But yeah, it would be great to see those players. I know I had a bit of a chat to Desi, the manager for the women's team, asking about a couple of players that are coming in. Scarlett is one who will be coming in shortly. She's training with the national team. Again, quite young. There's also Vercha, who is, I can't remember who. It's, again, one of the mums' daughters. Might be Eva Konasova, I think. Who will be in the national team set up soon. It's nicely played there by Mimi just for a single. But she's still too young to be qualified to play for in an ICC tournament. But she's a good young, quick bowler coming through. So they're the two new, new talented bowlers coming through. The batting is always, I think they need to apply themselves a little bit more.
Yeah.
And they have in this tournament. I think they've batted pretty well. This is just pushed forward. Of course, they lost those 2 big wickets, especially Franova's the one who's been getting runs for them.
Yes, agreed.
Starting last year with both, there's Katka, who's not in the lineup, the captain in the tournament earlier this year against Cyprus, and also Terka Koltunova. If you're online and in the chat, Terka, let us know if you're going to be playing at the weekend.
Yeah,
there was some sort of scan. We asked her sister; she didn't know anything about it.
Hey, I can tell you, I just quickly checked the ECN website about VCC squad. Alfie is named in the squad.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's really good news. Hope he gets to play. I was worried that maybe you're away on like studies duties or something like that.
Yeah, it is school holidays here in
True.
In the Czech Republic. So
yeah.
We keep on going with Czech Republic and Czechia. I'm starting to get to warm up to Czechia. I know that the national teams are now called Czechia, so that's what I'm calling the national teams. But I still refer to the Czech Republic because that's what I've sort of known since I've been here. But I'm actually warming up to Czechia.
It's funny you say that. I've had this conversation with a lot of Czechs and a lot of Czech grown people, who I've talked to, that they don't like Czechia. They just don't like it. No. But one of the reasons it was brought in was the government wanted to do this because they want to do it mainly for commerce and trade.
Yeah.
So it just works better. They got Slovakia instead of Slovak Republic, et cetera, et cetera. They wanted to join that kind of thing happening.
Yeah.
And it also, I remember reading government issue communication about this, and they said, trade, commerce, and also sporting events. So now the sporting teams from Czechia are now, that's the Czechia hockey team. That's this sort of thing. But I'm like you. I've taken a while just in my head to sort of say, am I okay with this? I like Czech Republic. There's something about it. But
we've been here, both been here for a while, and
we have.
That's something that was sort of drilled into us. And then I remember I had a student once who was vehement that he wanted Czechia.
Yeah.
So bowler comes in and it's down leg side, called a wide. It's Mahadewa again. And I thought that sounds weird. It sounds really odd. And then I know there was some sort of incident that happened in town a while ago. This is just in front of the fielder. Great effort.
She's throwing a tantrum.
Upset at herself.
Oh, that was a genuine fist smacking on the ground little tantrum there. Comical as it was. Look at this. What her reaction? No. Good on her. Good. Oh, almost took the great catch though.
It's just been edged and a bit of confusion. Still a bit of confusion. Well, Mimi ran herself out in spectacular fashion yesterday, where the ball was hit and she just took off, and her batting partner just kind of went no.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember that one. Yep, I'm not moving anywhere.
I know that Venky's had a bit of a chat with her, and not to be enthusiastic, but maybe not to the point of just running blindly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terka in the chat. Yes, she will play at the weekend. So good to hear. I knew she'd be supporting her sister in the Czechia team.
Hello there, Terka. That's good to hear. Really glad to hear that.
Should be a good series. And again, with Turco coming in, hope you've been practicing your batting, Turco. It was a bit rough last time, but she'll improve the bowling as well. It's definitely not the batting, but also with Fawa Baba coming in, that'll hopefully give the Czechs a good chance. Nicely turned around the corner, going towards the boundary, and with 4 runs.
Shot.
You can hear the cheers.
Cheers of delight from the dugout, Danny. And the dugout is right in front of where that ball hit the boundary line too, so they really amplified that one. That was a big, big shout you heard coming through the effects mic.
Yeah, nice shot from Mimi. And she's a good young player. Yes, Mimi. She, I think she definitely played, I think, the T10s when she was 14. I think that's like you can get exemption because, but mainly noted as a bowler. But is there opening the batting and looking pretty confident actually. Get some good bowling.
Is indeed, yeah. This is looking pretty good. 4 overs gone, 11 for 2 on the board, and it's a cautious start, albeit that lovely little flick around the corner, guided, just a leg glance, I'll call that, for 4 runs from the bat of Amimi. So nice steady start here. Lost 2 early wickets, which, yeah, I agree, very important wickets, those ones. So they just need to buckle down, and the runs will come. And for Austria, they're just going to keep plugging away, and their bowling attack has been fantastic, and they deserve the accolades. They're looking at this and they're saying, all right, we played a really tough game just before against Gibraltar. We've now got the Czechs who are ranked, below us. Let's call a spade a spade. Yeah. They are ranked below us. Got a chance here to, really sort of work hard and get ourselves a good quality win if we can. It's getting warmer out there as well. A couple of players just pulled up a little bit of cramp at the end of that first match. So that's why in my introduction I talked a bit about hydration, making sure the players take care of themselves. It is getting a little bit warmer.
And they've had a bite to eat as well. We had a nice curry from Ravi, which was very good. So new bowler will be Priya Sabu. So again, a very, very good player here for Austria, bowling to Kaminkova. Didn't quite get that out of the stick. She can hit the ball pretty hard. Can the Terminator, the captain of the Czechia team, Jana Kaminkova. And again, another player who got in because I think her son plays in the was doing some at the academy.
Yeah,
getting some coaching and playing cricket, and she grew a bit of interest, and she formed her own club, which I think is great. Playing indoor cricket.
That's really
good. The Mums Club.
The Mums Club.
Yeah, the Mums Club, which I'm sure that quite a few of the other mums here in Adela Pavichkova and also Eva Konasova are playing in.
I'm not a mum, but I reckon I could get a game with them. I haven't swung the bat in anger for many years, and I'm just a crusty old man on the wrong side of 50. Anyway, nothing to do with me. It's all about the girls.
No comment,
having fun.
Phil. No comment.
Yeah, right. If I'm driving that car, you're riding shotgun. It's still 11 for 2. This is a good start from Priya, and halfway through her first over.
She's a good play all round, I think. Priya comes in again, and that's pretty well hit, hurdled by the fielder.
Just saw the ball going out to her captain. She thought, I'll let the skipper pick that one up. And Joanne Stiglitz fielding there in the on the mid-off position, and just keeping close eye on the team, keeping a bit of good pressure on the Czech batters by making sure she's got a nice tight team there, nice tight fielding positions.
Very big swing. She's very strong through the covers, I think, Pavlichkova, but she needs a bit of width, and that's not at all what Priya's giving her. So it's tough going. It will be tough going in this inning. We knew that at the start of this game that it was going to be tough for the Czechs. But losing those 2 early wickets makes it a little bit harder. But these 2, I mean, Kaminkova's on 2 and Sochkova on 6. Comes Priya again. And dodgy edge, gets away with it.
She will get away with it.
Might get 2 for this, Well, Kaminkova's not looking for it, and she probably should have.
She definitely should.
So, not much communication between the 2. Definitely 2 in that one.
Yeah, I think she pretty much had the Austrian fielder who probably the weakest arm in the field chase after that and do a relayed throw in. So yeah, she's missed a bit of a trick there.
To be fair, Jana's not the quickest between wickets. So Mimi's quick. Mimi's very quick, but yeah, Jana probably might have struggled. So let's
Fair enough. Hey, just a reminder that in Hornchurch, it's quarterfinals day. East Londoners against the Sharks. That game's already finished. I think the Sharks won that one. And second quarterfinal, Old Brent was against Raynham. And Mighty Tigers take on CFS Pinnacle Pro in the third quarterfinal. And the last quarterfinal this afternoon, Hornchurch take on Gagan. Quarterfinals day there in Hornchurch. So if you're not watching that and you're not watching us, what are you doing? You wouldn't hear my voice. So there you go. Hey, Dan Zilla is in the chat. There you go. Dan says, what's all this Aussie twang I hear? Lovely to see you there, Dan. Good to see you again, my friend. It is Aussie twang. It's indeed. It's the Danny and Phil show.
What's the weather up?
That old chestnut. What's the weather like up there?
Nice shot. Hitting the gap. Going towards the boundary. 4 runs. Nice shot by Kominkova. And they celebrate. Doing the dance. Love it.
Oh, can we catch that? I'm not sure we catch that one because there was a very nice little dance mid-pitch there.
I'm sure two circles will provide us with the highlights. Let's see, it's a nice shot.
Here we go.
They're running.
They're running. Wait, just wait for a second.
Dribbling over the boundary, and then here we go.
Oh, it was Mimi who kicked it off too. Nice.
Swing and a miss. Look at a bye. Went through Emma Kirkman, the keeper. Emma's been keeping very well in this tournament. Emma Kirkman, been very impressed with her work behind the sticks.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, Denzilla just dropping in for a say hello, won't be here long, but he's given a good shout out to the Austrian bowlers, and yep, we concur. Yep. They've been bowling very well in the previous match and this match.
Oh, gone. That's the
case in point.
Yep. It's look, they just. Again, they don't do anything out of the box. They just do the simple things very, very well.
Yep.
Good tactics coming in, bowling to a plan. The field is set for that plan, and you've got a captain who just keeps them all together. Really, very impressed with Austria in this tournament.
Yep, they're looking like a properly polished team. Their performance in the previous game especially, and actually no, I'm going to go to the performance last night in that second match of day number 1. Just after you could dismiss those first 2 overs. Since then, that was almost like a shake, rattle and roll, wake up call, and Austria I feel they haven't barely missed a beat.
Yeah.
And Joanne, as you said before, Danny, she stuck her head in the commentary area here and said hello to us just before the game started. And even she said herself in that previous innings, you know what, I didn't know where the wicket was going to come from, but we kept persisting, and suddenly we had a bit of luck and we ran with it. I was so impressed with the way that she assessed exactly what was happening, how it was happening, and then what happened from that point onwards. So that she really had her head screwed on right. Good comment from her.
Yeah.
And it just, to me, it just says, I should have come here to win this cup. No worries at all. They look good.
She's got a good cricketing brain, and when you've got that, it's so being a captain is so undervalued. Unless you've played a cricket with a good captain who really knows what they're doing. And I was lucky enough. Even I'd never played at a super high level, not like Vinny, right? But I was lucky to. This is called a wide. Lucky to have a very, very good captain who's always thinking tactically and had lots of plans and things. And it did me well. I was captain of Barbarians, as you were.
Yep.
And it is tricky.
It is tricky.
You're managing people as well as tactics and all sorts of things. Lots to think about, but so undervalued. And when it's made to look easy, like what Joanne Stiglitz is doing, it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you get a situation where I think captaincy. So many people haven't been a captain; they don't get it. And they may say, oh, yeah, but, you're the captain, it's easy because this and this. No, it's not. As you say, Danny, managing people, managing so much on and off the field, and so much to think about too. The first thing you miss on communication, your teammates are going to, oh, you didn't tell me that. I remember one of the first games I captained, I forgot to tell you that I was going to get you to bowl, I think, maybe 4 overs on the trot or something like that. And then I turned to you and I said, Danny, next over. And you said, oh, you didn't tell me. And I thought, well, I thought expletive. Yes, you're absolutely right. I didn't do that. Bad on me. And I never made that mistake again.
Yeah.
It was just one of those moments. But it just showed that there's a bit more to it. There's a lot you got to think about. A lot of moving parts.
Well, I remember, I think it was Mike Brearley. This is going back a while.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah,
And Mike
Brearley.
Brearley, I mean, I don't think he was the greatest Test cricketer ever, but he was a really good captain. And so it was almost picked for his captaincy. This was late 70s for England. But yeah, no, look, I think those times have probably changed a bit. But you know, I know Australia struggled with captaincy. They tried quite a few different different captains.
Indeed.
But over the last few years. Anyway, let's get back to this.
19 for 3, 6 overs gone, and that means power play's done and dusted. The field can be reset. I don't think they'll bother resetting the field because I think it's done pretty good so far.
Full toss. It's hit Kaminkova. Didn't quite get away with, well, she got away with a full toss. Kaminkova has copped one in the leg.
Dan Ziller just telling us it's going to be a lovely couple of days ahead. It is going to get quite warm here in Prague. It's going to get to 30 on Sunday.
I tell you what, though, it's nice and cool in the bin still.
The bin is, it's definitely some insulation or something, or I think the paneling has got a gap in it. Definitely, it's doing the job.
Look, I'm touching the aluminium wall now, and it's cool. It's like we're in an esky. There's another one. It could be an esky.
The
esky.
esky.
An esky.
Oh, you know what? Because we're going to be tested by the heat here. That might be a good one actually. Yeah,
I like the bin though, but the esky's good.
The esky, the cool box. Is it maybe just because we're so cool? No.
Doubt it.
Fair. That's fair enough too. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, Dan, you're absolutely right. A couple of warm days ahead, and yeah, Sunday 30 degrees is forecast, but it's going to follow with some late storms on Sunday night.
Okay.
So temperature's going to drop down to the low 20s on Monday. That's what's the forecast.
As long as it's not here, and as long as they've nailed everything down correctly at the ground, we should be okay.
Well, we've got 4 ECI games on Sunday, which means a bit of an earlier finish than on the Saturday, where we've got 5. So hopefully we'll be done and dusted here.
Yeah.
That is if the forecast is on time, which, let's face it never is. Always the way with the Bureau of Meteorology. You can hear Venky in the background there cheering on his team. You can hear Venky as far away as Paris sometimes.
There he is. Right on cue. It's been a bit ill discipline, I think, with the bowling. Quite a few wides. There's another one. So it's early stages. It's just been I know that Yana's on 7, scores 23. Don't think there's been much scoring from the other two. I know Frontover didn't score. Mimi got a few.
7 wides, Danny.
7 wides already in 6 overs.
Oh, sorry, just ticked up to 8 with that one. Sorry, I was ahead of the score.
Yeah, a little loose. And this one just kept out by Yana. Well played. Donning the red pads.
The red pads. Hey, what do you think of that?
Oh, I quite like it. But it doesn't really match with the blue pads of Kuntsova.
Or maybe they're captain's leg pads.
Maybe. The big swing and a miss there. As I said, I think she's strong through the covers, but just not getting that delivery that she wants. She's looking for it, but and I mean, she does hit one through that area. It normally stays hit. Comes in again, another wide.
4th of the over, Danny.
It's unlike Priya.
Yeah, losing the radar a bit here. Maybe I think she's going for that full delivery, trying to look for a similar, dismissal that we saw Susie go out for when she got bowled. Middle and off, full delivery, straight into the stumps. I reckon that's what Priya's looking for here. She's bowling pretty full, but she's just losing her way.
Here's their second game of the day. This has been lifted over the top, and of the keeper. Just be a single. Bring Erika Kuntsova on strike. Erika is again a good young player. She's certainly a fine bowler. I liked what I saw from her last year as well. Her action's really good. Keeps it again pretty simple, but a good consistent bowler. But very athletic in the field. I like what I've seen from her.
Yeah, totally agree.
She's got the bat at the moment. She can get a few runs. Well kept out.
Yep, that was the key, keeping that delivery out. That was zeroing in on the stumps, and that's going to finish the over. 7 overs gone, 24 for 3 on the board. Just before we continue, I want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine who just dropped me a message, a name that I'm sure everybody knows. That is Quinton Norris. Just dropped in to say hello and said he's enjoying the commentary from yourself and me, Danny, and says hello. And yeah, he's very proud of how the team are doing. No longer associated with Australian cricket, but doing his own thing now. And yeah, he just wanted to say, guys, thank you very much for looking after the girls with the commentary. And he's very proud of the way they've been playing so far.
You should be proud. They've been playing very well. And yeah, Quentin, I've seen him up here quite a few times with the men's team.
Yeah.
And in the CE Cup over many years.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's a good guy. Kept in touch with him ever since Osher started touring. When you and I were involved in the planning of the CE Cup way back in 21, I think, when you and Terry dragged me kicking and screaming into the planning stage.
Yeah, you did a lot in that planning stage.
Yeah, I did.
No, I didn't do that much, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Wasn't it 21, to be fair? We had to cancel it because of COVID. We did all that work and planning, only to literally 9 days before the event we had to shut it down.
Oh, I mean, quite candidly, I think there was a bit of relief that was canned. There were a few little issues that we hadn't really solved.
Yeah, there was a couple of bits and pieces, wasn't there?
But yeah, it was never looking likely in the end.
Yep. Central Europe Cup. That's where it's all about. That's probably one of the reasons why I look at Central European Cup, and I'm always very sort of like, that's a tournament that I got heavily involved with you and Terry early on, and you know, sort of I wouldn't say I felt ownership, but then when I started working with GMKS for Czech cricket, I really took it on with Prakash to really make sure the CE Cup was something that we could be proud about, a showcase tournament.
Well, it really was a showcase tournament. I thought a while ago. It's been hit pretty firmly, but straight to the field. I got a kind bounce as well. Yeah, I think it was a real feature, and and again, there was a Pepsi Cup here, which is a private tournament.
That's right.
With teams from all around the world that came. It was very good. Sledgehammer from India was the team that won a couple of times. They were pretty. It was like an academy team.
Yeah.
And they were very impressive. But yeah, there were lots of teams from all around the world, from the USA and Canada and Qatar, I think. This is hit down straight, and Yana takes off straight away. And good single. She stands there to attention. Does the Terminator.
Speaking of Pepsi Cup, I don't think we have a Pepsi Cup this year. I think we had it. It was going to be planned. The planners, the people behind it, unfortunately, they had a few things fell through, which is unfortunate.
It was a good tournament.
It's a great tournament.
But
yeah,
the catering there was fantastic. But as I mentioned, Vojta Hasa was who owns the Down Under with Ash McGlynn. He had a Zamek, had a hotel.
Yes. And
so he had these giant tents. And so you could fit all the teams under there quite comfortably. And he had buffet food and all sorts of things. Everything was catered for.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. It was just a really well organised. I mean, the tournament was, but also that whole aspect of it made it really special. And then funding dropped out for various reasons.
Yeah.
The Czech government just changing the way they did things.
Yeah.
And it dipped down for a little while. Unfortunately, not much we could have done about it really. Siddiqui is the batter. It's hit straight. So Siddiqui, if she drops short or goes wide, Yana's going to have a real swing at this. I think she'll have a swing anyway. But if she gets it right, she's a tough customer to face. Just like that. Called a wider.
Now, if she gets into the outfield, have a look at the field placements. Who's out? Who's saving a boundary? There's no one on the offside.
There's no one outside the ring.
Is everybody inside the ring?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. There's a bit of faith in the bowler.
Yeah, called it wide again.
If she connects with one of these, I reckon the field placements will change pretty quickly. But that's an if.
I don't know. I mean, they've really got nothing to lose here. I think Austria. They're keeping the runs tight. It's only the wides they're keeping. No, this is going to be.
Oh, You thought that was going to be a leg side wide. And it's watch this on the replay. Oh, no, it's already gone a bit too far. But that actually, it swung and cut in. And it's connected her just above the hip.
There was one last year where she completely left it, like just stood like that, and a boulder. Oh, this is just over the top of the fielder. And it'll just be a single to Kaminkova. She smashed one from Erin to the boundary.
Yeah.
Shot of the century.
Yeah.
And then there was another one where she just stood there, and the ball just boulder. Just did not move a muscle.
She just watched it onto the stumps, literally.
Well, yeah.
Hey, it happens, I guess.
A little bit like that, except it was just aimed at the stumps. Might have swung a bit, but just didn't move and didn't quite realise what had happened. She's got a bit more cricket nous though now. That's a pretty good shot there from Kuntsova. I'll take a single. Have to hurry, but Kuntsova's pretty quick.
Yeah. Pretty fast doing the wickets. I'm thinking I've got a day off on Saturday. I'm going to go to DM. I'm going to get some ant rid because
No, you don't want to get rid of the pets.
I've got so many. I've got ants crawling across my keyboard. They're crawling on my coffee cup. They're crawling up my second screen
they're
here.
Fine. We're invading their home. They live in the bin.
I shouldn't have called it the bin then.
No, shouldn't have.
It's coming home to haunt me. I'm worried that one of the ants is going to get into my keyboard and get underneath. It's going to go zzz, and that's it.
Fine. When was the last time an ant caused an IT problem?
See, I'm worried.
She's a bug. She's a bug.
It's a bug. Boom. Thanks for coming. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Don't forget to tip your waitress. This is the Danny and Phil show.
Is there anyone in the chat?
Well, Danzilla was here, but I think he's gone now.
Yeah.
Hey, look, lurker alert. If you're in the chat, let us know you're there because
Yeah.
Phil and Danny here are doing the job.
It's been kind of be quiet.
The Austrians and the Czechs are out there doing what they can do. Let us know if you're still watching. Let us know what's going on. You're probably also half tuning into what's going on in Hornchurch. Don't worry about that old stuff. Tune in here. This is where the action is. This is development cricket at its best right now.
And Kaminkova hit that pretty well over the top of Shreya. And that's the skipper. He'll pick up the ball and toss it in. Looks like her shoulder's okay.
Yep. That's
She's,
all right.
she is wincing a little bit, but she missed it. She got run out. She's holding her shoulder now. Joanne Stiglett's got run out. She basically, the bat plugged. She pole vaulted over it and landed on a shoulder and a hip, and it had to be carried off. She's okay. I think it was just the jar and the jarring of it, and also a bit of shock. So she was emotional, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
But she's fine.
We asked if she was okay and if she was, not too injured. And I don't know how the question came up, but something how you handling it. She jokingly said painkillers.
Yeah.
So yeah, she definitely did herself a bit of a mischief when she got run out, but went down really awkwardly. We're a bit concerned about her.
She can ice it when she gets back to the hotel today. Let's just hit down straight back to the bowler.
A bit of a wobble there in the scaffolding. I'm not sure what that was. Nicely played into the gap. Oop, the slide isn't effective, but there is backup there. Nicely done there. So Kaminkova continues. She's chewed up a few dots, but she's chalking up the runs as well, though. Just remember that the Czech women, they won the toss, wanted to bat first. Keen to get out there and get a score on the board. They got 36 for 3, and we're only a couple of deliveries into the 10th. Still a lot of work to do for them.
We do have someone in the chat. Kesha is there. Over, under, how much run? I have no idea what that means.
No idea, mate. No idea. You're talking to the wrong people. And, well, Kesha, thanks for joining us, though. Appreciate you there. And just keep an eye on things. So we shall see how we go here. We're halfway through the 10th, 36 for 3. And it's Kuntsova facing. Need to watch that footwork there. She just slides a little bit there. Need to be careful she doesn't go out of the crease. And I think that was that Turko just walked past. Turko Kutsanova. She just walked past in civilian gear. She's not playing. Maybe still got a bit of a scan. Just come to see how the team's going. Give her a bit of a rev up. And, of course, the place lit up when she walked past. So that's good to see her out and about. Last ball of the 10th. hit nicely straight to the player, though. He gets down and takes care of that one. That's a really good work. Hit straight to. He's still got to get downfield it. That's Siddiqui, who's on that 45 and knocks it down. Doesn't let it get past. Good work there. So just the single, though, 37 for 3 after 10. We're halfway there, and that means it's time for a drinks break, and it's time for Danny and I to reflect on what is going to be the ECS Czechia Challenger Division and the Premier Division. So, Danny, the Challenger Division, 5 teams: Spartans, Moravian Cricket Club, Vinaradi, Ostrava, and the Praha Dominators over 3 days. You'll be here for some of that.
Oh, we'll definitely be here for some of that. I don't think I'm here for the final, unfortunately. But yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, on paper at least, Spartans and Vinaradi are probably the 2 strongest sides. It depends on what teams they drag out. I know that the Spartans have recruited pretty well.
Okay. You will be on for the final on Wednesday the 18th.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So, yeah, look, it's looking interesting. Moravians, I think, have strengthened over the last couple of years as well. They were, when they first came in, Moravians, they were playing down. That was the Czech Super Series. That was very interesting because they split off from Brno. And,
right, that's right.
I think they lost. They were really hyped up for the game because there was a bit of bad blood in the split as well, and they were playing down in Brno, and I think they lost wickets with their first 2 deliveries. So it was a disastrous start, and they were never really at the races. There was they had a bit of a cult hero called Felix, who's, I'm not sure if he's still around, playing, but Felix was about 400 years old and the skinniest man you've ever seen, but became a real cult hero. And I know there was some boys from the Gold Coast who wanted to have a chat with him, so we had him in comms for a while. And that was it didn't go. He was a very quiet man.
I don't remember him. Very quiet man, was he? Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
But it was fun.
Yeah.
So that'll be very interesting, and then the big boys will come up afterwards. But that I know that both Spartans and Vinaradi got their noses a little bit out of joint by being put in that Challenger division. But it's exactly how they finished last year. So
okay. Yeah, you apparently. I'm just looking at our little comm schedule we've got on here. You've got the Monday off.
Yes,
but you're on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, so I've got the first. Yeah.
So you will be here for finals of that little shindig.
There'll be trophies. There could be trophies if Vinaradi can put a top line team together, and I know that they're struggling with some player availability and injuries, like Big Joe Cope. Got an injured shoulder, for instance.
That's right.
Surya comes in a bit short, going to be a wide. That's my one criticism of Austria so far in this game, is it's too many wides.
Yep.
It's like they've stiffened up a little bit over lunch, not kept loose, and it's making the Czech score look reasonable.
Yeah, it's just on top of that. After this delivery, there's another one. Mm-hmm. I know she got a little something on that one. Siddiqui's over. She bowled over number 9. There was 1, 2, 3, 4 wides and 1 no ball.
Yeah.
And in total, let me a quick look and tell you now, it's up to 16 wides.
Yeah, it's too many, isn't it?
It's, we're just started the 11th over. That's 16 wides. That's too many. Yeah, as you say, just need to tighten things up a little bit in the bowling, because that is way too many. I mean, that's already 2.5 overs extra bowled.
It's down leg side. That's called a wide again.
Keeps ticking upwards, so them's a bit of a problem there.
So yeah, look, it really depends on a couple of things. I think mainly with what sort of team Vinaradi can bring out. I know they're apparently struggling with player numbers, even though they've got 3 sides. So I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because of during the week. I think that might be an issue. I know that Sid Gowd cannot play, unfortunately, which would be disappointing because he's a very, very good player, Sid Gowd. Not sure about Shubs. Venky will be here because he'll be here
for sure. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah, because they got 3 teams in the local domestic competition, and because it's being played on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I can understand. This is the thing about the players here. They've all got day jobs. Most of them got day jobs, I should say. It's just one of those things.
I like the fact that with this. There's another wide. With the 2 divisions, it means that the players will only have to take a few days off rather than taking a week off. Because that was, again, it was an issue I mean, look, I'm sure Voiter will be around.
Should be. Yeah.
Yeah, the Pie Man as well, Ash McGlynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get a team together. But whether it's going to be super competitive, we're yet to see.
Yeah.
But it's good to see Ostrava there.
Yes, they're a competitive bunch.
Yeah, third biggest city in the Czech Republic, Ostrava. That's the where my heritage comes from.
That's right, and of course the Spartans, who've been around the Prague domestic cricket scene for many years, had their ups and downs.
Yep.
A couple of years ago, they were playing in the finals of ECS. I think as recent as 22, possibly, maybe even 23. So you know they sort of fell away a little bit last year. Had a bit of a tough year in the domestic competition as well as in the ECS. But you know what? They've got so many good players in the Prague Spartans, and they've also got 3 teams. They've got a lot of players as well. Got a lot of time for them.
Didn't the Tigers split off from, partly split off from... I'm not sure.
The Tigers, I think the Tigers did originate from Spartans, and then the Praha Dominators split from the Tigers.
Okay.
So it's kind of, when the team gets too big, then, then another team's born out of that, similar to what you saw, as you explained, with Brno and Moravia. Yeah. And now, and the Praha Dominators, who are having another good season this year as well.
It's hit pretty firmly, and they won't get a run. Again, difficult to piss his infield. Minkova can hit the ball pretty well.
She's still there.
Still there, hit in the air, just in front of the fielder. They take a single, have to hurry, gone.
I think the underarm has done her in, hasn't it?
Yeah, she couldn't quite make her ground. As I said, not the quickest, Jana Minkova. It's a shame. Hit that one quite nicely, but 3 sums to aim at, direct hit, and again, really good fielding by the Austrians. That's
really
their
good.
9th run out in 3 games. Let's have a look at this. So, couldn't quite get there, just bounced in front, and a little underarm, and Kaminkova just slowed down a bit.
Yeah, she's run directly towards the player who was to the bowler who was standing waiting to take the ball at the stumps, and maybe just a couple of extra strides and try to go around that bowler. Because I think she stopped. She didn't want to run into her.
Let's have another look.
So Shreya stops it, and the underarm. See, she's running straight at the stumps.
Yeah, a little skip there.
Yeah, that's what did her in. So, anyway, a captain's knock nonetheless. So, well done to Jana for getting 12 from 33, including a boundary as well. Run out, trying to take a cheeky quick single, but Shreya there at the in the mid-on position, just a bit too good with underarm.
New batters, Pratibha Chowdhury should be the non-strikers. Okay, Kunsova is on 2 from 19 now, going pretty slowly. Still there though.
Pratibha Chowdhury, I think she picked up a 4th ball duck yesterday, so she'll be very keen to get a couple of runs on the board now.
Yeah.
We're going to see her pick up a few runs here. That'd be good. And of course, Kunsova at the other end, 2 from 18. Defensive there.
So it was, I think, those 2 big wickets up top in Franova and also Raquel Pavichkova. Oh,
Terry's in. He's giving us the feedback on Tigers and Spartans. Thank you, Terry. There you go. Tigers didn't split from Spartans. Tigers were born from university students.
That's a good shot there from Kunsova. And she'll get another run. Or maybe. Oh, Pratibha, you got to run.
You got to go. You just got to go. Oh dear.
Oh,
yeah.
That was heart attack material. New Terry would be in the chat. Would we call for lurkers? He didn't come out, but as soon as we had to be corrected.
I knew that would lure him out of the darkness. Just picture Terry there. Just see his eyes in the darkness. He has to come out and say, guys, this is what happened.
Spartans were born from barbarians.
That's the first I'd heard of that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Terry. You might want to check your facts. Anyway, a lot of love from Brisbane coming in from Terry. Good to see you, mate. You are indeed right. Yeah, the Spartans born from the barbarians. I mean, obviously, we talk about the big 4. It was, we talked about this before, Vinarati, Prague Cricket Club, Bohemians, and, of course, the Prague Barbarians. When I first joined, that's what the big 4 were. And the Spartans born out of that.
PCC were the first club. Bohemians split from them. I think Vinarati, I'm not sure if Vinarati split or if they just formed. I know the Barbarians formed in a beer garden.
Yes, that sounds right.
Yeah, and it was the motto of Barbarians was, it's not the cricket, it's the drinking part. I think, isn't it?
It's not the winning.
No, it's not. Is it not the winning?
I think it's not the winning. It's the drinking or something like that.
Drinking part. Yeah.
Yeah, which is so irresponsible.
Yeah.
But so was our play
I mean,
at the time.
Prague Barbarians. I know that, especially at the start, it was Jeff and Steve that started that team, and they were always short on players. So on a Friday night, they'd go to the beer garden at Regorisati and they'd look at anyone to try to find anyone that looked a little bit expatty, which is pretty easy because it's all expats up there.
Yeah, true.
And asked if they played cricket, and occasionally they got someone. Steve Elder is another one who was formed that time. His brother played in a kilt.
Oh, I heard about it. I never saw it though. Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah. So hopefully there was something to hold the protection in.
Yeah. So there you go. So Tigers didn't split from Spartans. They were inspired by the Czech Super Series.
Yeah. Good to see.
Yeah. And then Praha Dominators and were formed from the Tigers, an offshoot of those guys who were brand new last year to the domestic competition.
Yeah.
And they've been very competitive.
Siddiqui, the bowler, starts off well. Let's see if she can continue that. And again, that's a pretty good delivery. It's worked away on the leg side by Kunsava. They'll just get the one.
Love that she's not afraid to flight the ball, toss it up really nice and high. I do like to see that all the time. I think it's really good. Just watching the batter change their mind 3 times before the ball lands is always a pleasure.
Vinos did split from PCC, as did Bohemians. So, I mean, PCC have always collected players, though.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Even anyone who turns up in Prague or who can play is instantly dragged into PCC. But also a lot of the local Czech players who have played for them over the years have gone to play for PCC. We were always telling them they're in the wrong side.
Always.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always.
Yep.
They got a good go with either Barbarians at the time and now Vinorati. So if you do come to Prague and you're moving here, join Vinorati Cricket Club. Very friendly. Or just played in the home pub is the Down Under.
That's right. If you pop into the Down Under, chances are you run into either Danny or myself.
Yep.
It's a pretty good chance, actually, yeah. If you don't run into us, there'll be 2 other Australian guys there, Ash and Voiter, who are the owners. And they'll be more than happy to look after
you. A few behind the bar as well. They'll get the single. Nicely played. And Pratiba makes it to the other end.
I'm loving watching the Austrian fielders here because they are really all in very close, and every ball that's not a dot, you can see them genuinely like, come on, we can do this. They're really geeing each up. Just even that one there was a single, just a single, but you could see a couple of fielders really sort of like, oh, we've missed that one. Yeah, come on, they're clapping and they're trying to get the team G'd up. And it's really good to see. Just a really good spirit in the Austrian women's team. I'm very impressed with them thus far.
Yeah, they're a good side. They're a good team. I think is probably the best thing. Gibraltar as well.
Yeah.
The Czechs as well. They're teams rather than individuals.
Totally agree.
So it's good to see. But Austria, they're quite a bit ahead of there in the development compared to the Czechs.
Ooh, can I tell you what's happened at the in the Test match?
What's happened?
So South Africa all out for 138.
Whoa, they were 5 down for 120 something, weren't they?
They were indeed. Australia lead by 81 runs, and the second dig has started with Australia.
Wow. Who took all the wickets?
Let me just jump in there and let you know. Have a look there. See if I can get there before the chat gets there. Oh, they will because they're on delay. Pat Cummings. 6 for.
Whoa.
6 for 28.
By the way, wicket down.
Oh, wicket down. Sorry, there's a wicket out there as well. What's happened? Well, I'm looking at the score. What's happened out there?
Don't know.
Because you were looking at me telling about Pat Cummings.
Exactly right.
All right, okay.
We have a new batter coming in, though. It's Mansi Palmer. Let's have another look. And just missed a straight one, I think.
Yeah, Pratiba's bit. She's missed the straight one. She goes for 1 from 7 deliveries. And Zapita picks up a good wicket there. So, again, it's part of the you miss, I hit.
Yep. Top of our stump as well. Doesn't get any better for a bowler.
In fact, can I just build on that and just tell you there's been, of the wickets that have fallen, we've had how many wickets fall? We've had 5 wickets fall. and 4 of them have been clean bowled and 1 run out.
Yep.
So there you go. It is the Austrians that have really just adopted this. Let's just bowl straight at the stumps.
Oh, it's a good tactic, especially against teams like Gibraltar and Czechia. Oh, another good delivery.
It is a really good tactic against these teams. I completely agree with you.
But it's you look at the plan and you can see the plan in action because the field is so tight, and it's very. There's no space. I mean, there have been a lot of wides in this innings. To be fair,
Yeah.
But they're not really. What they're doing is trying to aim at those stumps, and working angles is difficult. Just going to fall in front of the fielder. They'll get the single, and Palmer will get off strike and get her first run. But it is technically, again, at this level is very, very good, and I think it's something that the Czechs might learn as they go, just by analysing this game, and also Venki having a chat to them. And I think the strength now, especially with the Czechs, is their bowling. A bit short, hit pretty well, past the fielder, almost past the fielder. Great piece of fielding, and well, Kuntseva's pretty quick. Just makes it home. Direct hit might have been interesting, but what a piece of fielding there.
Look at that. Just snatches it out of the air, turns and throws fast, releases quickly. That's an exceptional piece of fielding there. Really good work there. And yeah, generous round of applause from her teammates as they see, well, she almost affected a run out as well. How good was that?
Well, so they've had 9 so far in 3 games. So
But-
4 in each of the games against Gibraltar. Gibraltar are having nightmares about the running between the wickets against Austria.
They really will. Yeah, Bardwaj there just putting that little bit of a display on for us there. Just we should give her a shout out. Yes, indeed. The Austrians in the field have been electrifying, and they are looking really red hot and dangerous out there at the moment for all the teams. So we have a look at the scorecard here. Well, Jana Kaminkova, unfortunately, had to say goodbye to her just moments earlier when she was run out a little while ago when Sriya took one and threw down the stumps. And then the last over we saw was Pratibha Chowdhury, who went for 1, getting clean bowled by Zapeta. And unfortunately, not really sticking around and hitting, get some runs on the board. But still, 47 on the board for 5, 6 overs to go.
Siddiqui to continue. Again, hit straight to a fielder. Good bowling again.
We have Venki in the background giving his team a rev up. Venkatesh Magasharam, who we all know from, around the ground here, and he's been in Czech cricket for a long time. He's helping out with the coaching duties. And doing a great job too.
I think he's the perfect guy to be doing that. I've heard rumour as well.
Yeah.
So Chris Pierce was in Bahrain. I overheard this, so this might not be very official. Sorry,
Okay.
Chris. And he's getting, again, more certificates. This is down leg side, called a wide, getting more coaching certificates. And it's mainly, he's always concentrated on junior cricket because of the of just the way that things have worked out. But I think he's moving into a high level, and he's going to help out as much as he can with the national sides, whether it's the men's or the women's. I think he's got more vested interest, to be honest, with the women's team because he's coached quite a few of them already. Nice shot. That'll be 4, I think. It's going down towards the boundary, and unless it stops short, and it does.
It does pull up.
Unfortunate. But nice shot there from Kuntseva. Just lined it up and hit it well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fastest part of the ground, but it pulled up. Obviously, there was... she didn't get a lot on that, and there's not a lot of pace put on the ball from Siddiqui with her bowling either. So that just didn't get enough of it. Trying to tickle it around the corner.
Yeah, so that's the latest. I think Chris might be helping out a little bit with the national sides. As I said, probably mainly the women's side because it's not called a wide.
By the way, 50 up with that previous shot as well.
Look at this one. Oh, that was very close to the leg stump.
It's right next to the leg stump,
I
Danny.
understand why the umpire didn't call it.
Fair
that
call.
Was close. Big swing and a miss.
Ooh. Needs to watch her back foot there, does Kuntseva. I was worried she was going to drag it out. Wicketkeeper was all ready to take the bails off.
Siddiqui was holding her head as well.
Yeah. Oh, I reckon they saw something there they liked. Close.
Yeah, nice looking shot there to the covers. Ran all around it, did the fielder. Just get the 1. And we'll bring Mansi Palmer back on strike. So, yeah, Vicky walking past us. And they're applying themselves well. Difficult because, again, they're down a couple of batters in this team. Are the Czechs in Katka and Terka, who are the only two. Oh, cheeky little shot! They're only two players so far in the 2-year history, or year and a bit history of Czech women's cricket that have hit half centuries, and neither of them. I'm not sure what happened to Katka. I know she throws herself around, and was almost unable to walk after the Cyprus games.
Wow.
So I'm not sure why she's not available for this tournament, but Terka was a bit injured, and so she's got a scan. Must have got the okay from the doctor. She'll be back for the weekend, but I think it's a slightly different Czech side with the weekend. A few changes being brought in.
Yeah, that's so true. A few more people available, things like that, which is it's going to be good. I mean, change it up a little bit. And a different style of game as well. Obviously, the T10 need to adjust their game just a little bit away from a T20, which is, as you know, twice as long as a T10. That's just pure maths. That's not me trying to be clever. We start the 16th now.
It's a pretty good bowler gone. Well, again, you miss, I hit. And that's exactly what's happened.
That's exactly right, Danny. Good shout there. Mancy Palmer then doesn't continue to disturb the scorers, and she's caught dead in front. And pretty easy there for the umpire. This one then. You can see it from this angle, and smacks into that back leg, which is right in front of middle stump.
Another good young player coming out in Shaka Kutsunova. She's more noted as a bowler than a batter, but can hold the bat. She'll join Kuntseva, who's going okay. And Mancy Palmer, just the 2 runs to the score.
Yeah. Now, Shaka Kutsumana, funny, in Romania, she was keeping Rico and I company while she was doing her maths class. She even told us. She said, "I'm in my maths class. My teacher doesn't mind." And she was happily just messaging us on the chat just about how she was enjoying and not enjoying her maths.
Well, she'll get off the mark.
We told her. We said, well, let your teacher know that you're commenting on cricket, and cricket's all about numbers.
Yeah.
It's a numbers game, so there's a bit of skill involved as well, clearly. But you can let them know we're talking numbers, talking stats.
Get the maths teacher to work out the Duckworth-Lewis. See what they come up with.
Yep, and then watch your maths teacher go into the corner and cry after you show them the equations. There you go. Work that one out for us. A comment in my ear from our director there. It's impossible to work out, and I concur.
That's good running between these two. Just a little dab outside off stump by Kuntseva, and Shaka was on a bike.
Very nice. So the Czech ladies middle order here getting tested. Let's see if they can stand up and force a few runs around, trying to pick a few gaps. Just try to get the Austrian fielders just moving around a little bit here.
Comes the bowler again, and nice delivery there. It's perfect area to be bowling.
It's a good length, really good length. That, if it was any closer to the stumps or any closer to the batter, she's going to get an edge, or she may lose her wickets.
Well, after losing a couple of very early wickets and, as I said, big wickets in front of and Palichkova, the Czechs have gone okay. Big appeal there. Just dug in and tried to get as many runs as they can. And so it is difficult, as I said, for various different reasons, against a very good Austrian side who bowl very, very straight and field extremely well.
They do indeed. However, they have let go 22 wides thus far. That's something we've been talking about.
That's been a bit poor, I think.
That's been poor.
Maybe a little bit stiff after this morning's game.
Yeah,
that's the only excuse I can give to them. A little wave there from Terka, who we'll see in action in a couple of days.
That's right. Yeah, 55 for 6 after 16. 4 overs to go. Just remember that the Czech women won the toss, selected for bat first, and they've got a score on the board, so things are probably not going the way they wanted, but doesn't matter. It's still 55 on the board. Loss of 6 wickets. Have a look at the run rate graph there. It picked up from early stages there, but they've lost wickets at certain times. The partnerships just haven't been yielding a lot of runs, but that's down to some very good bowling from the Austrian women and some very, very good fielding from the Austrian women. I need to give their fielders a massive praise. They've worked so hard.
Yeah, look, they've been very good throughout this tournament.
We keep saying it. There's a little bit warm out there in the centre as well, as the fielders are telling us, the umpires have been telling us, and we can see it for ourselves, despite the fact that we're in the commentators'
In the cool bin.
in the esky. As we're starting, maybe we should start calling it the esky. I know Vinny didn't like it being called the bin.
Vinny, nice shot straight past the fielder. They'll just get the one though. It'll be the skipper to pick it up and throw it back to Siddiqui. He didn't like the bin, but he did see my point where it kind of looks like a dumpster. Much cleaner than a dumpster. Maybe a brand new dumpster off the dumpster production line. So it's a bit short and back to almost a catch. They're running too. Hurdles the
leaping over the bowler. It's all happening out there now. Oh, that's Joanne picks up the ball. Captain picks up the ball and says, "All right, everyone, just take a breath. Watch this in the reverse angle." And can we see the leap? Almost. Might see it from this angle.
Here we go. Kuntseva's diving back in, leaping over the bowler. Oh, it's a nice shot, and just got past the fielder, going towards the boundary. Don't think it'll reach it. They'll just get a single. And Kuntseva wants to come back for another one. Never on.
Yeah, that was Mahadewa just stuck out the mitt, almost went into the centre of the hand, and then just got away from her. So a couple little things running the Czechs' way here, just in these dying overs.
I can see what's wrong with Terka, by the way.
What's wrong?
Well, if you look at the pinky finger on her right hand, there's a big wad of strapping on it. You can't see it quite yet.
Okay.
Ask her to give you a wave, and she'll do it. She'll show you. I'm sure you'll see it in a minute. But there's a bandage on her pinky. Oh, delicate. That gets cut through the keeper's gloves down to the fielder down at fly slip. Lovely shot. So again, 3 overs left. Pretty good effort to stay in and not get bowled out. The Czechs. That's what I've liked about them in this tournament with the bat. They've fought hard.
Yeah.
With some good bowling up the top, and as I said, the wickets of Franova and Palichkova, they've had to dig in. Jana Kominkova was a nice captain's knock of 12, and Erika Kuntseva's been there for quite a while. She's been there 32 balls for her 11, but she's really stuck by it. And there's been quite a few gifts, I think, from Austria as well in the wide department. So that's helped with the score.
Totally agree. I mean, what did I say the last time the count was? 20, I think it was. No, 22 was the count last time. So that's that's obviously that's top score, but it's definitely given the runs a bit of a push.
So Priya Sabu is the bowler. Again, quality cricketer. She's coming again, bowling to Sharka Kulsunova, and gets outside of stump. And Erika calls her through, and that's good piece of awareness there from Kuntseva, who has to dodge the ball coming back. The fielder.
Clever there from the non-striker to see that got away and call her partner through very quickly. Sharka, go, 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 go. Look at this. And she made it ground very easy in the end. And I think Sharka, with her back to the play, was unaware where the ball was going to come to her end or not.
So gone. Well, that's the end of a good innings there from Kuntseva. Again, just good straight bowling from Priya, and Kuntseva will have to go. I think she hit 11, so good to get into double figures.
Yeah, it was good for her to get that, and you know what? She held up her end of the batting crease and did pretty well up until that point. Unfortunately, she's lost her off stump, as you say, Danny. It's another exhibition of you miss, I hit, and really, really good bowling there. Good disciplined bowling, good straight bowling, and that is so important. And Erica's getting a few little high fives and congratulations from her teammates there. That's really good to see, because they recognise that she's put together a pretty good score, pretty good innings as well, and something that she can build on going forward as well. Remember, the Czechs have got the 2 games tomorrow, the double header for them.
Yeah.
So anything they can build on to that is going to be big for them. That's another wide ball from Sabu.
Yeah, the new batter is Eva Konasova, and again just leaving that one and not wanting to have a swing at the wide ball. But it's been a few gifts here from Austria as far as the wides go, making the score look pretty respectable. No, I don't think it's very competitive in the context of the opposition, and Austria should get it pretty comfortably. But you never know. Putting a bit of pressure on the opening bats with some good bowling could make for a few tricky little moments.
I'll tell you someone who I'm going to be looking forward to seeing bowl, and that's going to be Sharka.
Mm.
And the reason why, I'll tell you after this delivery. Shout of yes.
Oh,
not a good
God.
run, though.
No.
Should have run that one hard.
That's the 10th run out for the Austrians in 3 games.
You got to run that first one hard. There's something for the coaches to get into the year of the Czech batters.
Well, that was the first one. You got to run the first one hard.
That's what I'm saying. You got to run that first one hard. That was not run hard.
I thought she ran pretty hard.
No, it was a jog. Need to put the head down.
She's a mum. No?
No excuse.
I know. I mean, like there are more athletic players on the side. I'd say.
Sorry, I just saw that massive bandage on Turka's.
Yeah.
I guess it's the ring finger of her right hand.
I think it's the little finger, isn't it?
It's little finger.
Little
Sorry, it's little finger. Yeah,
little finger of the right hand.
That's a massive bandage.
Yeah,
wow.
I think there's a splint there as well.
I think yeah. Okay. All right.
So, obviously, it'll heal by the weekend.
She's channeling her inner Sahil Grover.
Yeah.
who he fielded with a splint and a bandaged finger last year, didn't he?
Yeah, the year before he fielded in a he fielded in a neck brace.
All the things we've seen.
What's he going to come up with this time? All right, so Sharka's facing this one.
Yeah. So speaking of Sharka, the reason why I just mentioned it before is because in that T20I tournament between Austria and Czech from last year, where the 3 games are played, where Austria pretty much trounced the Czechs, Sharka was a shining light. In one of the games, she picked up 4 for 17 of her 4 overs bowled. I mean, that's a pretty good return in anyone's language in a T20I.
Absolutely.
So, I'm looking forward to seeing if she can replicate something along those lines. But you know what? In the final wash-up after this tournament, we'll probably talk about how the Czechs have done against Austria in this tournament. They've still got one more game to go against them tomorrow as well. In comparison, what happened last year? Because last year they just weren't competitive against Austria.
I'm just seeing something that that is slightly not right from what the manager Desi told me.
What have you got?
Saying that Adela Pavlichkova is the mum of Raquel Pavlichkova.
Okay.
She looks very young to be Raquel's mum. Maybe I'm wrong. She's right in front of us. Am I seeing something different?
Oh, she's just here number 4, just practicing.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's a youthful mum.
Should we go and challenge her?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when she.
Looks like a sister.
She said, "Yeah, that's what I said."
Surely.
So maybe they're not related.
You never know. You never know.
I mean, So Desi's telling me fibs.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway,
we'll get to the bottom of that and
will.
find out, because I just noticed that she's got the big number 4 on her back, and I thought that's Adela, right? Okay, but just having a look around underneath the helmet there, I think I'm looking at someone who's a bit younger than that.
I think it's her. It'll be her debut. I think. Maybe.
Oh wow!
I'm not sure. I think so.
That's going to be exciting.
You're the man with all the records.
I am indeed. I'm a bit of a shocker like that.
I'm just got my foot on the side of the bin, up on the table, and just experiencing life.
Oh, Danny, don't sell yourself short like that.
No, I'm not at all. I'm enjoying it. I think it's good fun. I've got a coffee in front of me. I've got a bag of almonds as well. I'm chomping through occasionally.
Okay, well done.
He's got through the field. Maybe a little edge on that as well. And that's going towards the boundary. They'll look for 2, and it's well run between these 2.
Yeah, they're going to get 2.
It's Divya Matani who scampers through for the second one. He's pretty quick, is Divya.
Okay. Have a look at this one again. Just bends the back on this one and gets past.
Yeah. The buys off the keeper.
Indeed. All runs, though.
All right,
runs.
now I've got to get these 2 out of the way.
Who have you got in the way?
So Jana's there, and Adela's there, and
they're not watching us, are they?
Do you want
me to run out there?
Yeah, no, it's fine. There you go. That's done.
There we go. Nicely done. Yep. Thank you very much to the players. Just blocking the comms here from Well, we'll keep talking about Adela if she keeps standing in front of us.
Yeah.
But we want to talk about what's happening in the centre there, because there's still 8 legal deliveries to come. The score is 63 for 8, and Sriya's got 1 for 6 and 2 balls left in her over to try to add to that, as the umpire's just assisting the. Looks like Matani just needs a little bit of assistance there with the helmet.
Yeah. The umpire's doing a good job fixing up equipment as well as making good decisions out there in the warmer conditions. A little breeze though, it's quite nice. I'm just
Breeze is
sticking
good.
my head out of the bin, and this one's gone to first slip, definitely wide. It is quite nice outside, but then again, the bin is in the shade. Well, it's not in the shade; it's in full sun, but out the front of the bin, it is in the shade.
Yeah, the front of the bin must be quite pleasant. No wonder people have been congregating there.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to be. Obviously basking in our coolness as well. It's fair enough.
Maybe it's radiating cold.
No, we don't radiate cold, Danny. We
No,
radiate...
no, I'm talking the bin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was about to go down a path I couldn't come back from.
So,
Last ball, the over coming up. Sriya looking to add to her wicket tally if she can here. 1 for 7 she's got, finishing her final over, her final ball of the spell.
oh, it's a pretty good one.
And finishes with a dot. Well bowled, Sriya. Very miserly there with giving away runs. Only 7 from her 4 overs and 1 wicket, so she's bowled very well.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Sriya. Bowling around the wicket for that final over. And just keep things nice and tight. 64 for 8 at the moment off 19. Expected score, the supercomputer just expecting 2 off the next over.
Looks like Turker's about to leave. Should we try and grab her and find out what's going on with the injury?
Do you want to have a chat with her, or do you want me to have it?
No, do you want to run out and try and... Actually, maybe we try and get her in here.
Well, it's only 1 over.
Oh, yeah, we've run out of time. Okay.
Almost.
Yeah, she's saying her goodbyes. I'd just be interested to find out what's the
I'll
recovery
have a
like.
chat with her. You chat to
I'll hold
whoever's
the
listening.
I'll hold everything here while Danny tries to grab her, and we'll just try and find. We're just going to try and find out what's the story with the finger, as Turker's about to leave, Turker Koltsanova, and yeah, just back to here. Her sister Sharka Koltsanova is facing first ball of the final over coming up. It's a straight ball. She just pushes it back, a little bit nonchalant in that approach, just to say no, keep that one out. And I think it'd be an important win here for the Checkers to make sure they're not all bowled out in this final over. That would be a very good psychological win for them. A real personal thing for them if they could allow that. That's a couple of dots already. So that would be important. So what's the story?
So she's got a fracture in her pinky finger on the right hand.
Oh,
right.
Uh-huh.
And but she's got a scan today.
Right.
It's in a splint, one of those little aluminium splints.
Yep.
And but she's got a scan today, and hopefully she'll get the okay from the doctor.
Okay.
So I think even if she doesn't get the okay, she's going to play. she's pretty keen.
She's keen,
So-
yeah. All right. Okay, good stuff. So, okay, that's good news then.
She's not even sticking around to see her sister bat. So,
Interesting,
oh,
right?
she's sort of walking around the outside. I don't know how I wonder if she's driving. Maybe she's. I think she's 18 now.
No,
Not quite.
she turns 18 the week after the ECS, I think.
We'll see. I think
Yeah.
she might have driven out here. How quickly they grow up, Phil.
Quickly indeed. Yes, she's turning 18 on June 25th.
Which is next week. 2 weeks.
Week after, yeah, week after ECS finishes. So what's that? Wednesday, the Wednesday after we finish.
Mhm. Cool.
And make sure we wish her happy birthday before then.
I'm sure she'll remind us. Comes in again, and again, that's nicely played by Sharka. Right on the money by the bowler. And that'll be it. So, again, the Czechs, it's a small victory, but they bat out the 20 overs. Again, the run rate, not great, but losing those 2 big early wickets didn't help at all. But Sharka ends up on 3. And, well, it's not many runs, but again, it's a small victory to bat out those 20 overs, Phil.
I agree 100%. That's what I was saying at the start of the that final over. This would be such a victory for them to walk off and say, you know what, we weren't bowled out. not for the first time, but the second time in this tournament, we didn't get all wickets locked off. We stood up, we batted through, we stayed out there for the whole 20 overs. We haven't, we're going to hold our heads up high, and I think that's a mini win.
It is
for me. So I'm really proud of them for that.
So especially because right at the start, we saw this happen. It was a beautiful delivery there from Shreya, and there was a couple of dangerous batters that went straight away, as I said, in front of her, and also Raquel Balichkova. But then Yana Kaminkova came in, and this was the one that was very close. It's Mimi out there, nice little shot for 4 down on the leg side, which drew a big cheer from the supporters.
It did, didn't it?
Another 4 there that wanted for Yana Kaminkova, and the little dance. Love the little dance.
Oh yes, the celebration was good, wasn't it?
So Mimi, she's got bowled. Didn't quite understand what happened. Little bit of bemusement.
And people watching may sort of look at it and say, well, you know what, they're celebrating a win. You're going to see a nice little underarm run out there, one of a couple of run outs here.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in and say, look, there was only 2 boundaries hit in the innings.
Yep.
So that's why they celebrate the little wins. The fact that they weren't all bowled out, the fact that they hit a boundary. They're little wins. Celebrate them. Enjoy them. They should be doing that.
Austria, the Czechs are one of the lowest ranked teams in the world. They've never won a game.
Yep.
And this was the one with the hurdle. Never won a game. It's only their second year of international cricket.
Yep.
And they're playing against a team in Austria who is Terka, the bandage, who they're ranked about 60 in the world, I think you said. But they've just beaten Gibraltar twice, who are 39 in the world.
Exactly.
So you're seeing a very, very competitive side in Austria that are playing very well this weekend and very confidently, and just playing good cricket. And the Czechs, I think they'll be, well, they would have liked more runs, but at the same time it was being competitive as much as they could with this stage of their development.
Yep.
So we'll have a look at the scorecard. And as we see the overhead shot here of lovely Vinod cricket ground, golf course in the background. You can see that the front of it went for a duck, and Mimi stayed around, hit a 4 for 6. And then Yana Kaminkova, the captain, run out for 12. Erika Kuntsova, good little innings there for 11. But also look at the extras, 25 wides bowled by Austria. And that's poor, but I think it's been a long day for them already.
Yeah, and 25 wides means they've had to bowl effectively 4 more overs. So if they're feeling a bit tired and worn, that's the reason why.
Look at the bowling figures, and Shreya Reddy up the top. Fantastic economy rate, took a wicket. Madewa also with a wicket. 2 for Sabu, and also Zepeda with 2. But good bowling all round. The only bowler not taking a wicket was Haji Siddiqui, who again bowled really well. I think is a good prospect. So 65 for 8, and we'll be back soon in this ECN Central Europe Cup. It's a T20I for tournament for women, full internationals, and 65 the score. 66 to win for Austria. They should make it quite comfortably. It just depends on how much pressure the Czechs can put on them with the ball early on. We're back here in about 15 minutes or so, roughly, for the second innings of this game between Czechia and Austria. See you then.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And it's a warm welcome back to Vinoj here for the final time here in this match and for today as well, as we look forward to the run chase here. Austria need to be chasing down some runs here, and the Czechs have got the score on the board. I just looked down at my monitor there, and my good counterpart there, Danny, just gave a little nudge. He said, look, Trip's in the chat. Hello there to Trip. Mr. Kitty Danny, Trip, lovely to see you as always. And the score is on the board. The Czechs there, they managed to get together. In the end, look, they managed to get a score on the board of 65 for 8 after their 20. So Austria chasing their 66 in the next 20 overs to pick up the win here. The run rate of 3.3. It looks pretty academic. It looks pretty easy. It's going to be a bit of a test of character for the Czechs to see what kind of fight they can put up, what sort of resilience they can put up, just to try to make things difficult. It's a game where you would expect, and I'm sure Supercomputer will probably agree with me and Danny when it comes on the screen shortly, that the Czechs are on a hiding to nothing here to try to defend such a low total in a T20I match. In fact, why don't we ask him right now as I turn around and say, Danny, the score is on the board, but it's going to be tough little period here for the Czech bowlers and fielders.
Yeah, look, realistically, I don't think they'll be able to defend the 68. But if they can get a few early wickets, it'll put a little bit of pressure on the Austrian batting. You never know. I mean, Austria have got such quality in their batting lineup. I mean, Shri is averaging 47 for the tournament, and well, it'll be the wicket keeper Emma Kirkman to face the first delivery from Sharka, right on the money from Sharka. Good ball.
It's a nice little change up in the batting order too, isn't it? It's good to see. There's putting Zapeta and Kirkman opening up the batting. Emma, I don't think Emma's had too much of a chance with the bat yet. Just trying to think.
Might be wrong there, Phil. She's opened the batting for most of the games. Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. Okay. And obviously, she hasn't had a great tournament at the end, apart from that lovely shot, which from Zapeta went for 4.
Yeah, it's a very nice shot there from Zapeta. So, I think yesterday it was John Stieglitz, I think, who opened, but obviously carrying a bit of an injury from that run out earlier. It's it was Zapeta who batted, who I'm pretty sure who opened the batting earlier on, but look, you've got Priya Sabu, who's excellent, and Mahadeva, and also Stieglitz herself.
Yeah.
And it's a strong batting lineup. Just waited for that one. Hit into the gap, another 4 runs. Just a bit short there from Sharka, a bit wide. And too good was Zapeta right then.
Really was. Just waited on that one. To be fair, it sat up and it said, well, where do you want to put me? And the obliging response was over extra cover. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Well, a message there from the Knight Rider. First over under 7. No.
That'd be a no from us there, Knight Rider.
No, Knight Rider.
Yeah, maybe go back and have a think about it. Come back when you're ready.
And Sharka's got to pitch it up. Again, just take a bit of a leaf from the Austrian book, but it's difficult because if you pitch it up and you get a half volley, it's also pretty easy for quality batters like Zapeta. That's a better delivery. Tucked around the corner. A bit of a chase, but just be a single. I'll bring Kirkman on strike. He's hits the ball very cleanly. Does Emma Kirkman? Hasn't gone on with a big score though. This tournament.
Emma played in the first game, scored 1 off 2 deliveries, and she didn't play in the previous game. That's why I was a bit mystified.
She played because she kept.
She hold that thought.
And she opened. Oh, just over the top of Sharka.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry, she had 6 from 8 in the previous.
Yeah.
My mistake. Yes, so she hasn't built a score that was memorable, I guess is the best way to put it.
No.
So she's got a great opportunity now.
Yeah, she does. Zapeta back on strike.
She scooped that up, didn't she? Could have been problematic.
So Sharka. Come in. Bowling to Zapeta. And just a bit short. It's hit Kaminkova, who stops. There's a bit of a misunderstanding between the two. And Kirkman has to scurry to get there. The throw was a little bit low and wide to front of the keeper. But, good stop there from Yana Kaminkova.
Yeah, Kirkman almost was sold there. She hesitated. She even backtracked, and that's why she was a bit slow getting up to the other end. In the end, though, they get through 11 off the first over. That accounts for just under 20% of the runs required, probably about sort of 16% of the runs required. And you'd think that at that rate, well, we should be done here in the next half hour. Hopefully not. I hope the Czechs can get into a couple of these top orders and just remind them, you know what, this T20I, we're going to fight tooth and nail on this one.
It's a good bowler coming on in Raquel Palichkova. She's improved her bowling significantly over the last year or so. And looking forward to seeing what she can do to these Austrian batters. But she's probably at the moment the quickest of the Czech bowlers.
Okay.
She's she's been impressive when we've seen her play against Cyprus as well. But she was pretty good yesterday as well. Let's have a look, see what she can do. Bowling to Zapeta in the second over of this innings.
Just look around and see if they get the field settled. I think they're good to go now.
Comes in, a bit short and wide again. Doesn't get past the fielder. We have Shreya Reddy in front of us. She's in the cool awning of the bin.
I'm telling you, it's our coolness that's infecting people.
I don't think it's got to do
and
with us.
They're basking in our coolness. Hey, Shreya.
The bin is actually very cool.
It's quite cool. Yeah, it is. It is. I think we're helping with that, though. I'm going to maintain that.
It's your shirt, isn't it?
Oh, you wait to see what I've got to wear tomorrow. It's an outstanding Peacock Friday shirt.
Peacock Friday. Oh, Shreya's leaving us, getting serious and getting prepared to go in, I think. She's sensing a wicket.
We haven't done it with the coolness. That's as much as cool as I can handle from Phil and Danny.
You're the worst wingman ever. This is a nice shot, and it's well done by Erika Kuntsova. So it's probably the best of the Czech fielders.
Danny, ultimate wingman.
Oh, Shreya's coming back.
There you go.
Well, she's got a bat, helmet, and gloves now, so she's going to bask in the coolness of the bin again. Oh, this one's a nice shot.
Ooh.
Turned around the corner, going towards the boundary. Don't think it'll get there. Big chase, and I'll come back for two. That's good chase there by Mansi Palmer. There's also Adela Palichkova who was chasing that as well. It was listed next to bat for the Czechs, but wasn't quite needed.
So 51 from 111 balls. That's the equation there, which is probably why we're looking at this game and thinking, Czechs would be lovely if they could take something away from this defence that they're going to put together here. Oh, it's gotten through everyone again.
There's Adela chasing it and catch up to it and do the relay throw. Just a single.
Good work.
It's a bye. I'm not sure. Have to see. Well, no indication from the umpire. Must have missed it.
Oh, I didn't see anything from the umpire either. Oh, that was interesting. He just touched his hip. Maybe I think someone asked the question.
He must have called. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
I'm not sure whether it was off.
One more to the total. Was it a leg by, Phil?
It's down as wides.
Wides, okay.
I didn't see the wide signal.
I think he indicated to the umpire something.
Okay.
So Palichkova comes in again. And nice shot there. Muscled through the onside, 4 runs. Good shot. There's a ball retriever there who's had absolutely nothing to do apart from just pick that one up. Got a chair and an umbrella out there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, he's earned his lunch today, that's for sure, with that one. Only two...
Is it Yogesh?
That's not Yogesh, no, that's not Yogesh. No, I remember the superstar Yogesh last year.
We had a fake Yogesh as well.
That's right. And didn't I step in as a Yogesh for one innings?
Maybe. Commentators don't do anything, remember? Nice shot there from Emma Kirkman.
Yeah,
just tucked around the corner, and well, that's a good start here for Austria. And,
solid strike, wasn't it? Look at this one again. Crash.
Palichkova just a little bit short.
Yeah, she's middled that one. She's connected it. It was always going down leg sides quite wide, and she's chased it and thought, you know what, I'll have that. And it was actually a really good strike. It was, a little bit more oomph. Would have gone for a Maximo. Would have been quite a hit.
Have not seen one yet in this tournament.
So we didn't get one yesterday, did we?
No, not at all. That was probably the closest we've seen. Hey, to Trip in the chat. Good to see you. It's been a little while since probably France. I think you might have joined me in France. Not sure about Jersey. Maybe Ors is in the air. Chance, bit short of the fielder. And that was Shaka that came in and miscued that one. They get through for a single.
Teasing. Absolute teasing, that one. Could have gone to hand quite easily there. 26 for no loss after 2. Austria chasing another 40 runs for the win here. And it's not a big target they're chasing after, and that's why we're saying, whatever little win Czechs can get here, just one ball at a time, whatever win they can get, there's going to be a big cheer and a big boisterous G-up from their coach, Venkatesh Magasharam, who's away there on the side, making his presence known, though.
Yeah, look, always. And as I said, I think he's a perfect coach for this team at the moment. Venky's always very positive, and always give a little bit of his knowledge to a very inexperienced and generally pretty young Czech side. Here comes Shaka. And that's hit the pad, bit of an appeal, and no run.
Yeah, I think it's just, I was worried that might have hit her on the foot. She's flexing that left foot. Watch this, left foot on the full.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandshoe Crusher, Danny. Ooh.
I remember those. They hurt.
Oh, that's, cringe moment.
Especially when the old Dunlop volleys.
Zero protection.
Zero protection.
I mean, less than zero. They're really bad.
Did you have Dunlop volleys?
Oh, back a long time ago. I had one pair once, and I didn't like to wear them.
They're still available.
Yeah, they still exist.
Yeah. I might pick up a pair in Australia just because.
just to relive the moment of pain, we can go, oh yeah, imagine a feather falling on that foot, you'd be in pain.
Nostalgia, well, it protects you from underneath, though.
Yeah, I know, but what about protection on top? I'm not worried about Mother Earth having a go at me. I'm worried about something else.
I'm wearing a pair of sand shoes that don't have much protection on top, probably less than Dunlop volleys. This is called a wide.
Yeah, I've got to say, mine aren't exactly protecting my feet either.
Let me drop a table on it and see how you feel.
Table? Oh, please don't.
No, Shaka got that one a little bit wrong. Have to bowl that one again. Well, 27 on the board. And pretty good ball.
Nice one, that. Yep, that's better. Much better.
She swung around the across the line, did Kirkman. That's actually got out in the last innings. It was a nicely pitched up delivery, and she swung across, trying to hit it through the leg side, but got clean bowled.
Yeah, another one of those from Sharka that just comes in a little bit more, a little bit tighter. Well, that's not it, because that's a wide.
I wonder how many overs she'll get. Because I know they want to try out Mimi, because she hasn't bowled for a little while, and she's a very good young bowler. Mini Sochekova. She's had a bit of an injury, so just lining up to see if she can have a bit of a bowl. This one's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, just caught part of the line, that one. And the umpire concurred that that's okay. He was happy with that one.
Erika Kuntsova also keep things tight with her bowling.
Yeah, she's got a couple more to come in the over. And as I said before, her best bowling, 4 for 17 against Austria, against this team in T20Is.
That's another wide.
And wide's starting to pick up now. Just what's the third one in this over? Goes together with 3 in the previous over as well. So if I'm correct, my maths is going to tell me that's 6 in the last 2 overs, plus 1 earlier. It's 7 in total so far.
Yeah, there were a lot from Austria as well. I think the coach will have a bit of a chat. Yeah. I think it's also, they've been here since the first ball of the day. So it's got past the keeper. It's going to be a wide.
It's wides plus.
So I'll just take the 1. But there was a time now. So they've been here since 10. It's since 10:15 of the first game. They got here about an hour before, and at least. And it's now, so it's 7 hours they've been here.
Yeah.
So just stiffening up a little bit. I think the Austrians, the Czechs, this is the first game they're playing of the day, so they're a bit fresher, but still, I think no excuse really for the Austrians. I think just have to manage the tournament play a little bit better with these double headers. It's short and put away. It's going to be 4. Nice shot.
Lovely strike, that one. Got every bit of that one. Turn around the corner. Fastest part of the ground, as Daniel I've been talking about all day. And that's gone quite a fair way back towards the Scott Page bench, which definitely needs a bit of a trim. Just around tomorrow is the Czechs are taking on Austria in the rematch of this in the afternoon game. So Austria will not have the luxury of the morning game, where things are maybe a little bit cooler. It'll be Gibraltar taking on Czechs tomorrow in the morning game, then Austria against the Czechs in the afternoon game.
That'll be an interesting game. I think the Czechs they failed to take a wicket against Gibraltar in the first game. And Gibraltar mounted a pretty good total. Czechs batted pretty well, got to about 110 mark, which was good. But I think they'll fancy themselves against Gibraltar tomorrow, even though Gibraltar are, on paper at least, a much stronger side. They are as well more experienced.
Sure. 161 they put on yesterday. 161 for loss of no wicket. It was a very good batting display.
It was
from the two. But yeah, the Czechs can hold their head up high for not getting bowled out and putting 100 plus on the board as well. 110 for 9. That was commendable. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They should really hold their heads up high.
Yeah, absolutely.
These I keep saying it, and I don't want to sound too repetitive, Danny, but these little things are little wins, and they should be celebrating them because that's what builds character. It builds momentum, and it's that kind of thing that they can take away and say, well, look, we did that.
Mm-hmm.
We put these little pieces together. We're going to upset a team sometime, and we're going to get a win.
Well, they've invited 2 teams here to this tournament that are ranked significantly higher than them.
Yep.
They were beaten 3-0 in the tournament down in Austria, and quite convincingly last year. And Gibraltar beat them in this tournament last year as well. It's called a wide. So they've invited 2 very good sides. I know there are quite a few countries around Europe that haven't won an international game yet. Again, much in the same way that the Czechs have just started. Quite a few countries, like I think Estonia might have won a game recently, but they were one of the newer sides as well. But Bulgaria are another one in that sort of group, and that would be the most logical to bring those sorts of teams out. But that's not what they've done. The Czechs, they've brought out 2 competitive sides, and we'll see. I think a true test we'll see on the weekend because, as I said, they've got a couple of big names coming back into the side. They'll be playing, again, 2 good teams in Gibraltar and Croatia. So this is hit back to Pavlichkova, who knocks it down to have a fielder.
Yeah, Bulgaria in that group. You can also mention Belgium in the same one. So yeah, no, you're exactly right. They could have taken that sort of route and try to do that. But I think this is really good because they're going to learn from what they've seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is so important for a team in their second year of competition to get its development.
Again, not be able to reach it. Front of us pretty agile, but just fell between her and I think it's Pratiba.
Yeah, a bit of a tease, that one. Yeah, tough going for the Czech girls, but you know what, they're keeping at it, and the important thing is they're loving their cricket, and you see that on their faces. You see that when they have their little wins. The boundary that Kaminkova got in that previous innings.
Yeah.
I know the celebration may look a bit frivolous to some viewers, but it's not. It's genuine pleasure and enjoyment.
Oh, absolutely. And copper in the face. It looks like it's Mimi.
It's good work from Mimi.
Yeah.
She copped it on the body and got the throw back quick, smart. Didn't dwell on it, just got the throw back nice and smart to the bowler.
She's a good athlete. And I'm looking forward to, again, seeing the development of a lot of these young players, including Pelichkova, who's improved her bowling tremendously. This one's turned around the corner. Mimi can't quite hold that one. It's going towards a boundary, and that'll be another 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, she knows she's missed that one. Hand straight on the head. She realised she just went to swat it, try to keep that in front of her. And the boundary rider, well, there was someone a little bit deeper than her. It wasn't quite a boundary rider, someone a bit deeper. Just couldn't get around. And that's a nice shot for 4.
Yeah, we're still within the power play. And it's a good one here from Austria. And it's going to be an early finish, I think. I don't think we knew that as well.
Yeah.
When the score came in at 68. 42 for no loss, still in the 4th over, going at about 10 and over. And Kirkman hits that one nicely, just in front of the fielder. And good coordination there, and good arm from Mimi.
Divya Mantani almost could have taken a couple of steps in, chose to stand back a bit and just sort of protect the boundary there, just gets past her, but good backup. And that is the end of the over. 43 off 4. And 23 from 96 needed, and despite the fact that you can say whatever you like about how this game's going to end up, we would agree with you. It's 23 from 96, looks pretty straightforward. And these 2 batters, though, for Austria, they've got the team off to a good start, and they're doing what needs to be done. So well done to them.
Trip with the message: start the brum brums.
Exactly. Fair enough. I think we probably even said that a little bit earlier, possibly, but. These ants, honestly, I'm really getting annoyed with this.
Yeah, I'm fine with them.
Are they not bothering you?
No. I do get bothered by ants. I told you about Hungary, how I'd take a whole load of them back in my bag.
Yeah.
And then then they were all over the hotel room, and I was breeding a colony. I know in Hungary where this is a nice shot around the corner, risky but effective.
Yep.
And that'll
runs.
be another 4 runs.
There you go.
So, yeah, there were ants all over my room. I'm wondering if we have the same hotel, whether they'll have an ant issue caused by me. So,
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Hudacek, Mr. Gowers, we haven't got rid of our ant problem from last year, and there's one of us looking very red-faced.
I'm not going to look red-faced. I'll be proud that I've formed a new home for ants.
We I think it was the CE Cup 2022 possibly. I put my backpack down on the ground when we had the comms tent, the old comms tent set up out there. I took home probably half the ant population of Vinoj.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was really upset about that. So was the Mrs. G. She was not impressed with me.
That should be called a no ball. Has been. It's been hit out towards a boundary and fielded well, but it will be no ball and bowled again. Erika Kuntsova is the bowler. This will be a free hit. It'll be Zepeda to face it. Just see Vinky walk past in his brightly coloured tunic. That's a pretty well bowled by Kuntsova, and gets a dot ball out of that one.
Yeah, Vinky looking very proud as coach. Just as you say, yeah, he's come past another time. I think he's trying to impress us. He's walked past a couple of times now.
Sharp looking haircut from Vinky as well.
That's not a haircut. That's a dead set fire break. That really is a proper fire break.
Nice shot from Zepeta under the offside. There's a player covering there, and well, she's thrown it over the captain's head. That's Divya Matani. Didn't cost him anything. But Kuntsova, I said I've been impressed with her bowling, and just her general athleticism, very good in the field as well. Kuntsova, again, still very young, probably about 18 or so. Comes in again, and full toss that time. There is cover out there, and well picked up, and the throw comes in again. That's Mimi, and she adds a lot to this team. Again, a very good athlete is Mimi. So I hope to see her bowl. As I said, he's been out with a bit of an injury. Missed the series against Cyprus.
Trip Denny in the chat asking what our plans are for dinner tonight. Well, I'm going to go home and have dinner with the missus because she's been away for a few days. So I'm looking forward to seeing her before she has to head off to Pilsen for another business trip in the next few days.
Well, I went out last night for chicken and beers with Vinny and Joe. So I think I'll have a quiet one. I've got the day off tomorrow, so I could have a 24-hour dinner if I really wanted to. But no, I'm gonna have a quiet one with the dogs, I think. And I've got a couple of records coming in. A bit of vinyl that should be delivered this afternoon, so I might spend the evening listening to a bit of music. It's good stop, really good stop, and
good work, very good work there. I think it's Pratibha Chowdhury out there in the point position has saved it getting past her.
I'm not sure. I heard Venky say Mansi.
Oh, Mansi, is it?
I think it might be Mansi, but it was a really good piece of fielding.
Either way, it was a good piece of fielding. Hey, the ECCW coming up in December. Talked a bit about this earlier. They've got 3 divisions there, the Emerging, Challenger and the Premier. The Czechs are in the Emerging and Austria are in the Challenger division. And that's going to be a fantastic tournament coming your way. Last year's was amazing. Added a new division to it, which is the Emerging, which I think is a terrific idea as well.
Absolutely.
So looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. And that's still away. That's still 6 months away. Well, in 6 months' time exactly, we'll be right in the middle of it. So there's that. But that's a really good tournament chance for the women from all the different countries to get together down there in Khartoum and really turn it on for their fans and for their families, their friends, and for each other, and get amongst it.
Kroom's in the chat. I had a Kroom and Backroom his superstar performance for at the Hornchurch tournament.
He was indeed. He's presented with, I think, the match ball actually by Tina.
Really?
I think that's right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kroom, but I think I saw a message like that. And Shrug's back in the chat. Hello there, Shrug. And Trip's still there as well. So thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, let us know what you guys are up to. It's a nice shot around the corner. And that's 4 runs. And Zepeta, she's batting very, very well. We haven't seen much of her with the bat, though, Zepeta, in this tournament. So it's,
not really.
She's been quiet. I think she's one of the 4 to go down against Gibraltar in the first game, and then they missed out slightly, I think, in the second one as well. But Phil's got all the stats. I'm just here chatting.
Yeah, she opened the batting. She was caught leg before by Amy Velvada Benatar for 5. And a bit of a rough one that was for her in that run chase. And they fell just short. And I'll try and find, without taking up too much time, what she got in the previous game. She didn't bat, of course, because Gibraltar didn't lose a wicket. Gibraltar, I'm talking about. Austria.
By Joe W? No, not Joe W. Who's Joe W?
Who's Joe W?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Joe Foster. Joe Foster. I mean, no, it's not Joe W.
I was going to say.
I've no idea who Joe W is.
Where are you seeing this Joe W?
Trip saying Joe W, Danny? Who's Joe W?
Yeah, Trip. Who's Joe W?
It's not Joe Cope either.
Joe W. Will the real Joe W please stand up?
So Shrug's saying Sweden and Cyprus should be swapped for that tournament. And from what Vinny was saying about Sweden, I think you're right. Cyprus are a very good side though, as well. Yeah. But what I've heard, I know that apparently Sweden beat both Jersey and Spain, and they're very good teams. Nice shot again, and
good fielding, good hands,
very good. So it's Mimi out there, and again, Mimi and also Erika Kuntsova are probably the two best fielders. And the most athletic fielders for the Czechs. And it is Raquel Pavlichkova, who's gone for a few, just a bit short and right in the hitting arc of Emma Kirkman. And Mimi picks it up nicely and throws it back in. Just another single.
Cream telling us he got his ECN cap, in inverted commas, presented by Tina for his debut. A couple of overs commentary with Nish as well. Awesome.
Very nice.
Sounds like fun, Cream. Glad you enjoyed yourself, and it was absolutely fantastic to see you in there. Hope you had a great time.
That's a better delivery and a good feeling from Pavlichkova. Zapata down on the ground, but better delivery.
Only 3 runs needed for Austria. Could do it with the next ball. Should happen in this over, possibly. Only 2 balls to come in this over, though.
That's short. It's in the air. Player under it. Drops it. Unfortunate. That's Divya Matani. Never quite steadied herself, and the catch went down. It would have been a small victory for the Czechs, but not to be.
Oh, Divya, you'll be the first one front and centre for outfielding practice in the next training session. Catching those sky deliveries that the captain and the wicketkeeper love to send up in the air.
So disco wave from the umpire, signaling the end of the power play, but it's almost the end of the game as well. And it's a good performance by Austria, and pretty dominant. Just a fighting Czech side, just a little bit outclassed here by this very good Austrian side.
They are.
So Erika Kuntsova will continue.
Have a look at the skyscraper situation there, and it's literally a tale of two cities, as I call it, a skyscraper graph there, and one of them is a sort of few low structures, whereas this has been pretty consistent here. That run rate has been going along very nicely.
So Joe Weeks, Steph's cousin.
There's a very large insect near one of our mics.
There is.
I don't think it's in here. I think it's near one of the effects mics.
Yeah.
It sounds so weird. I'm looking around going, where is it?
We do have a fly in the... that's got through the fielder.
That's game, I reckon. Get back for the second.
Yeah, we'll come back for the second.
And that is game, set, and match.
So a good win for Austria, and the Czechs will go home early. Well, you said game set.
Yep, it is indeed.
Yeah.
According to my calculations, 66 was the total required. They've now hit it. I think the umpire's just getting confirmation from the scorers. They were looking at the scoreboard as well, which was just being updated as that score was hit. Handshakes all around, Danny, and they have noted it is indeed the end of the match.
Yeah, end of the match, and well, it's a good victory for Austria. I think we're always expecting it, but not so quickly maybe. Just a little bit short with the bowling, with some of the Czech bowling, and just very good batting from Emma Kirkman, but especially from Andrei Zapata. And it was a comprehensive victory for Austria, who have basically, they've wrapped up the trophy, because they've only got one more game to go. They're undefeated. They've beaten Gibraltar twice, and they'll be the champions here. The last game will be against the Czechs tomorrow.
Indeed, that means the Austrian men and women will have a lot to celebrate about when they catch up in Vienna, maybe after this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done to them. So yeah, you're absolutely right. They've locked this one away with a very comprehensive victory indeed. And yeah, look, the Czechs, a lot of work for them to do, but that's part of developing cricket. That's what it's all about. Just a reminder, coming up tomorrow, the Czechs have the double header. They'll be taking on Gibraltar in the morning match, and the afternoon we'll see Austria come back. The Austrian women come back, and they'll be playing against the Czechs in that afternoon game. Be interested what sort of team they bring forward, knowing that they've got 2 hands on the trophy already. They may want to try a few things out, maybe try a few players who haven't played yet.
I actually don't know how many spares they have.
There's not a lot. I think maybe 4 or 5 per team was allowed. I think that's. I think the maximum is a 16-team squad.
But how many are actually in the country? I'm not sure.
That I don't know. Yeah,
but
that's a good point.
But look, it's been a good performance, I think, in this tournament by Austria. They'll be very happy. They've, as you can see, some of the highlights here. Lots of boundaries, and just good batting from these two, Zapata and Kirkman.
Yep. I think it'd be a short highlight reel, but Kirkman and Zapata just put their heads down, just said, you know what, it's not a big total. Why don't we just stay out here and just take care of it? There you saw the ball boy very quickly getting his 1 cameo appearance. Although he probably had a bit of work to do, but a lot of the boundaries were hit actually just towards his dugout area in front of us, where the players waiting to come on the field did all the groundwork. So it's a comprehensive win nonetheless. The Czechs will grab as many positives out of this as they possibly can, and there's a few of them, even if they wasn't them, they would see how Austria went about their business and hopefully absorb some of that for experience, absorb some of that for the next game and think, well, did you see when Austria did this? You know, maybe we should be doing that.
Yeah.
And coaches like Venki, and I know there's a few others who've been helping out with him as well, they'll take that to task and say, right, you know, how do we build on this?
Yeah.
How do we make sure we come in tomorrow fresh, completely fresh, and play 2 really good back-to-back games.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be really important to them. See how they bounce back for that first game against Gibraltar in the morning.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And it'll be, I think it'll be a competitive game against Gibraltar. Last time they didn't pick up a wicket, but I think they would have learned a lot, the Czechs. And again, it's just in small steps. But well done to Austria. And again, very, very competitive, good side, Austria. And, I mean, compared to their ranking points or ranking, I think they've I don't know if they've just improved or they're just something's happened along the way. But they're very well coached, very well captained, disciplined side as well with the bat and the ball. And congratulations to them. They'll lift the trophy tomorrow. But as we see here, the bowling figures for the Czechs, only 3 bowlers used, and it was no wickets at all so far.
Danny, question.
Yes.
Sorry, I put my hand up for that. You said they're going to lift the trophy. Is that that trophy?
Giant trophy.
The giant trophy?
I think it's the same as the men's and the women's trophy. It stays here.
Yes.
I don't know if there's I think there's a little trophy that goes away with the winners.
Get something, yeah.
And then there'll be medals for the winners as well. I think. I'm assuming.
I just wonder if they're going to actually get presented physically with the trophy, or they just get, or Michael Alonso was going to be here to say, well, there's a trophy, but I expect you guys to lift that up because that's massive.
They'll put it on a string. It's not that heavy though.
It's awkward. It's just awkward.
It's ugly. It's really it's my least favorite trophy in the world, pretty much.
That's massive.
I've been very open about that over the last few years.
I think you and I have not been shy about our descriptions of the Century Cup trophy. It's take one look and then sort of look away.
Great tournament.
Anyway, there it is on the board. The Czech women go down to the Austrian women here pretty comprehensively here. It's a very, very big win for the Czech women nonetheless. And that is going to wrap up our day here, Danny.
Yeah, it's been good fun. Again, a really competitive game, the first game. And again, good to see the Czechs in the second game, and the home team doing well admirably, but just not quite up to the level of Austria. But it's good to see Austria, and that was the first game was super entertaining.
Yep.
And it was just that sort of fortuitous run out of Amy Valverde where it got hit back and
that was the one
back onto the stumps. It put pressure on the Gibraltar batting, and they just couldn't recover. They were just towards that end of that innings, and it was Austria that won a very good game, but just again through just determination.
Yeah, I agree totally. Well, look, that's it from us for Vinoj. And again, just echoing what Danny said there, congratulations to Austria for a couple of good wins for them today. And that's enabled to put both hands onto the trophy. For the Czech girls, there's a bit of takeaway there. And also for the Gibraltar girls as well. Look, they played really well. They came really close to winning that first match this morning.
Yep.
And for the Czechs, again, I won't go on about it, but something that they can take away from the game and build and then come back the next time. And that's what it's all about, really. I can hear the wind-up music in the background.
Yeah.
So I think it's time we said good afternoon to our listeners.
Yes, and thank you to everyone in the chat, all the Blue crew, here at the ground, all the Blue spanners, and everyone who's been watching from all around the world. Thank you to the umpires and the players here in lovely Viennoge. And thanks to you, Phil.
Thanks to you too, Danny. And a quick shout out to Two Circles as well.
Oh, yeah,
thanks, guys, for helping us out. That's all for today. I'm back tomorrow with Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu to continue the last day of this Women's Central Europe Cup. And as I said before, it's going to be a couple of games with the Czechs taking on the Gibraltarians and the Austrians in the afternoon game. So I'll see you then. Danny, I'll catch you sometime next week.
Yep.
I'm probably going to pop along during the Challenger ECS series because I'm not scheduled to work, but I'll be up at the ground anyway.
Cool.
And that's it for us. So I'm going to say goodnight. So thank you very much for joining us once again. As Danny said to everybody, thank you very much again. And I'm going to wish you all a lovely evening. Hope to see you here tomorrow. Until then, stay cool, stay safe. See you later.
See ya.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.